A lone figure descends a flight of stairs, venturing deep into the temple's sacred heart, only to be met by a colossal beast, its head crowned with massive, threatening horns. The creature unleashes a deafening roar, a furious sound that shakes the very stones, its eyes locked on the intruder with murderous intent. In the background, vast magic circles blaze into existence, their intricate patterns glowing with an otherworldly light that seems to emanate from the ground beneath them. The young man's expression is somber, his eyes lost in a distant memory, a profound sadness hinting at a tragedy that has shaped his very soul. Dropping to one knee, he places a hand upon the cold stone, and a chilling, azure energy begins to swirl around him, an aura of absolute zero. The encroaching cold is absolute, blanketing the land in a pristine sheet of ice, silencing the world as if lulling it into an eternal slumber. And then, his power fully awakens. A towering, spectral figure of a woman materializes behind him, an ice queen in all her glory, and at her command, the world around them crystallizes into a frozen wasteland. The once aggressive beast now recoils, its rage replaced by a primal fear of the plummeting temperature. The spectral woman leans forward and exhales a gentle, frosty breath. In a heartbeat, the creature is entombed within a massive monolith of ice, a frozen monument to its own fury. The conflict ends as swiftly as it began. He gazes up at the now clear sky, the frigid aura he commanded slowly dissipating, leaving only the silence of his victory. But his gaze remains hardened with resolve, for this battle is but one small step on a much longer journey. He is a scion of the Sterling family, one of the most powerful magical lineages in the nation. And even among these titans of magic, he was considered a prodigy, a talent seen once in a generation, at least until the day of the accident. We flash back to a memory. Aiden's father, the family patriarch, questions if the boy understands the weight of his words. Aiden confirms without hesitation. He declares that as the third son of the prestigious Sterling family, he will deliver results that will bring nothing but honor to their name. His goal is absolute: to graduate at the top of his class and rise to become the most powerful mage the world has ever known. The patriarch sees it too, a raw potential that eclipses all others, even that of his own elder sons. He eagerly awaits the day his child's power will be revealed to the world. He doesn't just want his son to be a great mage, he wants him to become the very pinnacle of magic itself, a destiny the young Aiden fully intends to seize. He is driven by an unyielding determination to prove to his father, and to himself, that failure is not an option. This is no small promise, as his father is the most powerful mage in the entire nation. 2 years have passed since that vow was made. Now, Aiden is a student at the esteemed Obelisk Academy. A professor calls for the second-year students to assemble. The time for their practical exam has arrived. The professor singles out a student named Silas, telling him to prepare as he will be the first to be tested, offering a word of encouragement not to be nervous. But Silas scoffs with blatant arrogance, retorting that there's no reason for nerves when the bottom half of the class is already a foregone conclusion. His disdainful gaze lands squarely on our protagonist, Aiden, dismissing him as a failure who can't even conjure the most basic of spells. Silas openly questions how someone so inept even managed to make it to the second year, branding Aiden as useless trash, utterly incapable of the simplest magical feats. In this modern world, mages are more than just powerful. They are a rare and invaluable resource, the cornerstones of society. The exam begins. Digital beasts materialize before Silas, and he immediately unleashes a torrent of scorching fire magic upon them. His attack is devastatingly effective, incinerating the constructs with ease. He finishes well within the allotted time, securing a passing grade. But he can't resist a parting shot, boasting that the test was far easier than he expected, all thanks to the advancements in artificial intelligence that have simplified magic. Every modern mage is equipped with a biochip, an implant that assists with the complex calculations and processes of spellcasting. However, our protagonist's body is incompatible with this technology. Now it is his turn. As the digital beasts materialize before him, Aiden begins to gather mana the old-fashioned way with his bare hands. This is the wellspring of all magic, a power that must be drawn from the heart itself, then meticulously woven through the 8 intricate steps of the arcane formula. However, this delicate and time-consuming process is a luxury he simply does not have, because the summoned creatures are already closing in. From the sidelines, his classmates watch, a cruel smirk on one rival's face, savoring every second of Aiden's impending failure. Aiden's heart pounds with anxiety, not just for the test, but with a burning irritation at their scorn. He is a relic, a practitioner of an ancient magic deemed obsolete in this new age. Tragically, the clock runs out. The spell remains unfinished, and the crushing weight of failure settles upon him as his grade is sealed. A wave of shameless laughter erupts from the onlookers, each jeer a dagger in his heart. Aiden is left standing alone, drowning in a profound regret for his inability to prove them wrong. And yet, in the ashes of his defeat, a tiny spark of hope remains. He was faster this time. It was a small improvement, but it was his. The moment his own father discovered he couldn't interface with modern mana assisting systems, all hope was lost. He was even given a potion meant to shatter his mana core, to erase his connection to magic forever. But Aiden refused to let his dream die. He was an outcast, a relic. And so, his only teachers were the ancient, dusty tomes that filled his room, surrounded by mountains of paper and ink. He couldn't help but wish he could digitize them all, as space had become a forgotten luxury. Lost in this sea of mundane thoughts, his eyes fell upon something out of place, a single, peculiar book he had never seen before. He couldn't recall ever purchasing it. A strange curiosity compelled him to reach out, his fingers tracing its cover before lifting it to inspect its secrets. It was ancient, yet immaculately preserved, adorned with intricate designs that spoke of immense value. It was clearly a treasure, not some forgotten text. He squinted, trying to decipher the chaotic scrawl within. The script was nearly illegible, a maddening puzzle, until a single, legendary name leaped from the page. Byron. The name echoed through history, the first grand mage of humankind, the founding emperor of the realm. He was the architect of magic itself. Aiden's mind flashed back to his childhood, to the countless hours spent devouring tales of this very man's legendary life. As he drifted in these cherished memories, a faint ethereal light began to emanate from the book cradled in his hands. The subtle glow intensified, swelling into a blinding radiance that forced him to shield his eyes. Instinctively, he let go, sending the tome tumbling towards the floor. He braced for the thud, his mind racing to understand what was happening, but to his astonishment, the book never hit the ground. It hung suspended in midair, its light pulsing with ever-increasing power. Aiden watched, captivated and bewildered. Then a voice, ancient and resonant, echoed not in the room, but in his very soul, speaking of a shared essence, a unique connection that allowed him to hear. It was the voice of Byron himself, declaring that this book, this legacy, was meant for him. The sheer gravity of the moment began to dawn on Aiden. He could scarcely believe it, his mind reeling as the voice confirmed its impossible identity. It was a destiny forged in the very past that had once branded him a failure. He couldn't have known then that his status as an outcast was the very key that would unlock the greatest gift imaginable. The next day, the professor announced remedial lessons for those who had failed the practical exam. Whispers filled the hall. Did anyone actually fail? Until every finger, every mocking gaze, pointed directly at Aiden. He couldn't use their modern methods, and so he endured their ridicule, powerless to fight back, never daring to imagine that his own path to power was about to be reborn. Following that humiliating experience, a new day began in the bustling academy cafeteria. There, at a solitary table, sat Aiden, a familiar island of loneliness in a sea of chatter. But the familiar silence was broken when a voice cut through. Eating alone again. Aiden looked up, surprised, as another student slid into the seat across from him, a friendly smile on his face. The newcomer, his hair tied back, gestured with his chin. "Hey, that actually looks pretty good," he commented, breaking the ice. His name was Jason Kane. At first glance, he seemed almost goofy, but that impression was a dangerous illusion. He was one of the Academy's top 10 prodigies, a powerful third circle mage who had reached that rank at the young age of 18. In truth, his talents ran far deeper than anyone suspected. Now sharing a rare meal together, his clumsy friend thoughtfully moves the food the protagonist dislikes onto his own plate. Within the lonely halls of the Academy, he was the only person the protagonist could truly call a friend. Leo had promised him that if any trouble arose, he need only say the word, and it would be vanquished. He simply waved it off, insisting everything was fine and that such measures were unnecessary. However, he then mentioned a peculiar discovery from the day before, a strange and ancient book, where every page after the third was completely, unnervingly blank. The book spoke of a mage named Bono, but the narrative cut off abruptly, leaving nothing but empty pages beyond that point. He first thought it was a student's prank, but then a voice, a faint whisper, began to emanate from the pages themselves. The words spoke of Bono's legacy, a promise to pass his magic to a successor, but with a warning only someone of a particular constitution could even open the tome. Leo found this revelation deeply fascinating. He eagerly asked if he could try to open it himself, but the protagonist stopped him, for the most chilling detail had yet to be shared. There was a final inscription on the last page, a single macabre sentence: "One must first die." The grim words hung in the air, and a shadow of deep concern crossed Leo's face. The text clarified its meaning. It wasn't a death of the heart, but rather the terrifying act of forging a mana circle inside one's own brain. Leo understood the implications immediately. It was a death sentence. He urged his friend to let him inspect the dangerous artifact before considering such a reckless path. As night fell, casting long shadows across the academy grounds, the two convened within the quiet solitude of the protagonist's dorm room. It was Leo's turn to face the book. With the tome in his hands, he strained with every ounce of his strength, trying to wrench the sealed pages apart. Defeated, he finally relented. Realizing it was truly impossible, he concluded that a powerful enchantment must be guarding its secrets. With his interest now extinguished by failure, he bid the protagonist good night and departed, leaving the mystery unresolved. The door clicked shut, plunging the room into silence. Instantly, the book lay open in the protagonist's hands as he gazed down at its cryptic passages. Having witnessed Leo's futile struggle, he was now even more perplexed as to why the tome yielded its secrets to him with such impossible ease. Suddenly, arcane symbols began to bleed into existence on pages he knew had been blank. The voice returned, speaking not to the world, but directly to him, its chosen successor. The voice began with a startling hypothesis. It surmised that he, like all conventional mages, was using a mana circle located in the heart. For ordinary people, this was the only way. But for people like them, that was not the correct path. As this profound truth settled in his mind, the book began to glow, levitating in the air before him once more. It presented him with a monumental choice if he was willing to accept its will and become a true disciple. He must first destroy the mana circle in his heart and then forge a new one within the delicate matter of his brain. Only after completing this perilous rite could he open the book for his next instructions. Our protagonist felt a chill run down his spine. This had to be some kind of cruel, twisted joke. He was being guided toward an act of pure insanity. Raw mana was a virulent poison to the mind, a force known to cause a complete and catastrophic collapse. The most likely outcome was irreversible brain death. In other words, if he were to even attempt this, he would almost certainly suffer a torturous, agonizing end. Turning his back on the glowing text, he declared that no one would ever be mad enough to try it. He let the book fall, leaving it abandoned on the cold floor of his room. But as the first rays of dawn broke the next day, a concerned professor approached our protagonist, questioning the troubled look on his face as the young man presented a mysterious book for examination. The professor's experienced eyes scanned the cover, recognizing the faded script of a long-dead language. The tome itself radiated an aura of immense age. Desperate for answers, the boy urged the professor to try opening it, to confirm if a magical seal was preventing him from accessing its secrets, adding that a strange, unsettling atmosphere had recently fallen over the student body. The professor dismissed his worries as childish rumors, advising him to concentrate on his studies, but agreed to focus on the book for a moment. He meticulously examined the tome, probing it for the faintest trace of a magical aura before finally handing it back. He declared that no magic was present and once again urged the boy to focus on his lessons. But this dismissal only plunged our protagonist into deeper thought. His friend couldn't open it, and a professor had found nothing. But this wasn't a deterrent. In fact, it was the opposite. It sparked the terrifying possibility that the book's power was simply beyond their comprehension. Alone in his room, he stared at the tome, a desperate plan taking shape. In his hand, he held the pills from his father, a poison designed for one purpose: to completely shatter his mana circle. His patriarch's advice was to abandon the path of a mage and resign himself to a life of theory. But this incredible leap of faith wasn't about giving up. It was a gamble to reach a height no one had ever imagined. Swallowing those pills was terrifying, a blind trust in a book that might be lying. But with all other paths to his dreams closed, he had few options left. He made his choice, knowing that the mage he used to be was going to die that day. With a final, trembling breath, he swallowed the pills. Agony unlike anything he'd ever known ripped through him as he felt the very core of his power, the mana circle in his heart, crack and disintegrate. This was the pain that signified the death of a mage, and what he intended to do next was an act of absolute forbidden heresy. He would forge a new mana circle, not in his heart, but within his own brain. He was being reborn as a mage, and as magic began to circulate through his mind, the all-consuming pain started to fade. It had been so intense, so absolute, that the boy had been certain death was upon him. He had nearly surrendered to the darkness when a whisper cut through the silence, a voice so close it felt like hands cupping his ears. "Can you hear me, child of the future?" it asked. In a flash of insight, our protagonist realized it was the voice from the book. He could feel a profound change rippling through his body, as if the very spirits of mana were dancing in harmony within his soul. He could perceive their joy, their silent songs a blessing for his rebirth. Only then, with this new awareness, did he open his eyes. Finding himself sprawled on the floor, he shot to his feet, his mind reeling as he tried to grasp if he was truly still alive, until his gaze landed on the book beside him, which now lay open of its own accord. As he examined its contents, he saw that pages that had once been completely blank were now filled with elegant, shimmering script. The voice from within grew clearer, congratulating him for taking his first true step on a new path. Then, the voice revealed its name. "I am Idrit." In that singular moment, the legend of our protagonist truly began. The mysterious voice declared it would bequeath all of its profound magical knowledge to him, its chosen successor. "From this day forward," the voice proclaimed, "you are my disciple." Those words filled the protagonist with a pure, overwhelming joy. Several days passed after that fateful night. On the surface, within the hallowed halls of the academy, classes proceeded as normally as ever. But the boy was utterly lost within the pages of the mysterious tome. As new annotations bloomed across its pages, he had never dreamed that the path of magic could feel so exhilarating. The book, Idrit, was a wellspring of profound knowledge, and within its secrets, he discovered a chilling truth: mana possessed a malevolent will of its very own. For most mages, when that raw energy touched their minds, its will would violently clash with their own, a conflict that inevitably shattered their sanity and drove them to madness. Yet, the boy was an exception. His own force of will was a fortress, strong enough to dominate the will of mana and keep his mind from fracturing under the immense pressure. And in that moment, everything clicked into place. He finally understood why the AI systems always failed him. His own mind was instinctively rejecting the chip's intrusion. Just as he was lost in these revelations, the professor's voice cut through the silence of the classroom, demanding their attention. An examination for the second-year students was imminent. But this exam would be different. A new, unforgiving rule was being introduced. A hush fell over the students, every single one of them now listening with bated breath. The decree was simple and brutal. Any student who failed to meet the minimum required standard would be immediately expelled from the academy. This harsh measure, he announced, was a personal proposal from the head of the powerful Sinclair family. At the mention of that name, our protagonist's expression hardened. A smirk crossed the face of a class bully, who felt a wave of relief. It was high time they purged the dead weight. Even the professor made no effort to conceal his own satisfaction with the new rule. Our hero, however, fell deeper into thought, his mind racing to understand the true intentions behind his own father's proposal. As twilight painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, the students began to file out of the academy. Their day's lessons concluded. He knew that renting a simulation station for practice was a luxury he could barely afford. The facility he'd used before charged a staggering 200,000 credits an hour, a price far beyond his current means. Despite the cost, he steeled his resolve and walked through the doors, where he was met by the familiar face of the receptionist. He requested a station for a single hour, and the receptionist casually inquired if he would be training alone. He gave a quiet confirmation. With a professional nod, she handed him a key card, directing him toward a room 14, where, she explained, he would find all the necessary instructions. But he already knew the routine, his hands moving with familiarity. The receptionist recognized him. Of course, he was a Sinclair, after all, and yet she couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the young man, the one who was famously incompatible with the AI. Stepping inside the stark training room, he left her thoughts behind. The simulation sequence initiated, and the air shimmered as the wolf challenge began. In an instant, several monstrous forms materialized from pure light, surrounding him. Though they were mere constructs of data, their snarling fury felt terrifyingly real. These were designated as low-level monsters, but their appearance was anything but tame. Facing a pack of 10 at once was a daunting task. The Academy's average completion time for this challenge was a precise 12 minutes and 33 seconds. But he was no longer the same Mage. Ever since he'd reformed his mana circle, he had been training relentlessly, guided by the ancient wisdom of Idrit. This was the perfect crucible to test his progress, to truly discover the limits of what his new mana circle was capable of. Wasting not a single second, he unleashed his power, summoning the infinite circle that now pulsed with energy around his entire body as the digitized beast lunged. The digital monsters swarmed him, their attacks a blur of motion, but with a flick of his wrist, the boy conjured a shimmering barrier of water to shield himself. As he held the barrier against their assault, he felt the flow of his own power. Its speed and strength, it was truly incredible, a sensation so potent it was almost hard to believe. A conventional mage channeled their power through a single mana circle located in their heart, a system designed specifically for AI compatibility. But our protagonist had transcended that limit. He could now use his entire body as a conduit, channeling mana directly through his mind. His true latent potential was finally, explosively, unleashed. He could now weave magical circles with breathtaking speed. Yet, a calm voice echoed in his mind, the wisdom of Idrit, warning him not to be impressed by such a minor feat. This was only the beginning. He had a long and arduous road of training ahead. The infinite circle, it explained, was merely the first stepping stone in the ancient and powerful paternal style of magic. His control over magic now hinged on the vivid images he could conjure within the theater of his mind. Such were the principles laid out in the Heart's Intention, the first tome of the Biteo School of Magic, and all too quickly, his reserved hour slipped away. As he departed the training facility, the receptionist offered a polite thank you, encouraging him to return soon. The attendant, tasked with cleaning room 14, was merely counting the minutes until he could go home, but a spark of curiosity about the so-called renegade genius led him to uncover some truly astonishing data. The records showed he had vanquished the magical constructs in under 7 minutes, a time that rivaled world-class competitors. A feat so unbelievable the attendant could only assume it was a fraud. Perhaps the training device had malfunctioned. It was the only explanation that made sense, justifying his earlier dismissive behavior. Meanwhile, on the path back to his dorm, our hero's confidence began to soar. This was the very beginning of his own legend. Yet the first step, forming his primary mana circle, was an incredibly demanding process. The teachings within the ancient tome defied everything he had ever learned, describing mana not as an external force, but as an extension of oneself, your very arms and legs. It was your heart and your mind, a force that must move in perfect harmony with your will. Yet finding concrete meaning in such poetic, abstract words was a profound challenge. It was like trying to grasp a phantom, to capture something that didn't seem to exist in the physical world at all. This struggle was known to all mages throughout history as the barrier of enlightenment, the moment they confront the absolute limits of their understanding. And so, trusting the ancient text, he resolved to focus his entire being on a single task, circulating mana through every fiber of his body. He poured himself into the practice with feverish dedication, yet a nagging doubt remained. 10 grueling hours had passed, and he questioned if this relentless effort would ever be enough. Under normal circumstances, such exertion would have rendered him unconscious from sheer exhaustion, but miraculously, he persisted. As a new day dawned, he made his way to the academy, same as any other day. When a familiar voice called out, it was his friend, offering a cheerful greeting. His friend's smile faltered upon seeing the profound exhaustion etched onto his face, prompting a concerned question about his well-being. For our protagonist, however, this was the price of his new path. Concentrating on mana circulation was an immense strain, one he had to master quickly. At just 12 years old, he had effortlessly reached the second circle, earning the title of a prodigy. Now he was struggling to manifest even a single solitary circle within his mind. His thoughts were consumed with finding a way forward, knowing that shattering the barrier of enlightenment was the only key to his progression. He could still hear his father's voice echoing those very words, a painful reminder of a time when the man still held expectations for his son. Perfection is but a chain, a falsehood born from human arrogance. Once, they were just words, but now, they resonated with a powerful newfound meaning. As he settled into meditation once more, something shifted. His awareness turned completely inward, focusing with laser-like precision on the universe within his own body. A current of energy began to tingle through his hands and feet, a direct response to the thought, my heart and my mind must move as I command. He was beginning to understand a fundamental truth. A liberated imagination is the very key to casting spells without the crutch of a chant. This was the very process the biochip was designed to simplify for mages, a solid but artificial technique. But now, the boy was learning to wield his own thoughts with that same freedom. He found he could create objects of pure energy that shifted and flowed at his command, completely untethered from the rigid structures of traditional magic. And with this new understanding, he conjured a flock of brilliant firebirds that danced in the air around him. A spectacular feat given he possessed only a single, newly formed circle. The effort was utterly draining, threatening to consume him, but the result was nothing short of breathtaking. He was no longer just knocking on the door, he was actively shattering the barrier of enlightenment. In that moment, he was soaring to heights he'd never imagined possible. Just as the classroom door creaked open, revealing one of his professors, informing him that he had a visitor, a wave of confusion washed over him. Who would travel all this way just to see him as they paced down the long hall toward the meeting room? The professor revealed the guest's identity. It was the boy's father, who was already waiting for him in the visitor's lounge. With a formal nod, the professor announced that he had brought the boy as requested. The patriarch then turned, his gaze heavy and analytical as he examined the son he had not seen in some time, sensing the weight of a private family matter. The professor quietly excused himself, leaving the two of them alone in the tense silence. Once they were seated, the patriarch immediately addressed his son's time at the academy. Noting with disapproval that he had clearly stopped taking his prescribed medicine, the boy calmly explained that things had changed, that he had experienced a breakthrough and made significant progress in his magical abilities. This news brought no joy to the patriarch, only deep disappointment, as he saw his son still chasing what he believed to be a hopeless dream. Unwavering, the protagonist declared his true ambition to become the greatest mage of the current era. The words, dripping with arrogance, caused the patriarch to stare icily at his son. But he found not the slightest hint of hesitation in the boy's eyes. With a deep, weary sigh, he stated that his son had already wasted an entire year and that it was time for him to face the cold, hard truth of his situation. It didn't matter how desperately he tried or what small victories he might achieve without compatibility with the AI. He could never hope to become a decent mage. He did, however, possess a unique talent, a sharp mind that could be dedicated to the study of magical theory. Even for someone as ill-suited for practical magic as him, that talent could be put to good use in a quiet, scholarly life. The boy completely ignored this proposed path, reiterating that he would never give up on magic. He refused to live an ordinary life or depend on his family's name and his father's influence. His goals, he revealed, were far grander than that. He intended to become the next head of the Midas family. The shocking declaration stunned the patriarch into silence before he coldly replied that neither greatness nor leadership is achieved through ambition alone. A confident, almost defiant smile spread across the boy's face. He vowed that he would prove his worth. This only fueled his father's skepticism. Who knew his son was on the very verge of being expelled from the academy? But the boy then laid down his challenge. He would place among the top 10 students in the upcoming final exam. If he failed, he would abandon his dream, leave the academy, and become a theoretical mage just as his father wished. However, if he succeeded, his father would have to acknowledge his power and promise him the full and unwavering support of their family in the future. The wager only deepened the old man's concern, making him fear that his son's recent progress had bred a dangerous, unwarranted confidence. With the terms set, there was nothing more to be said. He rose to leave, telling his son he hoped this challenge would not be just another meaningless failure. He left the boy alone, deep in thought, his resolve now forged into something harder than steel. A few more days slipped by, and the routine of classes continued until the professor stood before them, ready to announce the nature of their final evaluation. A buzz of excitement filled the room as students began to whisper. The prevailing rumor was that it would be a duel between classmates. The test, the professor confirmed, would be a single elimination tournament, set to begin in just 3 days. And as is so often the case in stories of sudden development, this test would be held before a live audience. The news sent a thrill through a certain pompous rival, who was still blissfully ignorant of his role as a mere stepping stone. The professor simply wished them all the best of luck. And all he knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that his moment had finally arrived. Word of the upcoming duels blazed through the academy, fanned by the revelation that even the revered members of the Magic Tower would be in attendance. He understood the weight of this moment. Their presence would turn a simple exam into a spectacle of immense consequence. The Magic Tower's involvement naturally drew the eyes of the media, for they were no mere organization, but a council formed from the 12 most powerful mages on the planet, wielding influence comparable to entire nations. Joining their ranks was the ultimate aspiration for every aspiring mage, and it was in this charged atmosphere that his old rival, Caden, chose to make his appearance. Caden approached with a look of feigned concern, casually asking how Ollie had been faring. Ollie offered no reply, choosing instead to mask the storm of emotions brewing within. This rival, Caden, hailed from a wealthy and influential family, his talent matched only by his arrogance, and as fate would have it, their names were drawn to face one another in the very first round of the examination. Attempting to land the first blow before the duel even began, Caden sneered that Ollie was utterly finished, promising to finally claim his revenge for the humiliation of 5 years past. The memory of that day resurfaced the final match of the junior division tournament. Caden had suffered a crushing, undeniable defeat at Ollie's hands. Upon discovering Ollie had become a pariah, he had relentlessly exploited that fact, taunting him with the promise of his inevitable expulsion. Now, Caden was practically giddy with the opportunity to personally deliver the final blow. He vowed to make the beating so severe that Ollie would crawl home in tears. But Ollie met his threats with unshakable confidence, wearing a calm smile that held the lethal certainty of a perfectly laid trap. He simply stated that he wouldn't be the one leaving in tears, for all his bluster. Caden's composure was paper thin, with absolutely no defense against a well-aimed taunt. It wasn't long before their heated exchange began to draw a crowd of curious onlookers. Caden scoffed, declaring that All must have lost his mind, likely suffering from some delusion brought on by his fall from grace. He spat that Ollie clearly didn't grasp the reality of his situation, promising a defeat so thorough it would feel like he'd been turned inside out. But Ollie remained entirely unfazed by the venomous words. He recalled, with a sense of clarity, that Caden had acted in precisely the same manner 5 years ago, and in the end, he had lost spectacularly. It seemed that while the years had passed for them both, Caden's skills had remained stubbornly stagnant. With his tolerance for insults being virtually non-existent, a genuine, uncontrolled rage began to boil to the surface in Caden. He was moments away from throwing a punch, but Ollie, ever the strategist, offered a disarming apology for hurting his feelings, while subtly branding him a coward. Wow. This final jab sent Caden over the edge. He lunged forward, grabbing All by the collar, spitting childish insults, calling him a fool. But Ollie's wit was a far sharper weapon. He calmly stated that in order to fall, one must first reach a certain height, a feat Caden had never managed in his entire life. Besides, he added, once a genius, always a genius. That was the fundamental truth that separated them, a lesson he promised to teach Caden personally during their upcoming duel. With his final word hanging in the air, Owl turned and walked away, completely composed. Caden, however, was visibly unraveling, chewing his nails in a frantic rhythm, his fragile ego utterly demolished. His mind was now consumed with a single desire to see Ollie burn to ash. Word of the confrontation, and of All, began to ripple through the academy. The return of the genius, the fallen prodigy, the ultimate dark horse. The whispers and headlines gave him many names. As he read the reports, Aule noted that Caden was also getting press, a natural consequence of his family's wealth and influence. And knowing Caden's volatile personality, Aule was certain his rival would not take this public humiliation lying down. Whispers and anticipation filled the air. Many were eager to witness the prodigy's return in the upcoming exam. For him, however, this mounting pressure was not a burden, but an opportunity. He craved the spotlight, the adulation of his peers, as he lost himself in visions of a triumphant victory. The sharp ring of his phone shattered the fantasy. He answered. It was his father. The young man assured him he'd already seen the day's sensational news, telling the old patriarch not to concern himself with the details. He boasted that a new lion now ruled the mountain. But his father, knowing his son's nature all too well, was not so easily convinced. He cut straight to the heart of it, asking if his son was the architect of this public spectacle. The boy admitted it freely, confirming he had deliberately provoked the fool to manipulate the media's attention. A wave of regret washed over the patriarch, recalling their previous conversation. They had allowed this challenge to proceed, not out of faith in their son's victory, but from a desperate belief that their family name could not possibly be stained by defeat. Despite the young man's unshakable confidence, his own father held no such faith. In his heart, he did not believe his son could win. And now the family's pristine reputation was on the line. The son argued that public opinion had already written him off, so any damage to their name would be minimal. But this flimsy excuse offered no comfort to his disappointed father, who knew that wherever his son walked, the shadow of their family name would inevitably follow. The young man knew this, but the allure of the potential reward was too great. He insisted the gamble was worth the prize. Hearing this, the old man could only wonder if his son had taken leave of his senses, for he couldn't fathom what benefit could possibly come from this reckless stunt. The benefit, the young man declared, was himself. He would emerge from this a mage of unparalleled power, a legend etched into the annals of history. His father dismissed it as the fevered dream of an arrogant youth, as if his son already saw himself as an equal to the revered tower mages. Seeing no way to pierce through this wall of delusion, he finally relented. But his permission came with a chilling condition: if the boy brought shame to their name, he must be prepared to face the consequences. And with that cold finality, the call ended. Yet our protagonist felt more certain than ever, for the grand stage for his masterpiece was now perfectly set. The day of the reckoning finally dawned. The arena was a sea of faces, a massive crowd buzzing with anticipation. Among them, the hungry eyes of journalists and the flashing bulbs of photographers. Thanks to his family name, our protagonist was the undeniable center of attention. His rivals sneered, asking if he'd enjoyed the article. He relished the thought of humiliating the popular prodigy before this massive audience, vowing there wouldn't be enough time for him to even begin a single incantation. A calm, knowing smile played on our hero's lips. He replied that he was not the one destined to lose this day, and that he was, in fact, deeply grateful to his rival for unknowingly playing his part in the plan so perfectly. Despite the fool's relentless taunts, he remained utterly unfazed, dismissing his opponent as a mere nobody before promising to bring this fight to a swift and decisive end. This blatant disrespect sent his rival into a blind rage, certain his opponent had lost his mind. Then, the protagonist raised a single finger, making a declaration that silenced the arena. He would claim victory with a simple first circle spell. Every soul in the packed Obelisk Academy arena heard the audacious promise. The prodigy's words hung in the air, heavy with challenge, before the eyes of thousands. His rival could do nothing but let his fury consume him. He could not tolerate such humiliation from someone he considered utter trash. Little did he know, this day would be the start of a long and expensive relationship with a therapist. This was to be the first duel. The referee's signal cut through the tension, and the battle began. The first move, however, came from his opponent. Bathed in the light of 1,000 stares, our gloriously narcissistic protagonist was more than ready for his moment to shine, and it took him but an instant to grasp the full picture of the unfolding scene. The summoned fireball sailed harmlessly past his target, not even grazing our hero. His all-consuming rage to destroy the protagonist caused the chip embedded in his neck to dangerously overheat. This time, he would unleash a third circle spell explosion, a move our protagonist had been anticipating with an unnerving calm. The cataclysmic force of the spell ripped through the arena, shrouding everything in a thick cloud of dust and debris. Within the blinding chaos, the outcome was unknown. The arrogant fool began to gloat, certain of his inevitable victory. But his triumphant monologue was cut short by a chilling sight. Victory was not his. Emerging from the smoke, his opponent stood before him, his clothes pristine, his body without a single scratch. Consumed by a furious disbelief, he desperately prepared an even greater spell to claim his win. He hurled a barrage of fireballs toward our hero, who remained utterly unfazed, calmly gathering water in the palm of his hand. He fashioned a shimmering barrier that effortlessly neutralized the fiery assault. Yet the deluded fool refused to accept the futility of his attacks. Worse still, he had to face the humiliating truth that every single one had been deflected with almost insulting ease. From the shadows, a mysterious figure observed the duel. Noting something truly bizarre, the young man was casting first circle spells without a single incantation. His secretary leaned in, questioning why he had gone to the trouble of rearranging his entire schedule just to spectate a student duel, and asked if he knew anything about the magic of the boy named Ayo. The man confessed he knew nothing, his only information coming from a newspaper article heralding the return of a long-lost prodigy. He claimed it was mere curiosity, but his secretary was far from convinced. After all, if word got out that the head of the Blue Magic Tower, a legendary 8-circle mage, was personally attending a student match, it would send shockwaves through the entire magical community. Attempting to placate her, the man, Kim, assured his secretary he was well aware of the risks, which is precisely why they were hidden away in a private viewing box. As his gaze remained fixed on the battle below, the door to their room slid open. Kim turned and offered a polite greeting to the newcomer, though he was clearly surprised to see this particular individual here. Down in the arena, our protagonist remained the eye of the storm, a picture of perfect calm. The same could not be said for his opponent, who was spiraling into madness after seeing his ultimate spell nullified by a mere first circle technique. He desperately replayed the moment in his mind, trying to comprehend the impossible. His opponent's casting speed, it was inhumanly fast. As if reading his thoughts, our hero broke the silence, asking if he was curious, but the question only fueled the rage of his opponent's shattered ego. He roared for him to shut up, vowing he would die on the very next attack, utterly blind to the chasm in power that lay between them. And so, The fool unleashed the exact same attack once more, triggering another massive explosion upon impact. By repeating the same action, he somehow expected a different result, only for reality to deliver another brutal, unforgiving blow. As the dust settled to reveal his opponent still standing, completely unharmed, the protagonist's own patience finally began to wear thin. Now, it was his turn to attack. He launched a wind spear that forced the arrogant mage to dive for his life, the blade of air narrowly missing his head. The strike was so close it nearly gave him an unwanted haircut. Not only had he failed to land a single blow, but he hadn't even registered that his adversary had seamlessly switched from water to wind magic. Still, he clung to his pride, muttering that he could never lose to simple first circle spells. Our protagonist, however, had a different prediction he would lose, and the defeat would be utterly humiliating. He unleashed another spear of wind, forcing his opponent to hastily conjure a magical shield. As his defense held, a flicker of hope ignited in the fool's eyes, and with a surge of false confidence, he began to taunt our hero. He sneered, warning that mere casting speed was nothing to be proud of. But unfortunately for him, his words would be his last. His taunts died in his throat as a new volley of wind spears sliced through the air, one piercing his arm and leaving him stunned by the impossible speed of the assault. Desperation clawed at him. He had to know what arcane secret his opponent was wielding. And he wasn't alone. Every spectator in the arena was desperate for the same answer. As a small sphere of wind materialized in our hero's palm, he spoke, his voice laced with contempt. "Your ignorance is so profound, it's almost terrifying. Allow me to educate you." The sphere then morphed, taking the elegant form of a small bird that shot towards its witless target. The fool was bewildered. What was this spell? A wind spear wasn't supposed to have a secondary strike capability. But our protagonist coolly confirmed his fears, stating that he could shape his magic however he pleased. It was now up to the fool to survive, as 4 of these ethereal birds danced through the air, closing in on their prey. The hapless mage believed another shield would suffice, only to be staggered by the sheer, unexpected force of the impacts. He clung to the hope that if he could just weather this storm, victory could still be his, until a searing pain erupted in his back. One of the magical birds had changed its course, circumventing his shield entirely, and our hero's verbal assault was just as relentless. He jeered that the fool was trembling like a leaf in a storm, promising that this little lesson had only just begun. More wind birds materialized, forcing the desperate mage into a frantic retreat. Creating distance was now his only strategy for survival. He knew that magic had its limits, a finite range. If he could just get far enough away, he reasoned, the attacks would never reach him. Our hero merely smiled, acknowledging that his opponent's decision was, in fact, a rather clever one. And for that very reason, it was time to change the game. He brought his hands together, and a powerful gale began to swirl within the arena walls. The raw power was terrifying to behold, and the fool's courage utterly shattered. His composure was the first casualty of this overwhelming assault. From the vortex, an even larger, more majestic wind bird took shape, radiating immense power that left the leader of the Blue Tower thoroughly impressed. This prodigy wasn't just casting with inhuman speed, he was actively altering the trajectory of his spells after they were launched. It was a feat considered truly exceptional, and in that moment, the identity of a mysterious, powerful figure in the stands was finally revealed. He was none other than our hero's father, the current head of the esteemed Midas family, an 8th Circle Mage. His aide confirmed what they were all witnessing. The young prodigy's magic was defying the very laws that governed their own, as the standardized open-source magic system follows. Certain predefined criteria. A reverse slash, for instance, has a maximum range of 38 meters, and its path can be altered only once. In essence, standardized magic is shackled by its pre-established parameters, and in the modern era, duels between mages have become elaborate games of chess, where each side predicts the other's moves based on these known limitations. But our hero was playing a different game entirely. He simply ignored the constraints of modern magic, and with devastating force, his great wind spear found its mark. The impact was so immense it shattered the very stone of the arena floor, leaving the defeated mage staring in disbelief at the absolute ruin he was in. With a calm and knowing gaze, our protagonist declared that his opponent gravely underestimated the power held within a simple one-circle spell. He explained a chilling truth. Once you've exhausted yourself with grand flashy magic, even something as light as a feather can become a fatal weapon. His opponent, however, hadn't anticipated a lecture mid-combat. Utterly confused, he could only materialize a small puddle of water in his hands. To illustrate his point, our protagonist effortlessly cast a one-circle spell, explaining that the principle of the feather applies just as lethally to the world of magic. You don't need complexity to claim a life. And with those haunting words, a sphere of water materialized and swiftly enveloped the fool's head, instantly cutting off his air supply. While every student's uniform generates a protective magical barrier, it seemed this defense was tragically insufficient to prevent his opponent's agonizing struggle for breath. He crumpled to the ground, his body convulsing in a desperate, silent plea for air. As victory became undeniable, a stunned silence fell over the entire arena. Our protagonist had won. He didn't need to lift another finger. He turned his gaze to the referee, his expression unreadable. "The outcome is decided," he stated coolly. "Must I continue?" Snapping out of his stupor, the referee declared the match over, his voice echoing as he announced the victor to the silent crowd. Cyrus, the arrogant fool, had to be carried from the arena, too weak to even stand on his own 2 feet. Meanwhile, our protagonist turned and walked away with a quiet confidence, his objective perfectly accomplished. He glanced down at his hand, a flicker of a smile on his lips. It had been far too long since he'd savored the deeply satisfying thrill of a hard-won victory. In that moment, he was once again the formidable mage he was always meant to be. Elsewhere, the head of the Blue Tower paced the halls, his mind replaying the incredible display he had just witnessed. This was, without a doubt, the return of a true prodigy. A spark of intense curiosity lit his eyes. He had to know more about this young man. In the corridors, our protagonist's best friend sprinted towards him, beaming with excitement after hearing the news of his stunning victory. He was bursting with questions about his training, marveling at the intricate dance of the wind spears and their flawless coordination. With a sly grin, our protagonist asked if he truly wanted to know the secret behind it all. His friend's yes was immediate and enthusiastic. Leaning in conspiratorially, he whispered that he would tell him everything, but it had to remain a secret between them. Then, pulling out his phone, a thoughtful look crossed his face as he wondered aloud if Juno had been watching the broadcast. It turned out the interview he gave moments after the match was already making waves online. The entire magic community was buzzing, desperate to understand the automatic casting he had demonstrated and demanding an explanation for the unbelievable feat they had all witnessed. They were also clamoring to know how he'd altered the spear's trajectories mid-flight. Just then, the head of the Blue Tower approached, calmly stating that he held the answers they sought. The sight of this powerful figure rendered our protagonist momentarily speechless with surprise. He never imagined he would come face to face with the legendary Ice Demon King. Kim acknowledged that he had watched the duel and was thoroughly intrigued. He theorized that the boy had used a 4-circle spell known as Memorize. To demonstrate, he effortlessly summoned a swirling vortex of fire in the palm of his hand. The surrounding reporters were instantly mesmerized. Kim explained that Memorize allows a mage to preload a spell for instantaneous casting. A reporter quickly asked the obvious question if it was so powerful. Why wasn't it a more common technique? Kim revealed its critical limitation. Memorize only functions with spells 3 circles lower than the caster's own power. He then turned to our protagonist, a knowing look in his eyes, and asked, "Am I correct?" The young mage could only nod, a look of revelation on his face. "You've hit the nail on the head," he admitted, having struggled to put words to the intuitive process, but that explanation was nothing short of perfect. A reporter's voice cut through the murmurs, demanding to know if the rumors were true. Was this boy truly a 4-circle mage? Once again, Kim stepped in, shielding the young prodigy from the verbal onslaught. With unwavering confidence, he confirmed their wildest speculation the prodigy had indeed reached the 4th level of mastery. Camera flashes erupted like a storm as the press descended, their questions a barrage of disbelief and awe. Reaching the 4th circle at his age was not merely an achievement, it was unprecedented, with Kim's powerful endorsement silencing any doubt. Even his closest friend, caught between astonishment and pride, had to ask if it was all real, his mind racing with 1,000 questions. But the press wasn't satisfied. A new question sliced through the air, one that struck at the very core of their understanding. How had he defied the fundamental laws of open-source magic? Kim faltered, searching for a logical explanation where there was none. But just as he struggled, the boy himself stepped forward, his voice calm amidst the chaos. He explained that bypassing the rules was, in his eyes, surprisingly simple. All one had to do was alter the very formula of the spell itself. The statement sent a shockwave through the crowd, leaving Kim utterly speechless. Altering a spell's formula was considered an absolute impossibility, a fool's errand. It was the magical equivalent of bolting wings onto a car and expecting it to soar through the heavens, a theoretical possibility, perhaps, but a feat no one had ever truly achieved. In that moment, a staggering thought crossed Kim's mind. If this boy's unique talent could somehow synergize with the AI, his future would be boundless. Meanwhile, the protagonist, unfazed by the implications, was patiently explaining the intricacies of his method to the captivated reporters. He called it modified magic spells born from his rewritten arcane code. From the sidelines, another powerful figure, Chin, watched the scene unfold. His interest in the boy sharpened into a deep fascination. What he was witnessing was not just a clever trick, it was a revolution that could reshape the entire world of magic. The very foundations of their arcane knowledge had been fractured. This revelation was the heart of the story, the headline that would echo for generations. Yet, his best friend remained skeptical, his mind reeling as he tried to reconcile the boy he knew with the legend being born before his very eyes. But beneath the disbelief, a powerful current of joy surged through him. His friend had emerged victorious, and that was all that truly mattered. He excused himself and headed back to his dorm, knowing he needed to prepare. The opponent he would face on the morrow was said to be a true challenge. As his friend departed, our protagonist was left to wonder, his thoughts drifting to the mysterious challenger who awaited. The next day, the Academy's arena roared to life once more. But as the duels began, a shadow of concern fell over our protagonist. His friend was clearly in trouble. He was facing a truly formidable adversary. From his seat in the stands, our hero's gaze locked onto the opponent, and he knew instantly who she was. She was the picture of an elite prodigy, the kind of brilliantly talented, blonde-haired duelist you read about in legends. Her name was Adelaide. Even as he watched, she was already weaving another complex spell, a prodigy of her family who carried the honor of two nations. Hailing from both France and Korea, her striking blonde hair and piercing blue eyes were as renowned as her unique and devastating magic. And for that uniqueness, there was a secret: she wielded lunar elemental magic, an arcane art passed down exclusively through her family's bloodline. His friend was completely outmatched. Without a moment's hesitation, Adelaide unleashed another assault, sending him crashing to the arena floor. It was a brutal, decisive display of power. The match was over in a flash, with the girl declared the undisputed winner. Through it all, our protagonist's eyes never left the duel, his focus absolute as he analyzed her secret technique, a dangerous fusion of both light and shadow. Crucially, it wasn't registered in the open source database, which meant its true power and range were a terrifying unknown. He knew with chilling certainty that facing her would be an immense challenge. And in that same moment, a cold sensation crept up his spine, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. A piercing gaze from the blonde girl followed him, making him wonder if this intense scrutiny was truly real. Later, he found his friend, who was still reeling from the sting of defeat. Despite the outcome, our hero praised him for his valiant effort, but the words of comfort couldn't penetrate his friend's despair. He had never expected to draw one of the fiercest opponents in the very first round. Shaking off his melancholy, he asked if our protagonist had secured victory in his second match, to which he confirmed he had. This meant they now knew the identity of his next challenger. Their discussion, however, was cut short by the French girl, who approached to offer her own condolences. He thanked her sincerely for her kindness, but it was clear to everyone that her true focus, her undivided attention, was on someone else. Our protagonist could feel the weight of her stare, a look that seemed to recognize the path he was on, the true path of a mage, a destiny that, in her eyes, should never have been abandoned. As they stood there, she finally revealed the true reason for her enrollment at the academy, implying that he was the key to fulfilling her ultimate goal. You see, our protagonist and this girl, Adela, shared a history that began long before they walked these hallowed halls. Their families were intimately connected, leading to countless encounters throughout their childhood, forging a bond not of friendship, but of relentless, fiery rivalry. Adela had even abandoned her prestigious studies in France for the sole purpose of finally surpassing him. But everything crumbled the day he was declared completely incompatible with AI, and a wall of silence had stood between them ever since. The news was a crushing blow to her, as the rival who had defined her entire existence had vanished. In a gentle, almost mournful tone, he suggested that it was pointless for her to still see him as a summit to conquer. Adela dismissed his words with a sharp glare, declaring that their upcoming duel would be the only proof that mattered. His friend watched this tense exchange with growing dread, uncertain if our hero was truly prepared for what was to come. His carefree reply only deepened that worry, as it was clear he was ignorant of the rumors. His friend had to break the news that girl Adela was his next opponent in the tournament. The moment the reality of the situation sank in, a flicker of concern crossed our protagonist's face. This was a confrontation he had never expected. Finally, on the day of the competition, Adela stood in the arena, her expression a mask of pure, unyielding determination, poised to settle their lifelong rivalry once and for all. Yet, Aiden had still not appeared in the arena. Jealous whispers began to snake through the audience, with students speculating that he had run away, paralyzed by fear. They sneered that he was all bravado, and that when faced with a battle he couldn't win. He chose to forfeit. Indeed, his delay had stretched beyond reason, prompting the referee to enter the arena to deliver the official verdict. Adela was to be declared the victor due to her opponent's forfeit. It was at that precise moment that a panicked shout echoed as Aiden burst onto the scene. He gasped out an apology for his lateness. The referee, visibly annoyed, demanded to know the reason for his extreme tardiness. He declared that any explanation could wait. As a penalty, Aiden would receive no time to recover. The match would begin immediately. The referee ordered the competitors to take their starting positions. Adela's eyes bored into her rival, demanding to know why he had kept her waiting. Aiden casually replied that it was nothing serious, claiming he was just making a few special preparations for their battle. Adela's expression flickered with intrigue at his answer, acknowledging her immense power. Our protagonist confirmed that facing her required extraordinary measures, but his words did little to convince the girl, who couldn't believe he could have prepared anything meaningful in just one day. Yet, a profound certainty settled within her. The opponent standing before her was not the same man she had faced just yesterday. He had transformed. Perhaps now, at long last, she would witness the true, terrifying power he kept concealed. Ayul's words echoed in her mind, a piece of advice he had offered her. He had warned her to unleash everything from the very beginning if she harbored any hope of victory. She seemed to take his counsel to heart, coalescing a searing sphere of energy between her palms before pointing her fingers directly at him. She prepared to unleash a torrent of fire, the flames materializing at her fingertips like the glowing muzzles of a mystical firearm, weaving additional magic circles. She masterfully multiplied the spell into a deadly volley. As the fireball streaked toward him, our protagonist calmly erected a shimmering barrier of wind, effortlessly deflecting the assault. In response, Adela commanded the earth, causing a colossal spike to erupt from the ground. In the next instant, a web of fractures spiderwebbed across the arena floor. The fissures raced towards him, threatening to engulf him in a violent explosion from below. To evade the blast, he was forced to leap high into the air. Adela's eyes gleamed with predatory focus, suspended in midair. He was a perfect, vulnerable target. She had to seize this golden opportunity, her next attack already primed to strike him down. He, however, was acutely aware of his precarious situation. His defenses appeared to be shattered. At least that's what any ordinary mage would have concluded. But our protagonist was anything but ordinary. In a breathtaking display of control, he conjured a solid barrier directly beneath his feet, creating a stable platform out of thin air. A wave of awe washed over the spectators, stunned by such a high-level technique. Even his rival, Adela, was shocked as he turned a defensive spell into a foothold, a move that revealed the sheer brilliance of his tactical genius. He remained unchanged, a prodigy with a peerless aptitude for magic and a strategic mind that few could ever hope to possess. To overcome the secrets of the moon techniques, our hero would have to unleash his entire arsenal, and if necessary, he would call upon the sun itself to join the fray. A blinding, brilliant light began to emanate from him, so intense it seared Adela's vision, forcing her to shield her eyes. As she struggled to see through the glare, she began to wonder in disbelief if it could possibly be true sunlight. Through the haze, she saw our protagonist, positioned directly in front of her. Every instinct screamed that a devastating attack was coming. Reacting in an instant, she summoned a massive shield of pure magical energy. Our protagonist was now poised to deliver a decisive blow. The very air around him swirled and condensed, forming a magnificent sword of wind in his hands. He brought the ethereal blade crashing down against the shield she had summoned, pressing his assault with relentless, overwhelming force. He was impossibly wielding first circle spells against her third circle defenses. When his attack failed to shatter the barrier, Adela began to suspect the boy was being far too cautious. He landed gracefully back on the arena floor, presenting Adela with what she believed was a new opportunity to launch a decisive counterattack. But the moment she tried to move, a cold dread seized her. One of her feet refused to budge. She hadn't even noticed. While her focus was on defending against his aerial assault, her foot had been completely encased and immobilized. recognizing it as a subtle form of earth manipulation. Her mind raced, desperately trying to calculate when her opponent could have possibly cast it. Perhaps it was the very instant his feet touched the ground again. If that were true, his speed wasn't just incredible, it was inhuman. The blonde girl's eyes could barely track his movements, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, as her mind reeled, our protagonist had already closed the distance, appearing at her flank, perfectly positioned to continue his offensive and end the battle. He unleashed a torrent of water magic to press his attack, but the girl instantly shattered the spell that had trapped her foot to the arena floor. However, the maneuver had bought our protagonist just enough time to summon several spheres of water, launching them all in a relentless barrage. Once again, Adela was forced to rely on her magical barrier to remain in the fight, finding herself being heavily outmatched by her cunning rival. Even in the heat of combat, she was struck with awe at her opponent's incredible ability to command so many different elements. Her mind flashed back to Kim's words about our protagonist, who had used a fourth circle spell, memorization. This had led her to believe he was limited to only first circle spells and full of confidence. She was certain she could not lose to such weak magic. But while she was lost in thought, something sliced through the air with incredible speed, landing beside her with a thunderous crack. The impact startled her, as she hadn't detected any breach in her defenses, leading her to assume he had concealed one of his wind techniques. It had to be a modified spell, one that used the blinding glare of the sun for cover. Frankly, that final attack was a complete enigma. It landed nowhere near the blonde mage, yet she reacted as if she had been dealt a final, decisive blow. It was an astonishing sight. Adela crumbled to the ground, her gaze fixed on her victorious opponent. Aiden stared down at her, his voice cold as he asked if she had forgotten who she was fighting. Clenching her fists in a storm of fury, Adela seemed completely unable to process the outcome of the battle. From the viewing box, the secretary was visibly impressed by the boy's combat instincts. As was her superior, the entire strategy had begun the moment he dodged the girl's earth needle. Everything that followed had been meticulously planned. He had intentionally launched himself into the air, baiting Adela into continuing her assault, all while using the blinding sunlight to obscure his opponent's vision. Through memorization, he had delayed the activation of one of his wind lances. After landing, he masterfully kept her attention fixed on him, preventing her from ever looking up. He even immobilized her foot as a final misdirection, ensuring she would completely forget the threat that lingered in the sky. When the perfect moment arrived, the final wind lance struck his target. It was a dramatic conclusion. Though the superior knew the boy's strategy wasn't flawless, still, he praised the young mage's efforts. He was, without question, a truly great first circle mage. However, the protagonist's father remained pensive, because even with these astounding victories, his son was still confined to the first circle. Their gazes returned to the arena, where it seemed the fight was not yet over. The two young combatants were on their feet again, locked in an intense, unwavering stare. The protagonist's father felt a surge of irritation. His son, despite holding a clear advantage, had failed to finish the fight. From this, he concluded that the boy was utterly incapable of achieving true victory. At least that was his belief, because he knew Adela had yet to play her greatest trump card. Placing a hand over her heart, she admitted that she was truly impressed. It reminded her of the old days. She said, and now, she too would fight her rival with the full extent of her strength. This was the very moment our protagonist had been eagerly anticipating. The blonde's entire body began to pulse with an intense, ethereal light. This was the supreme attribute of the moon. It was the secret magic of the House of Mystics, the Halo. As she began to execute the legendary technique, countless magic circles began to bloom across the sky. The resulting energy was so powerful, it physically pushed the protagonist's body backward, forcing him to dig in his heels just to stay in place. The immense energy swelled, filling the entire sky above the arena, leaving the entire audience utterly mesmerized. Inside the chamber reserved for the most important figures, the atmosphere was electric. A cold sweat began to form on Asher's father's brow as he abruptly stood, turning his back on the arena to head for the exit. Kim's voice cut through the tension, asking if he was truly walking away. The older man declared that the battle was already decided, seeing no reason to witness the inevitable conclusion. Yet the very moment those words of defeat left his lips, an unbelievable spectacle unfolded, leaving both men utterly frozen in disbelief. Even the ever-composed secretary deemed it an absolute impossibility. A flicker of stunned astonishment quickly transformed into pure, unadulterated joy on Kim's face as he watched the impossible become reality. Asher's own friend was paralyzed with shock, but no one was more thunderstruck than his opponent, Adela herself. Because in that moment, Asher had unleashed something that defied all logic. A second magic circle, blazing on his back like a flaming volcano. He had just cast a second circle spell. He met her gaze, reminding her that he had warned her. His lateness was not an oversight, but a necessary preparation for her downfall. Her mind reeled. Clinging to the established laws of magic instant cast memorization was a feat limited to the first circle of spells, and if he had just done that, it would mean he had already reached the fifth magic circle. But the notion was so ludicrous, so fundamentally unrealistic, that she dismissed it instantly. Asher remained silent, letting the mystery hang heavy in the air. None of them could have known the truth. A secret that was born just the night before as students retired to their dorms. Sequestered in his room, Asher was completely consumed, his entire world shrinking to the cryptic pages of the mysterious book before him. He knew the bitter truth: his first circle spells were no match for Adela, and his raw, instinctual combat style was poorly suited for the intricacies of advanced magic. His original plan had been one of patience to bide his time, grow stronger, and defeat her in the distant future. But the book, with its newly materialized pages, had just revealed a new path. Within its freshly inked script, he found a glimmer of hope. It gave him a single instruction to channel his magical power into the sigil on the next page. The book promised this act would lead him to a new domain. A surge of intrigue washed over him as he theorized it might be some kind of arcane mechanism, with no logical reason to doubt it, and everything to gain. He cast aside his hesitation and decided to take the leap of faith. He focused, channeling his magical energy directly into the intricate magic circle. In an instant, the book began to emit a soft, ethereal glow. His initial awe twisted into alarm as the glow intensified, burning with a brilliance that seared his eyes. The sheer volume of energy being unleashed was overwhelming. He was forced to look away, blinded by the radiance, until the torrent of power finally ceased, leaving only the softly glowing pages of the book in the sudden silence. When he could finally blink his eyes open, he discovered his world had been transformed. He was now standing in a vast, unfamiliar environment, surrounded by towering shelves of books. It was like an infinite library. Utterly disoriented, Asher scanned his surroundings, his mind racing to comprehend where he had been taken. A calm, clear voice answered his unspoken question, welcoming him to the first page of the first challenge. Before him stood a peculiar girl who introduced herself as Alpha. She explained that she was the designated guide for this particular page, a detail that only served to deepen Asher's profound confusion. She confirmed his dawning, impossible suspicion this was the first trial, held within the very pages of the Book of Hydrate. That information struck him with the force of a physical blow as he realized he was truly inside the book. He hadn't been teleported somewhere far away. He was inside the mysterious grimoire itself. If this was true, it was a power beyond comprehension. In this challenge, she explained, they would test if his own potential had been completely refined. His instructions would be revealed shortly after he began. His objective was to successfully navigate from page 18 all the way to page 31. If he succeeded, he would obtain the coveted information about the second circle. Asher understood immediately that he had to overcome this to reach the next level of power. With the explanation concluded, Alpha's gaze sharpened, and she formally asked if he was ready to begin the trial. A fire of pure determination ignited within Asher. This was the test he had been waiting for. Everything was finally falling into place. The first challenge began immediately. A gentle golden luminescence began to envelop the mysterious girl's form as our hero watched on. Utterly captivated, he couldn't discern her true nature. She appeared human, yet an aura of magic clung to her, suggesting something more. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space, promising to reveal the nature of his trial. He recognized it instantly, the voice of his master. In that moment, a radiant gem materialized, a jewel of pure light known as the elemental monolight. Though incomplete, it pulsed with 4 chaotic, irregular attributes. As the stone hovered before his outstretched hands, he stood in stunned silence. His mission was clear: to completely purify this volatile artifact. Faced with such a monumental challenge, a flicker of doubt ignited within him. An artifact of this kind was incredibly delicate, demanding the most precise and cautious manipulation of mana. Within its core, 4 distinct types of mana churned in a chaotic storm, and he was now tasked with bringing order to that tempest. The task was akin to separating individual grains of sand, salt, and sugar after they had been hopelessly mixed together. This was no simple feat. Only a master of the heart's intent could ever hope to succeed. Yet, casting aside his insecurity, Ayul saw it not as an obstacle, but as a fascinating trial. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled the heart's intent to begin his work. Slowly, painstakingly, the chaotically entwined threads of mana began to unravel under his command. The process demanded every last shred of his concentration. His entire being was focused on this single monumental task. As he meticulously separated the microscopic particles of mana within the artifact, victory was almost within his grasp. But the difficulty escalated exponentially until a sudden backlash from the artifact sent him flying into the chamber's bookshelves. The slightest waver in his control unleashed a violent shockwave. He had to be even more meticulous. The mana was so deeply entangled, its separation seemed almost impossible. Yet after that first crushing failure, Ayul arrived at a profound realization. A new sense of certainty washed over him. He knew he could do it. He resolved to try as many times as it took. Time became a blur as he dedicated himself to the trial, pushing forward again and again. But if his concentration faltered, even for an instant, the process would reset, forcing him to begin anew. He persisted until at long last, the artifact gleamed with pure, untainted light. His master's voice returned, congratulating him on conquering the first trial and once again affirming the boy as his true successor. A testament to his mastery of the heart's intent. The ancient book, his guide, would now be updated with the secrets of the second circle. Following those final words, our hero's eyes snapped open. He found himself staring at the familiar ceiling of his own room. The realization hit him he was back in the real world. His grimoire lay nearby, now glowing with fresh updates. He immediately turned to the source of his newfound knowledge, eager to unlock the mysteries of the second circle. He knew his next duel was fast approaching, and before that day arrived, he was determined to achieve complete mastery over this new level of power. The time for the match was drawing near. Elsewhere, a fiercely determined Adela was unleashing her family's secret technique, a display of truly terrifying power. In her mind, this overwhelming force would be more than enough to secure her victory. Back in the arena, our protagonist was completely engulfed by a colossal pillar of light. His friend watched from the sidelines, his heart pounding with worry, fearing that the devastating attack had already ended the duel. Even Adela herself believed it was over. She turned her back on the blinding light, declaring the duel finished. Yet a thought lingered in her mind, a silent acknowledgement that her rival had grown astonishingly powerful in such a short time. Her thoughts drifted back, recounting the history of their intense rivalry. She had resigned herself to the belief that the prodigy she once admired was gone forever. But then, a resonant hum filled the arena, a sound that sent a jolt of surprise through her. She whirled around, her eyes wide with disbelief, searching for the source of this impossible phenomenon. It was the second circle. Our hero was igniting the resonance, an ethereal blue flame dancing in one hand while a crimson inferno blazed in the other. He was far from finished. This was his moment to prove to the world that the embers of his potential were about to erupt into a firestorm. Bringing his hands together, he wove two infinite circles of pure will into existence, extensions of his very being that would serve as his new limbs in this arcane battle. From the stands, both Cain and our hero's father could only stare, utterly transfixed, their minds struggling to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. A wave of awe washed over the crowd, but for the blonde girl, time itself seemed to freeze, her strategic mind completely blank in the face of this incomprehensible power. Our protagonist moved with a newfound grace, a grand magic circle materializing on his back from which two additional pairs of spectral hands emerged, ready to obey his command. He was preparing to unleash the full fury of a flaming volcano, and Adela, snapping out of her stupor, desperately tried to conjure a defensive barrier, but her efforts were futile. For our hero had already materialized something far beyond her expectations, a colossal arcane cannon, crackling with devastating energy. In that heart-stopping moment, a chilling certainty washed over the blonde girl. She knew, with absolute clarity, that no shield she could summon would ever withstand the coming storm. And yet, defiance burned in her eyes. She would not yield. She would face the inevitable and fight until the very end. Then, for the first time in the entire story, her stoic facade crumbled. A genuine, radiant smile graced Adela's lips. For in this overwhelming power, she saw the return of the rival she had so dearly missed. Tragically, our protagonist, lost in the heat of battle, never saw that smile. With cold resolve, he unleashed the devastating barrage. Even the seasoned referee stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the sheer magnitude of the power that, in a blinding flash, wiped the arena clean. Our hero's father and Cain remained frozen, their silence a testament to their shock, while on the battlefield, the blonde girl collapsed, utterly defeated. But victory had come at a great price. The moment the spell dissipated, he staggered, nearly collapsing under the weight of his own profound exhaustion. Shaking himself from his reverie, the referee finally declared the match over, announcing Aule as the victor just as his father quietly turned to leave. The secretary hurried to his side, questioning his abrupt departure, but the old man simply stated that other, more pressing matters required his attention. A knowing smile played on Chloe's lips, for she saw right through him. If there was one thing her employer was terrible at, it was concealing his true feelings. As our protagonist finally limped out of the arena, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd. But their faces were a blur, their voices a distant murmur. All he could feel was the profound exhaustion that consumed his entire body. His mind replayed this technique, the second circle of resonance, synchronizing with the first circle's core intent to amplify magic and the lunar magic, a brilliant hybrid technique. It masterfully blended the vast range of light magic with the raw destructive power of darkness, all achieved through minute, precise adjustments of the dark element. By carefully altering its intensity, he had managed to shrink the attack's area of effect, allowing him to counter the halo with a concentrated blast of enhanced dark magic. Lunar magic was a secret art, a technique guarded jealously and restricted only to the elite members of the House of the Moon, a power few could ever hope to wield. A power few, yet by merely observing it for a fleeting moment, he had deconstructed its very essence, mastering the delicate mana manipulation required to replicate it. Such a feat was only possible because of the circle of resonance. Purifying, that ancient artifact, had sharpened his mana control to a razor's edge. It was a refinement that had been the absolute key to his victory. As he sat, lost in these reflections, his attention was drawn to a new commotion gathering nearby, and walking through the crowd, directly toward him, was a man with glasses. At long last, the moment arrived. Aiden found himself face to face with the master of the Magic Tower, an encounter that left him utterly speechless when the legendary Mage announced he had come specifically to speak with him. To ensure their conversation remained confidential, the two retreated to a more secluded location, away from prying eyes and ears. The master began with a polite apology, acknowledging Aiden's exhaustion after the duel, but his tone quickly shifted to one of genuine admiration, declaring the fight he had witnessed to be a truly magnificent battle. Aiden offered his thanks for the high praise, but he could sense the conversation was about to take a serious turn as the man's gaze sharpened, preparing to ask a direct question born from his keen observations. The question landed with the force of a physical blow. Had Aiden truly reached the legendary fifth circle? The sheer weight of the inquiry left him momentarily paralyzed, a heavy silence hanging in the air. Aiden's mind raced. He had only used second circle magic, which meant the Tower Master must have concluded that he was relying on the complex technique of memorization. That was the only logical explanation. Given the known limitations of memorization, the Master was likely assuming that Aiden had to be at the fifth circle to pull off such a feat. Flustered and a little intimidated, Aiden stammered out an explanation, insisting that he had not yet achieved the fifth circle, the words feeling weak even as he spoke them. But the man's curiosity was a palpable force in the room. His gaze unwavering, he pressed further, demanding to know how Aiden had managed to cast that final decisive spell. Aiden knew the truth that he used vision magic would sound utterly unbelievable. His mind desperately latched onto a different explanation, something the man had heard him mention before. His thoughts drifted to transformation magic, a topic they had touched upon in a previous conversation, and he hoped the master would make the same connection. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden confirmed the man's unspoken assumption, a necessary deception to protect the true secret of his power. He committed to the story, knowing the alternative was far more dangerous. If the world knew he had reached the fifth circle at the tender age of 18, it would send shockwaves through the entire magical community. Quinn praised Aiden's incredible skill, though he admitted he couldn't quite grasp how it connected to second circle magic. The Tower Master's questions were relentless, a barrage of inquiries. Yet a shadow of doubt still lingered in his eyes, his core suspicions clearly unanswered. Aiden then played his trump card, claiming he had perfected the memorization spell itself. The words struck Quinn like lightning, and his stoic facade finally cracked, unable to conceal his sheer excitement. He saw it then, a genuinely novel approach, a strategy so remarkable it bordered on genius, a true innovation. Though his mind was reeling, his posture remained grave as he extended a hand toward Aiden, not in threat, but in congratulation for overcoming a fundamental weakness of the memorization spell. However, Aiden was no fool. He knew this tense interrogation wasn't over yet. He saw it in an instant, a subtle, terrifying shift. The Tower Master's eyes had changed color, now glowing with a piercing crimson light that seemed to strip away his very soul. Analyzing his every fiber, those crimson eyes remained locked onto him, and the weight of the master's hand on his shoulders suddenly felt immense, a crushing pressure that made Aiden's skin crawl. Then, just as the tension became unbearable, the intense scrutiny subsided. The master's expression softened, having confirmed for himself that Aiden's body held no trace of mana befitting the fifth circle. It was just as Aiden's father had reported, the boy hadn't reached that level yet. Pulling back, the master declared that he understood and would handle the reporters, but the lingering intrigue in his gaze told a different story. The mystery was not truly solved. Eager to end the ordeal, Aiden rose from his chair, offering his thanks and wishing the Tower Master a safe journey, his polite words masking a desperate need to escape. He offered a final, respectful bow as he departed, but the brief, intense encounter had left him profoundly shaken, his nerves completely frayed. He never, in his wildest nightmares, expected the master of the magic tower to use the legendary red jade eyes to scrutinize him so thoroughly. A power said to belong to the master of the blue tower. Those eyes could penetrate the very essence of mana itself, the single most powerful ocular detection technique known to exist. Aiden breathed a cautious sigh of relief. Since the blue tower's master had taken no further action, he could only assume he had narrowly escaped, his secret still safe. After all, his ability to conceal his true power was his greatest asset, a secret he could not afford to reveal recklessly to anyone. The tournament raged on, and with each passing battle, our hero's string of victories grew ever longer. Yet, none had tested his limits quite like the fierce blonde warrior. As he made his way through the academy's corridors, a familiar voice called out, asking him to wait. He turned, surprised to see Adela standing there. He had been certain she was still recovering from their duel, unconscious in the infirmary. But there she was, already on her feet, insisting she was perfectly fine. Leo cut straight to the point, and Adela, undeterred, asked if it wouldn't be too much trouble to ask for his guidance in combat. However, she quickly added that, with the final round still ahead, perhaps it would be best to wait, so he wouldn't exhaust himself. But for Leo, this was no issue. He insisted they could train right then and there. He saw it as an opportunity for his own growth and invited the determined blonde to follow him to a private training room. She confessed her own shortcomings in strategy and magic, voicing a heartfelt desire to one day reach his level, to be as strong and brilliant as he was. As Leo led the way, he could feel the warmth of her admiring gaze on his back, a silent testament to the respect he had earned. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, a towering skyscraper of mirrored glass pierced the clouds, the unmistakable headquarters of a powerful dynasty. Within its opulent walls, in a lavish residence, a young woman watched a broadcast of Leo's post-match interviews, her expression hardening as she muttered that this should have all been over. The crest emblazoned on the building marked it as the domain of the Vance family, and the woman was clearly displeased by the news of Leo's success. His unexpected triumph had thrown all her carefully laid plans into disarray. She had believed his fate was already sealed. She turned to her brother, demanding to know if he intended to simply leave Alara to her fate. This was the eldest daughter of the Vance family, a woman of sharp beauty and sharper ambition, known as Violet. The man she addressed was her brother, Julian Vance. He calmly inquired what she proposed they do now. Violet's response was venomous. She refused to allow Leo to be welcomed back into their family. She reminded Julian of the humiliation from a year ago, declaring she would not suffer through such an ordeal again. But her brother was unconcerned, assuring her there was nothing to fear. 1 year ago, Leo had been hailed as a prodigy, but now, in Julian's eyes, he was nothing but refuse. Barely capable of wielding second circle spells, he condescendingly asked if Violet had even bothered to watch the matches. What truly troubled him, he admitted, was the public's growing adoration for Leo. The whispers and cheers proclaiming his incredible comeback. Julian leaned in, telling his sister to listen very carefully to his assessment. The opponents Leo had vanquished so far were merely third circle mages. Against the might of a fourth circle practitioner, Julian argued, he stood no chance. Furthermore, he possessed a crippling, catastrophic flaw, his inability to utilize an AI. This alone, Julian insisted, guaranteed he would never truly be a threat. No matter what clever tricks he had shown, he remained leagues below a fourth circle mage, both in raw power and in overall capability. Hearing this, Violet's fears began to subside, replaced by a cruel satisfaction at the image of Leo forever groveling in the dirt. Even so, a sliver of doubt remained. She voiced her lingering fear that he could one day become a threat to the family's succession. If that day ever came, Julian replied with chilling certainty, They would simply take care of him. There was still plenty of time. As the day drew to a close, twilight's orange glow washed over the battle-scarred arena. The stone floor was shattered, and a lone figure lay on the ground, utterly spent. It was more than enough for the referee, who raised his hand and declared the final match over. The new champion of the second-year students was none other than Leo, and as his name echoed through the stadium, the roar of the crowd erupted, a thunderous applause for the fallen prodigy's triumphant return. Whispers echoed through the crowd, proclaiming the prodigy's triumphant return. It was only natural for a scion of his house to achieve such a feat. Even without the aid of an AI, he had seized victory, cementing his newfound reputation as a true genius, while his friends' cheers still rang out from the stands. Rushing to his side, his friend exclaimed that our protagonist was a marvel, the talk of the entire academy. He was finally earning the recognition he deserved. Yet with admiration came the bitter sting of envy from those who could only watch from the sidelines. They sneered in the shadows, muttering that the young prodigy was nothing without resorting to forbidden arts. His instructor, beaming with pride, lauded the incredible result he had achieved, prompting Aiden's friend to ask if a celebration was in order. The teacher confirmed it was precisely what he had in mind, igniting a wave of excitement among the students. The cheers mounted until our protagonist quietly interjected, explaining that while he desperately wanted to join, a prior and crucial engagement demanded his attention. The announcement instantly deflated his best friend's spirit, who argued that it couldn't be a party without the guest of honor. But Aiden insisted on the importance of his meeting, offering one last apology as he hurried away from the festivities. Navigating the bustling city streets, he focused on the promise he had to keep, finally spotting his destination, a sleek black limousine, where a man stood waiting. The man bowed slightly, informing him that the youngest son of the Sinclair family was expected, and that the head of the house was anticipating his arrival. Aiden was to be escorted to the main residence immediately, and as dust settled over the city, the car finally reached its foreboding destination. For a long, heavy moment, he simply stood before the colossal iron gates, a silent monument to his past. It had been one long year since he was last permitted here, cast out by his own father after being deemed incompatible with an AI, forbidden to ever set foot on these grounds again. And now, on the back of his recent, hard-won triumphs, he had been summoned to enter this place once more. As he stepped inside, a wave of cold nostalgia washed over him. He saw that absolutely nothing had changed, every detail frozen in time, just as he remembered. He took measured steps across the cavernous foyer, his gaze fixed on the towering double doors at the far end, the entrance to his father's study. At last, after all the struggle and sacrifice, he had fought his way back to this very spot, standing before the door that had once been sealed to him. He raised a hand and knocked, the sound echoing softly in the vast hall, announcing his presence to the man on the other side. Indeed, the patriarch of the family was already waiting, his sharp gaze fixed on the entrance as he granted the visitor permission to enter. Stepping across the threshold, the boy lowered his head in a gesture of respect, acknowledging that it had been far too long since he last stood before his father. The old man gestured to a chair, his voice devoid of warmth as he commanded his son to sit while they spoke. He began without preamble, his words like shards of ice, stating that he had always considered the boy a complete and utter failure. He recounted his son's past shames, how it took him 20 times longer than any other to cast a simple spell, how they would vanish if his concentration wavered for even a second. His son, he declared with chilling finality, was the perfect embodiment of how utterly useless a person could be, a truly spectacular display of fatherly support. And yet, the old man conceded. Even he could not deny that others somehow recognized an exceptional, raw talent within his disappointing offspring. It was why he had suggested the boy use guidance to unlock his latent potential, though he admitted he'd held no real hope for its success. He had viewed it as nothing more than a last, desperate gamble, and after this brutal verbal assault, our protagonist could only reply that he understood completely. The patriarch then revealed his true thoughts, confessing he believed that a recent newspaper article detailing his son's defeat would have finally shattered his foolish ambitions. But reality defied his expectations. The old man's disbelief was shattered, for the boy had not only mastered magical transformation, but had unequivocally won the wager between them. The young man's performance in combat was nothing short of spectacular, a display worthy of a true seasoned mage. At those words of acknowledgement, a spark of hope, long extinguished, ignited in the boy's eyes. He offered his father a heartfelt thanks, a raw plea for the recognition he so desperately craved, and the old patriarch confirmed that from this day forward, the family's full support would be his to command. All he had to do was articulate what he needed to continue his ascent. He could even return to the family estate, for as a potential successor to their entire legacy, the weight of expectation was now firmly upon his shoulders. Our protagonist's smile widened. This was about more than just attention. It was about securing a very handsome inheritance. But his father's tone turned to ice, a final chilling warning yet to be delivered. Should he even suspect a moment of stagnation, a hint of regression in the boy's progress, he would personally and permanently shatter his magic circles. Frankly, the man seemed to put more effort into being a terrible father than a good one. Simple absence would have been a kindness. The crushing pressure emanating from an 8th circle mage was suffocating. This was his final opportunity, his only path forward. He accepted his father's cruel and absurd condition. Leaning back into the shadows of his high-backed chair, the patriarch finally posed the question, what was the boy's ultimate goal? The boy admitted that while he once dreamed of becoming the family head, he knew he was leagues behind his siblings, who had long been groomed for that very role. But our protagonist's voice rang with newfound conviction, declaring that this remained his ultimate ambition, nothing less would suffice. He vowed to force every last member of his family to acknowledge his worth. Intrigued, or perhaps just cynical, the old man demanded to know how he intended to achieve such an audacious feat. In response, he slid a document across the polished table, a silent declaration of his intent to participate in a grand event. It was an invitation to the World Magic Academy competition, set to take place in just 2 months. He promised to return home bearing the gold medal. This prestigious tournament was open only to students under the age of 20. Held annually, it was known colloquially as the Magic Olympics, where the level of competition was notoriously fierce, rivaling even the professional leagues. The old man scoffed, reminding him that their nation's highest achievement was a single silver medal, won by the current leader of the Blue Tower, an accomplishment from many years ago. He then dismissed his son's ambition as utterly delusional. Truly, a masterclass in paternal encouragement, yet our protagonist remained completely unfazed by the venom. Instead, he calmly stated that he had one condition of his own for his father. He demanded that for the next 2 months, his father must prevent his siblings from interfering, as their meddling would only sabotage his training. The old man's skepticism was twofold. It wasn't just about the impossibility of winning gold. He now understood this was a plea for protection. Ordinarily, he would have dismissed such a demand, but he conceded that it might actually be a sound strategy. As dawn's first light pierced the darkness, it illuminated a room where books lay scattered across the floor. Our protagonist was slumped amidst the chaos, having collapsed from sheer exhaustion. He hadn't even managed the 5 short feet to the comfort of his own bed. As his eyes slowly fluttered open, the groggy realization hit him he had fallen asleep right where he sat, the world fading to black without his consent. The moment he had returned from the tense confrontation at his family home, he had thrown himself into researching the requirements for the second trial. The first challenge was behind him, but it was only the beginning. To achieve his goals, he desperately needed to master the 3rd circle of magic, and the only gateway was completing this next perilous test. Unfortunately, he was utterly lost. The path forward was shrouded in mystery, with only a single dash saying a cryptic clue to guide him. Resonance. Perhaps, he mused, he had to elevate his understanding of it until it evolved into consonance. The complete and total refinement of the 2nd circle. It was a theory born of desperation, but it was the only path he could see, and he would dedicate himself to unraveling the very principles of consonance. The ancient text whispered a secret: the circle of judgment and the circle of resonance had to merge, not just connect, but become one living, breathing entity. With focused intent, our hero attempted to weave them together, but while a connection sparked, it was flawed, a discordant note in a grand symphony. He stood at an arcane crossroads, his mind a tangled web of failed equations and lingering doubts. Seeking an escape, he wandered into the bustling city center, letting the cool air and the silent, towering architecture wash over his troubled thoughts. A profound sense of calm settled over him, and with it, a renewed conviction that total resonance was finally within his grasp. Lost in this revelation, a sudden shout, "Watch out," shattered his focus, and he instinctively glanced to the side. An object blurred towards him with alarming speed. His reflexes, a fraction too slow, couldn't prevent the sudden jarring impact. A concerned voice cut through his daze. "Are you all right?" A girl rushed to his side as he rubbed his face, admitting it stung more than a little. As his vision cleared, a familiar face came into focus, and he realized with a start that it was Adela standing before him. Walking together, he asked her just what had assaulted him, and she sheepishly explained she'd been joyfully swinging a bag, excited about the banana milk inside. In her unrestrained enthusiasm, however, her grip had failed. launching the makeshift projectile directly at his unsuspecting face. As the absurd reality of the situation dawned on him, the girl began a flurry of earnest and heartfelt apologies. He couldn't help but smile, oddly grateful for the interruption, as he revealed his own bag, also full of banana milk, asking, "You still only drink this?" "It's the perfect drink," Adela declared, before her tone shifted. Mentioning she'd heard rumors that he had finally returned to his family's estate, he confirmed her suspicions, explaining that he had only just arrived back at the Magic Tower the previous day. A wave of relief washed over the blonde girl's face as she asked if his childhood dream of becoming head of the Magic Tower still burned within him. Genuinely perplexed, our protagonist asked if he had ever truly said something like that, prompting her to recall their shared childhood conversations. She insisted they spoke of it often, but he had to confess that those particular dreams were now a distant part of his past. Della was visibly taken aback by his words, wondering if he had finally resigned himself to the harsh political realities of his family. With so many siblings vying for the position, the path to leadership was never going to be simple, and Ayun found her serious concern almost endearing. "My dream has changed," he explained, his eyes filled with a new fire. "I intend to become the master of magic, to reach the absolute pinnacle of the art, to stand above every magic tower in existence. That is my true goal now." The sheer audacity of his ambition left Adela breathless. For someone who saw him as a rival, the challenge had just been magnified 1,000-fold. Things had just become infinitely more complicated. Meanwhile, back at the main family estate, a palpable anxiety hung heavy in the air. Violet chewed her nails to the quick, her mind racing with disastrous possibilities, until she finally slammed her hands on the table to confront her brother. "Aren't you worried at all about what happened?" she demanded. But he calmly replied that their father surely had his reasons. Yet, even he was pensive, finding it difficult to process the unbelievable conditions they had been given just the night before. They had been summoned by the patriarch, a man who understood the intricate workings of his children's minds all too well. Knowing the volatile nature of these two, he had issued a single, unyielding order that would last for the next 2 months. They were forbidden from interfering in their brother's life in any way. Violet erupted in outrage, but her brother silenced her, urging their father to continue. He demanded to know what could have possibly motivated their father to make such a decree. The self-proclaimed Father of the Year replied with cold amusement that the return of the youngest son to the fold was hardly a secret. He explained that the boy was still developing, a full year behind the others, and would require 2 months to acclimate to their exemplary family, knowing full well the 2 paragons of virtue before him would likely cause trouble. For a tense, silent moment, the young man's fury was a palpable storm, but he eventually choked it down, curtly accepting the order before asking if there was anything else. The old man waved them away dismissively, remarking that they must be tired and should disappear, for in his eyes, a good son is a distant son. Once they were clear of the room, Violet demanded to know why he had simply yielded without challenging the head of the family's command. But her words caught in her throat as she recoiled from the sheer, unrestrained rage that radiated from her brother like a physical force. He confessed that accepting that order felt like swallowing poison, noting that Marcus and Michael, their more rational siblings, wisely stayed out of the succession war. That was why they hadn't been summoned, but he refused to accept the unprecedented privilege their youngest brother had just been granted. The ruthless traditionalist he knew would never have bestowed such a favor. His lifelong creed had always been that every son must fend for himself. That was the old man's unwavering motto, which made it all the more baffling why the supposed best father in the galaxy was suddenly acting like a true parent for the very first time in his life. Violet's mind raced, desperately trying to piece together a reason. She wondered aloud if their father already knew everything, but her brother shot down the theory, insisting the youngest hadn't yet shown enough prowess to be named successor. Still, he reluctantly conceded that it was possible the boy had revealed some kind of intriguing potential. Or perhaps, he mused, their father was simply fascinated by the mysterious magic the youngest wielded. Or worse, maybe they had struck a deal. Violet's blood ran cold. She imagined what kind of dark pact could have been made, a theory that felt terrifyingly plausible given how utterly out of character their father was acting. The look on his face had been one of desperation. Her immediate thought was to order her agents to cease all surveillance on their younger brother. But her treacherous brother warned her that would be a grave error, reminding her of their father's own network of spies who operated from the shadows. He was referring to the intelligence unit that served the head of the family directly, and if they were caught making the move, the consequences would be dire. The cunning brother revealed he had already withdrawn all of his own surveillance to avoid any trouble, prompting Violet to ask what he intended to do now. His eyes narrowed with grim determination as he announced his plan to take action, declaring that he could not allow his brother to gain such an advantage. He needed to consult with the Black Tower immediately. As one power play was set in motion, a new day was dawning at the Obelus Academy. The professor stood before the class, her face beaming with pride, as she announced that the evaluations were over and first place belonged to them. She then asked our protagonist to stand, allowing the class to applaud the young man who had proven himself the best among all 17-year-olds in the entire country. Now that he had secured the top rank, he had the opportunity to hold it for 2 more months and compete in the prestigious academic Olympiads. And that was a goal our protagonist was fiercely determined to achieve. Immediately, jealous whispers erupted, rivals claiming he was too ambitious and that in 2 months, the reputation he fought for would surely be lost. But even as he heard their words, the boy was not shaken. He possessed the mental fortitude of someone who had been raised by the best father in the galaxy. And it was precisely that harsh upbringing that cemented his unshakable confidence. Outside, his friend stretched, relieved that class was finally over, groaning about his hatred for tedious theory lessons. Leo reminds him that their practical training is set for the following day, a stark reminder of why Aaron needs to push his limits, as his physique is still far from ready. Despite the blunt assessment, Aaron can't help but agree. The days of him teasing Leo for being weak are long gone. With a sigh, Aaron admits he needs to dedicate himself to getting stronger. He's driven by a single, burning desire to one day be strong enough to land a clean hit on Leo. Fueled by this newfound resolve, Aaron suggests they head to the training grounds after their evening meal, but Leo's reaction is less than enthusiastic. Leo raises an eyebrow at his friend's hesitant look. Aaron quickly explains he's not feeling up to it, promising to take him up on the offer another time. Leo calls him out, saying a simple no would have sufficed. There was no need for a flimsy excuse. Aaron confesses the real reason he doesn't enjoy training with Leo. The words sting for a moment, until Aaron clarifies that Leo's training regimen is downright terrifying. The scene shifts, revealing why Aaron feels that way. As onlookers stare in disbelief, Leo is in the training hall, effortlessly squatting a weight that seems impossibly heavy. Whispers fill the room. Surely he must be using some kind of forbidden enhancement, some secret concoction to achieve such power. Yet, under the crushing load, Leo completes rep after rep, his form perfect, leaving every single person in the room utterly speechless. Murmurs of recognition spread. He's the prodigy who claimed the top spot in the entrance evaluations. Once his set is complete, he gently lowers the massive weights to the floor. He reflects internally that his intense focus on honing his magic had caused his physical conditioning to slip. He feels rusty, out of practice. Taking a moment to drink some water, his mind drifts to the cryptic notes he'd been studying from the ancient grimoire. The notes spoke of the infinity circle, a core of mana intrinsically linked to one's physical vessel. It thrives on physical exertion. The stronger the body, the more potent the magic. This symbiotic relationship is why he must never neglect his physical training. Still, to the others watching, his superhuman strength seems unnatural, a feat that must be fueled by some dark secret. Perhaps he has an unnatural devotion to his nutritional supplements. His training, however, goes far beyond lifting weights. In a specialized simulation chamber, a monstrous, 3-eyed, panther-like creature materializes. These arcane constructs are the next stage of Leo's regimen. With a guttural roar, the beasts lunge, their forms a blur of deadly intent. Glimmering claws and spectral fangs flash through the air. Yet Leo evades their initial assault with breathtaking grace. To his heightened senses, their movements are in slow motion. He seizes the openings, his fists and feet becoming a storm of precise counterattacks against the ethereal assailants. With each solid blow, their forms flicker and begin to dissipate into motes of light. Leo's movements are a fluid, unpredictable dance, weaving a web of confusion around his monstrous foes. This masterful footwork creates the perfect openings to unleash his true power, engulfing them one by one in searing flames. With a final explosive burst of fire, he obliterates 2 more simultaneously, leaving only a single construct to be consumed by the inferno. The simulation ends. His training is complete. The observing instructor steps forward to deliver the verdict. The feedback is glowing. His performance was flawless, absolutely impeccable. A rare, satisfied smile touches Leo's lips at the praise. Later, sitting alone on a quiet bench, he contemplates his progress. The power of the infinity circle is undeniable. It has already boosted his physical prowess by nearly 1.5 times. He knows that once he masters the 3rd circle, his power will ascend to an entirely new level. This realization fuels his determination to refine the circle further. Closing his eyes, he shuts out the world, sinking deep into a state of intense concentration. His goal is to perfect the 2 circles he has already formed, guiding the flow of mana through the intricate pathways of his body. He makes infinitesimal adjustments to the spin and velocity of each rotation, meticulously purifying the energy that surges between them. He can feel it. He is on the very precipice of synchronizing the 2 circles into a perfect whole, but the final step remains just beyond his grasp, a mentally and physically draining endeavor. His progress had stalled at a tantalizing 99%, the final threshold of synchronization remaining just out of his grasp. Yet, repeated failures did little to dampen his spirit. If the trials of being a hero's son hadn't broken him, then nothing ever could. So, as part of his relentless training regimen, he took to the city streets for a run. Music pulsed through his earphones, a steady rhythm to match his pace, making the grueling exercise feel effortless as he approached an upcoming corner. But as he pivoted, a hooded figure lunged from the shadows, a vicious strike aimed directly for his face. Our hero's reflexes, however, were at razor's edge, allowing him to weave out of the attack's path with breathtaking speed. He demanded to know his assailant's identity, but words were unnecessary. The face beneath the hood was instantly recognizable. It was Bak Sayu, the very same fool who had just tried to ambush him. Sayu lunged once more, but his clumsy blow met only empty air. Tearing the hood from his head, Sayu sneered that he was good at scurrying away like a rat, stooping to retrieve an earpiece that had been knocked to the pavement. Our hero coolly asked why he hadn't simply gone home, to which Sayu bitterly replied that he couldn't go back even if he wanted to. He spat the truth like a curse, revealing that his ongoing evaluation forbade him from leaving the academy grounds. Sayu's irritation was mounting. Our hero pointed out that for all his family's influence, all Sayu had managed to do was dig his own grave. He declared that the pathetic wretch had finally run out of places to hide, and as if to prove his desperation, flames began to coalesce in Sayu's hands. All emotional restraint was gone. He roared that he was going to end our hero right there, forcing a grim realization of just how dire the situation had become. This unhinged fool was actually about to unleash forbidden magic in a public street. Sayu charged forward in a blind rage, consumed by a desperate need to extinguish the future of the one he envied. But his movements were sluggish, almost comical to our hero's trained eyes, who sidestepped with ease before seizing him by the collar. Sayu froze, the shock of his attack being so effortlessly neutralized washing over him. A moment later, he was tossed to the unforgiving pavement like a misbehaving child, left to stare up at his rival's cold, imposing figure. Hearing the pathetic whimpers of the defeated boy, our hero saw not a victim, but a golden opportunity. Sayu was pinned and powerless, yet he still managed to hiss empty threats of revenge. He calmly informed the approaching official that the man needed to be restrained, citing the magical assault that was undoubtedly captured by nearby security cameras. Our hero remarked on the sheer audacity of the insolent fool, and the official simply told him to rest, assuring him the academy would handle everything. Meanwhile, the disgraced Sayu was unceremoniously shoved into the back of a vehicle. Watching him go, Ayul silently wished the scoundrel would remain neutralized for good. As dawn broke over the spires of Obelisk Academy, a new day began. A crowd of students gathered around a freshly posted bulletin, its stark headline drawing every eye. Bak Sayu, sanctioned for the use of offensive magic in a public area. The punishment, however, was a laughable loss of 10 points, a slap on the wrist when the crime warranted immediate expulsion. Ayul had anticipated such a lenient outcome. After all, Sayu's family lined the academy's pockets with massive donations. If one could call it punishment, it came in the form of a blistering phone call from a figure undoubtedly incandescent with rage over his actions. The disgraced heir could do nothing but stammer apologies to his furious father on the other end of the line. The man's voice crackled with fury, reminding him of the simple instruction to stay out of trouble until graduation, before demanding to know if even that was too much to ask. Their family's ambition of attaining a noble title hinged entirely on his graduation, leaving him no choice but to comply. As the call ended, he muttered a hollow promise to remember his duty. But beneath the surface, the weight of the situation was crushing him. A burning hatred festered within, aimed squarely at the protagonist who had dealt him such a public and humiliating defeat. He could no longer suppress the venomous rage coiling in his heart. Slowly, insidiously, that raw hatred began to twist into a dark and dangerous obsession. As the spoiled heir came to believe the protagonist was the source of all his misfortune, grinding his communication device into dust beneath his heel, he chanted a single word over and over: fault. It was in this moment of unhinged fury that one of the academy's professors approached him. The man's sharp eyes recognized the potent, festering grudge the boy harbored for our hero. The disgraced noble snapped, demanding to know the instructor's business and arrogantly declaring that his own feelings were his to command. The instructor calmly conceded that every person has the right to choose their allies and enemies. He then closed the distance between them, his presence growing more imposing. Leaning in, he whispered a tempting question. Did he not crave vengeance against the one who shamed him? The boy's eyes widened, a flicker of shock cutting through his anger. But the old man pressed on, his voice a silken murmur. Wasn't this the very thing his heart secretly screamed for elsewhere, far from these whispers of conspiracy? Our protagonist remained the model of diligence, completely immersed in his studies. A part of him, however, still considered challenging the Academy's official ruling on the recent incident. However, his silence had already yielded an unexpected reward. Just then, a notification chimed, signaling an incoming message. It was from his father. The negotiations with the Beckett family had finally concluded. As compensation for the attack, his family had secured 3% of the mining rights to a lucrative mine owned by the Becketts. His father then asked if our protagonist desired any personal reward for his part in this victory. In their relentless pursuit of a noble title, the Beckett family understood the absolute necessity of maintaining favorable alliances, and this concession was a small price to pay. After all, their son had foolishly targeted the most pivotal figure in this entire saga, our hero. This desperate move only underscored the staggering importance that family placed upon achieving nobility. That title was the line between the common and the elite. For his reckless actions, Silas was ultimately cast out from his own family. Believing the matter to be settled, our protagonist turned his focus back to what mattered most, honing his skills even further. As a new day dawned, life at the academy returned to a semblance of normalcy. Aiden couldn't help but notice, however, that the instructor's supervision had become noticeably stricter in the wake of the incident. It was then that one instructor in particular approached him directly, the very same man who had offered his counsel to the disgraced Silas. He approached our protagonist with a disarmingly friendly demeanor, but behind his smile lay a treacherous gaze, a hidden danger that the boy failed to detect. The instructor began by observing that he had noticed Aiden seemed to hold a certain dislike for him. Our hero was taken aback, nearly blurting out the truth that he did, in fact, distrust the man. The instructor explained it was understandable, admitting he had been hard on him before, but insisted his words were sincere advice and pleaded with him not to misunderstand. The sudden change in attitude was so jarring that Aiden's mind raced, wondering what hidden agenda was at play. The instructor then extended his hand in a gesture of peace, asking if they could start anew. Caught off guard, Aiden began to offer a hesitant thanks, reaching out to accept the handshake, but just before their skin could touch, a dreadful premonition seized him. An icy, uncomfortable sensation shot through his entire being like a bolt of lightning. This happened even as the instructor continued to praise his performance in the recent competition. Aiden scanned his senses, noting that the ambient mana was perfectly placid, yet his instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. And then he saw it, a faint, sinister aura clinging to the instructor like a shroud of darkness. A chilling suspicion crept into his mind, though he couldn't be certain. The aura felt unmistakably like dark magic, a power tied to the infamous Black Tower. Unlike the other sanctioned towers of magic, this one was an unofficial entity, a rogue institution that followed its own twisted path. Its ranks were filled with outlaws and criminals, all bound in service to a dark master, and our hero was stunned by the possibility that his own instructor could be one of them. The grim thought that other mages might have infiltrated the academy loomed, but that was a threat he would have to deal with later. For now, his survival depended on understanding the very formula of the magic being used against him to better prepare for what was to come. In that perilous moment, he instantly activated his ability to analyze the phenomenon. And as he did, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. He identified it almost immediately, a mind control spell, but he knew with absolute certainty that his mind was an impenetrable fortress immune to all external interference. Therefore, this insidious spell was utterly powerless against him, all thanks to his unique, innate ability. He was perfectly equipped to survive this silent assault. A quick glance confirmed that no one around him had noticed a thing, which gave him the opening he needed to plan his next move. An audacious plan formed in his mind. He would pretend to be under the spell's influence, playing the part of a puppet to extract every last secret about the Black Tower. Our protagonist's eyes opened, now holding a vacant, apathetic stare. The instructor, utterly convinced his dark art had worked, smirked in satisfaction. He muttered that the boy was a nobody of no real use, but would nonetheless serve as an excellent, mindless pawn for his plans. Leaning in close, his voice a venomous whisper in the boy's ear. He commanded him to listen carefully to his instructions. He was to carry a specific object from this moment on, without ever questioning why. Playing his part perfectly, our hero numbly agreed that he would do as he was told. But the instructor's curiosity got the better of him. He had one more question, a burning desire to understand how the boy's unique magic truly functioned. Feigning a sharp stabbing pain in his head, our hero gasped that the question was too much, that he was unable to answer. The instructor misinterpreted this act as a subconscious defense mechanism protecting a deep secret, and he quickly told the boy not to try, urging him to return to a state of calm obedience. Mind control magic had a very specific function. It preyed on the target's emotions to establish absolute control over their actions. It was a signature technique of the Black Tower, and when wielded by an advanced caster, the results were devastating. Such a spell could completely shatter the target's mind, making it a dangerous and forbidden art. Forcibly extracting memories from a mind with great willpower could even be fatal. The fact that the instructor gave up on his question so easily told our protagonist everything he needed to know. The man's true objective must be something else entirely. Still, the instructor couldn't hide his annoyance. He had desperately wanted to exploit that inside information for his own gain, but he couldn't allow his greed to jeopardize his primary mission. He quietly resolved that once it was all over, he would simply eliminate the boy's troublesome vision magic for good. And after making that silent vow, he released the spell's overt pressure with a final touch. Our protagonist pretended to come to his senses with a confused blink, and the instructor immediately began his act, asking if everything was all right and noting he had seemed strange during their talk. He casually chalked it up to exhaustion, a suggestion our hero readily accepted as he quickly parted ways with the treacherous instructor. The man simply advised the boy to get some rest, then turned and vanished seamlessly into the bustling crowd. But the encounter left our protagonist more determined than ever to uncover the truth. While his classmates headed to the cafeteria, he walked a different path. Ayul found a secluded bench in the academy's garden, finally giving him a chance to examine the object he had been forced to take. He carefully observed the small chip, his eyes narrowing in recognition. It was a device that was only ever distributed through illegal underground networks. It was a setup, a clear attempt to brand him an outlaw. The objective was simple and brutal to shatter his reputation beyond repair. But the instructor held no personal grudge deep enough for this. Their animosity was petty, not ruinous. This had to be the work of a higher power, a contract likely issued by the shadowy Black Tower. Even piecing this together, the full picture remained shrouded in mystery. His thoughts drifted to one possibility: that troublesome kid. But that spoiled brat was already a lost cause, hardly capable of such a scheme. The suspicion then fell closer to home, upon his own brothers. They were all rivals, clawing for succession, and he was a threat to be eliminated. Yet Ming-ji was never in the running, which left him without a motive. Nu, on the other hand, craved the family's throne, but his ambition had never shown such a venomous, underhanded streak, which left only two possibilities: the degenerate pair, likely conspiring in the shadows to orchestrate his downfall. His first instinct was to seize the instructor, to persuade him, to reveal the truth. But such a move would be like waving a flag in the face of the Black Tower, drawing attention he absolutely could not afford. Trapped in a web of possibilities, his mind raced for a path to survival. He needed more information, an ally, an edge. His steps led him to the Blue Tower of Earth Magic, to the very office of its master. Upon his arrival, the doors opened for him without delay. Kim, the tower's master, regarded him with a gaze that was a sharp mix of curiosity and caution, wondering what could bring such a prodigy to his doorstep. He immediately sensed an unusual chill from Master Q, a coldness that went beyond his typical demeanor. Yet this was his one chance. He had to ask for aid. Kim cut through the tension, telling the boy to speak his mind and not act like an imposition. For our protagonist, this was the opening he desperately needed. The rumors were true. Then, the master was consumed by his research, which explained the frosty reception. Our hero couldn't help but ask about it, and Kim confirmed he was deep in study. Poring over a peculiar stone, unable to discern its nature, a puzzle that was consuming far more time than he had ever anticipated. But one glance at the artifact sent a jolt through our protagonist. He knew what it was. Instantly. This was no mere meeting. This was a fateful opportunity he had to seize. As they settled onto a sofa, Kim's patience wore thin. He was a busy man. He reminded the boy and demanded he get to the point, despite his haste. A flicker of curiosity remained in Kim's eyes. What could be so urgent that this prodigy would seek a personal audience? A wave of anxiety washed over our hero. He feared the master's impatience would cause him to dismiss the plea entirely. So, before revealing his true purpose, he played his gambit, claiming to have information about the very artifact that so vexed the master, that peculiar stone. He called it by its true name, the elemental crystal. Kim's composure shattered. Shock flashed across his face as he demanded to know how the boy could possess such knowledge. A name he had told no one. The air grew thick with tension. Every word from that point on had to be chosen with surgical precision, for Kim's surprise had quickly curdled into fury. He suspected a leak, a betrayal of his research, but the boy calmly denied it, reaching into his backpack to offer a different kind of proof. He explained there was a simple reason for his knowledge, a reason beyond spies or stolen secrets. He knew what it was because he possessed one himself. The master was left speechless, for the crystal the boy revealed was not merely a copy, it was flawless, perfectly purified. Kim's mind reeled. The question escaped his lips before he could stop it. A demand filled with disbelief. Was the boy the one who had purified it? Our protagonist met his gaze and confirmed it was his own work. A profound unease settled over the leader of the Blue Tower, because no matter how gifted the boy was, what he claimed should have been impossible, a feat beyond even the greatest artisans in the entire world. Even the master of the Blue Tower himself could not fathom creating such an artifact. Yet here stood a mere student from the academy, claiming to be its creator, seeking to verify this incredible story. Kim inquired if the young man had brought the artifact with him. Ayul confirmed he had, explaining that he knew only a place like a magic tower could possibly possess anything comparable. Kim's curiosity was burning. He had to know how the boy came upon such a treasure, but our protagonist remained evasive, attributing it simply to a stroke of incredible luck. Sensing a hidden depth to the boy, the Tower Master's demeanor softened, his approach becoming far more congenial. He remarked that the boy must be blessed with extraordinary fortune, acknowledging that every mage is entitled to their secrets. It is the very nature of their craft. Therefore, he wouldn't pry any further, but his desire to examine the artifact more closely was undeniable. Ayul granted his permission. As Kim studied it with intense focus, he declared it a unique marvel, the only one of its kind to simultaneously harness all four elements. Handing the precious object back to the young mage, he finally asked the crucial question: what was the purpose of this visit? Our protagonist revealed his true ambition to use this core to forge an entirely new artifact, a request that instantly piqued the Tower Master's interest. He pressed for details, wondering what form this new creation would take. Perhaps clothing, an accessory, or even a formidable weapon. For Ayul, the form was irrelevant. Its function was everything. It needed to be something that would amplify the efficiency of his elemental magic. Kim understood the gravity of the request and fell into deep thought. He mused that to forge such a piece, they would require materials of the absolute highest quality, a venture that would carry an astronomical cost. He questioned if the boy could truly afford such an undertaking, before recalling that he hailed from a wealthy family who could surely cover any expense. But our protagonist immediately dismissed the idea, stating that involving his family was completely out of the question. He insisted that this entire project must remain a carefully guarded secret, hidden from his family and everyone else in the kingdom. Kim was now perplexed, asking how the young mage intended to fund this venture without his family's vast resources. Ayul simply replied that he had another form of payment in mind, a payment far more valuable than gold. He would create another elemental stone, right there, before the Tower Master's very eyes. Stunned, Kim had to confirm if the boy was truly offering to teach him the secret method for creating such a priceless artifact, because if that was the proposal, it was a deal of unprecedented value. He declared that for a payment of this magnitude, he might even be willing to add a few extra services. This opening prompted Ayul to ask if he could make one more request. Now seeing him as an equal, a much more amicable Kim urged him to speak his mind. Ayul presented a small object, holding it out for the Tower Master to see. Kim's eyes widened in an instant. He immediately recognized the illicit magic chip, his voice sharp. He demanded to know how the boy had acquired such a forbidden item. After a deliberate pause, Ayul revealed it was given to him by a mage from the Black Tower, an enemy spy who had infiltrated the academy. Faced with the threat of these hidden enemies, he had come to the Blue Tower seeking an alliance. Under the silver glow of a full moon, our protagonist was chauffeured back home. He bid the driver a safe return, foregoing a simple goodbye. The secretary assured him that they would be seeing each other again very soon. As the carriage departed, He watched until it was a mere speck on the horizon. It had been an incredibly intense day, and he finally collapsed onto his bed, a wave of exhaustion and relief washing over him. His fortune had been truly exceptional. He never could have predicted that Kim was already investigating that very type of artifact. Because of this incredible coincidence, his secret was safe, and he could proceed with crafting the new artifact without his father's knowledge. His original plan involved securing the B family's mining rights, but it seemed that particular ambition would have to wait just a little longer. His eyes burned with exhaustion, sleep a persistent ghost at the edge of his vision. High within the azure spire, Headmaster Thorne was lost in thought, wrestling with a chilling contradiction. Obelisk Academy's security was legendary, yet somehow, dark mages had breached its impenetrable walls. The only proof he held was a single data chip and the testimony of one student, a foundation of sand for such a grave accusation. It was nowhere near enough to validate the claim. By all protocols, he should have dismissed the suspicions of a lone student out of hand. But this was Alistair, and with him, the rules were different. Thorne had decided to stake his reputation on this gamble. As the phone connected, a voice on the other end inquired, a tone of professional calm asking if he had arrived without incident. Alistair confirmed his safe arrival, his voice low and steady as he gave the command, "Proceed with the plan." He moved forward, a portrait of patience and purpose. "As long as your information is accurate, consider it done." The voice assured him, "The magic tower does not make mistakes." The words echoed as Alistair stepped into the gleaming elevator. "I'm placing my trust in you," Alistair stated, his reflection staring back from the polished walls. "I will be in contact." The elevator doors slid open to a private dining room, and he announced his presence. Seated around a grand table were his siblings, the very picture of a family raised in a home supposedly filled with warmth, yet the air was thick with a rivalry that could cut glass. Millicent was the first to react, her smile a perfect cordial mask. "It has been too long, little brother," she purred. He returned the sentiment, noting with a faint smile, "You haven't changed a bit, sister." She accepted it as the compliment it was not. "And you have grown so much," she countered, her eyes flicking towards their other brother. "You'll be taller than Enoch soon." Enoch, ever the diplomat, offered a gentle smile. "Don't jinx my height with such ominous predictions." He chuckled, before turning his attention to Alistair. "Welcome." He acknowledged the tension in the room. "It's difficult to say this is a happy occasion, but it's good to see you." Alistair thanked him, thinking that his eldest brother never wasted time on pleasantries. As always, Millicent was quick to chide him for his bluntness. Enoch merely looked confused, feigning ignorance of his transgression. Only two remained silent, the twins, whose hearts were filled with a very particular kind of love. Gideon and Violet, who were always plotting something together. Gideon spoke first, his gaze appraising. "The child is fading. I see a man appearing in his place." "It has been a long time," Violet added, her smile as bright and sharp as a dagger's edge. Alistair met their gazes, certain that whatever they were conspiring about, he was at the center of it. It only confirmed his suspicion the true culprit was right here, in this very room. Enoch gestured to an empty chair. "Sit. Let's eat." "I must admit," he continued, "I'm curious what prompted our youngest to summon us all. I'm sure it's for something utterly trivial." Alistair simply replied, his expression unreadable. "I just wanted to see all of you again. That's all?" Violet scoffed at the flimsy excuse, but Alistair was ready for her. "If I hadn't called this meeting," he said calmly, "one of you would have, eventually." The remark struck a nerve, and Violet's carefully constructed composure began to crack, her eyes flashing with fury. Leaning forward, she hissed, "All right, you little brat, stop the games and tell us what you're really planning." He feigned innocence, which only enraged her further. "Don't play the fool with me. We all know you're after the inheritance, and don't you dare say you're not interested." She spat, her voice rising, "because not a single person at this table would believe you." As her fury reached its peak, Alistair simply stated, "You're right. There's no point in me saying it, since you've already decided not to believe me." His calm response sent her spiraling. As Violet trembled with rage, Gideon placed a placating hand on her arm. "Calm yourself, sister," he said, his eyes fixed on Alistair. "Words are meaningless in matters like these. Actions, however, tell the whole story." Julian voiced a keen interest in Aiden's transformation magic, smoothly suggesting he shared secrets for the good of the family. But Aiden instantly recognized the raw ambition glittering beneath his older brother's polished words. To share that power would be to surrender his very position in the brutal race for succession. a concession he was far from ready to make. With a carefully crafted vulnerability, he explained that this secret was his only path forward, his last chance to achieve his dreams now that conventional magic was beyond his reach. He insisted it was never about the succession, a heartfelt plea that deeply moved his compassionate sister, Clara, and left Julian momentarily speechless. The other two siblings appeared somewhat taken aback by his emotional declaration, while Clara's affection for him only seemed to grow stronger. She even reached out, gently wiping away the feigned tears from her younger brother's face. Meanwhile, their well-meaning but naive brother, Leo, suggested they set aside the competition for a while and simply relax, an idea Clara eagerly agreed to, wanting to hear more about Aiden's recent life. Soon after, desserts were served, and a fragile peace settled over the table as they all engaged in seemingly relaxed conversation. But as the clock on the wall silently marked the passing hours, an unspoken tension lingered in the air. Aiden knew time was running out. His plan was in motion, and right on cue, a sharp vibration from his phone shattered the calm. A wave of alerts followed as shocking news began to spread like wildfire, prompting everyone at the table to instinctively reach for their devices. Clara looked on in confusion, while Leo exclaimed that it must be something urgent. Even the usually stoic Violet showed a flicker of concern, caught off guard by the sudden development. But it was the storm of unconcealed fury that darkened Julian's face that told the real story. He was clearly enraged by what he was reading. The news alerts all carried the same stunning headline: an instructor from the academy, a secret affiliate of the Black Tower, had been summarily arrested. After a moment of stunned silence, the family attempted to resume their conversation, a strained and unsettling return to normalcy.
But Aiden knew the truth had been revealed, in the fleeting look of discomfort on his older brother's face. He had finally found the mastermind behind it all.
As he observed him more closely, the suspicion hardened into a chilling certainty his own brother had orchestrated the entire plot. Later that day, Aiden overheard his brother on the phone, his voice laced with frustration as he admitted to someone that their younger brother had been right all along. Julian gripped his phone tightly, his eyes scanning every last detail of the news report on the disgraced instructor's capture. In the aftermath, Kane was left with a storm of questions for the young man, demanding to know how he had so precisely deduced the instructor's plan to sabotage the academy's training supplies. Aiden calmly explained that it was nothing more than a simple, logical deduction, pieced together from all the available information. The traitor had to act within the academy walls he had worked so hard to infiltrate. Factoring in the nature of the mind control and the week's tight schedule, there was only one possible day for him to strike: Friday, the day of the grueling survival exam. The assessment itself was the perfect stage for his chaos. And to set that stage, he would first have to tamper with the provided materials, a move he had to make before the routine pre-exam inspection. This narrowed the window of opportunity to a single-day Thursday, the day immediately preceding the exam. And so, on Thursday, the Blue Tower was already watching the supply room, while Aiden cleverly gathered his siblings, using the meeting to expose the true puppet master. Because of his brilliant foresight and perfectly executed strategy, the corrupt instructor walked directly into their trap and was apprehended. The plan had been executed to perfection, but in its success, it confirmed Aiden's darkest suspicion: his own brother was deeply entangled in the conspiracy. He had gathered the intelligence flawlessly, never once revealing his hand. His only regret was the missing link between his brother and the instructor's conspiracy. Kim admitted that while he had intended to help the young mage, he was the one who had received aid, as the Blue Tower's prestige had soared because of his efforts. He swore he would not forget this debt, and offer our hero, given his current circumstances, was in no position to decline. Appreciating his sincerity, Kim ended the call, promising to handle the fallout, while our protagonist urged him to stay vigilant. The very second the call disconnected, a deafening explosion ripped through the avenue, engulfing him in chaos. A violent shockwave hurled him through the air. As he struggled to his feet, his mind reeled, unable to process the sudden devastation. Through the swirling smoke and debris, a voice chanted his name, a chilling, familiar tone. It was the privileged heir, his sanity completely fractured, now fixated on a single terrifying goal erasing our hero from existence. Staring into the face of this unhinged madman, a cold sweat traced its way down our protagonist's spine. Without warning, the boy unleashed a furious, all-out assault. With nothing left to lose, his adversary's movements were blindingly fast. Ayul knew he had a split second to react or perish. His first instinct was to flare his magical resonance to its absolute limit, instantly conjuring a shimmering shield of water. It was the perfect counter to the incoming fireballs, but he quickly understood the horrifying truth: the sheer power behind the assault was overwhelming. His defense was crumbling. It was only a matter of time. His entire focus narrowed to one task, reinforcing the failing barrier. Desperately buying himself precious moments to think, he poured his energy into it, strengthening it just enough to survive what was coming. Even so, the collision of fire and water was catastrophic. A blinding explosion erupted, and our protagonist's body was flung backward like a rag doll. Slamming violently into a nearby lamppost, he glanced down at his hands, seared and blistered. The shield hadn't been enough. Meanwhile, his attacker stood gloating, drunk on his own perceived superiority, ready to deliver the final brutal blow. He sneered that our hero was nothing more than a defective piece of trash, destined to meet his end groveling in the dirt. For Yule, the entire situation was spiraling into a terrifying nightmare. As he studied his enemy, he saw that something was profoundly wrong. The boy's gaze was alien, completely devoid of reason, his eyes glowing a malevolent, blood red. A crimson flush spread across his skin, a visible sign of the turmoil within. These were the telltale signs of an adverse reaction to a powerful stimulant. He'd taken something forbidden, a drug that induced a berserker state by forcibly accelerating his mana flow. The strain was so intense it ruptured blood vessels, painting his skin in a bloody tapestry and fueling his madness. And most terrifying of all, it meant he would fight until his last breath. "Are you insane?" Yule demanded. But the boy just smiled a chilling grin only a madman could muster, and replied that he'd never felt better. A quick magical assessment confirmed Yule's fears. His opponent was a third circle mage, burning through his life force and mana with reckless abandon. In a burst of speed, the deranged heir closed the distance, his hands clamping down on our protagonist. Yule struggled, shouting that he was mad, but his attacker simply leaned in close, whispering that this was his new normal, a clarity he had never known before, a clarity that would allow him to end his rival's life with a point-blank incantation, the devastating fire spell, flame infection. In the aftermath, thick, acrid smoke billowed into the sky. The crazed young noble stared down at the scorched earth, gazing down at the protagonist's crumpled form. A flicker of surprise crossed his face that his victim was still breathing, but that surprise quickly curdled into incandescent rage. The fact that our hero had managed to deflect his magic not once, but twice, was an unbearable insult. He couldn't fathom how a worthless failure could possess such skill, his demands for an explanation escalating into a raw, uncontrolled scream that tore through the air. Then, in a heartbeat, the storm passed. His entire demeanor shifted, and he casually remarked that these things just happen. Ayul recognized the signs immediately. Such jarring mood swings were a classic symptom of someone using that volatile enhancement drug. Even so, the pieces of this puzzle weren't fitting together. Something felt deeply wrong. The first inconsistency was the sheer overwhelming power the spoiled brat had unleashed. No matter the dose of the drug, his abilities shouldn't have amplified so dramatically. Ayul realized he needed to observe this phenomenon more closely. As if sensing the analytical gaze upon him, the brat snarled, "What are you staring at?" Without gracing him with a reply, our protagonist conjured a swirling dome of wind, launching a volley of attacks toward his unhinged opponent, who once again erupted in fury. "Useless magic from a useless mage," he shrieked. Ayul mentally noted that he should have been more discreet with his wind magic. Still, he couldn't have asked for a better opening. In a flash, he had closed the distance, a blade of pure energy forming in his hands. It all happened in the blink of an eye, far too fast for his drugged-up opponent to even register. Ayul's strike was already a certainty. The spoiled brat could only watch in stunned horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. At this range, there was nothing he could do. Our protagonist was certain it was a perfect strike, impossible to evade, but in a desperate gambit, the brat unleashed his fire magic at point-blank range, a reckless move that could have catastrophic consequences for them both. The maniac screamed with unholy glee, roaring for his enemy to finally be erased. The spell was called Fire Shotgun, a devastatingly powerful blast at close quarters, but its effective range was a mere 23 feet. Ayul could evade it by moving back, but the brat, with terrifying skill, fired off several blasts in rapid succession. Our protagonist weaved through every single fiery projectile, a blur of motion. He wondered if the boy's hatred was so profound that he'd risk using a defective chip. But then a new thought struck him. The item wasn't defective. It was working far too well, making him monstrously powerful. "This is all to be expected," Ayul stated calmly, knowing his opponent wouldn't even recall the specifics of what had just transpired. Intrigued despite his rage, the brat spat that he would never stoop to using a faulty item against scum like him, demanding he stop spouting nonsense and just perish already. He unleashed another barrage of attacks toward Ayul, but this time, The blades of air slice through empty space, missing their mark completely. The chip enhances physical strength, Ayul explained, his voice steady, and it fundamentally alters the range and power of your magic. The spoiled brat dismissed it as meaningless babble. But Ayul continued his lecture. I've been studying the deep structure of magic circles, the flow of mana, and the transformation of spell formulas. Thanks to my training, I've become exceptionally sensitive to these kinds of alterations in the fabric of magic. Throughout this fight, he concluded, I've been gaining an even clearer understanding of how that chip functions. His opponent was practically vibrating with fury. He cared nothing for Ayul's words. He only craved the sight of his demise. I wasn't looking for your gratitude, our protagonist said coldly. I was simply deciding whether to end this now, or to let you suffer a little longer. In the last few days, our protagonist's mind had been consumed by his studies of Hyder's ancient tome. The greatest challenge he faced was the penalty it exacted. For accelerating magic while weaving between different circles exacted an immense toll on both the body and the mind. The price for this power manifested as a severe time limit, especially for those who had only reached the second circle and mastered resonance. The absolute maximum duration was a mere 3 minutes, after which his magic would be sealed for a grueling 12 hours. Every second had to count. His opponent, hearing this, sneered, mistaking Ayul's calculated approach for fear, scoffing at the pathetic 3-minute window he could manage. But for Ayul, 3 minutes was an eternity, more than enough time to secure his victory. Placing his palms on the ground, he began to channel the raw power of the earth. Jagged cracks tore through the arena floor, surging directly toward the arrogant boy, who desperately tried to react and evade the assault. But in the next instant, a sharp earthen stake pierced his leg. He recognized it with dawning horror. Third circle magic. How could this piece of trash possibly wield such power? Ayul met his bewildered gaze, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, momentarily tempted to explain the impossible truth of his abilities. But as his foe launched another desperate attack, Ayul simply confirmed what he had suspected all along. His enemy was as clumsy with his magic as he was with his insults. When a fireball roared toward him, Ayul once again conjured a familiar shield of water. This time, however, the result was profoundly different from their first exchange, a fact his opponent, blinded by arrogance, had yet to grasp. Convinced that Ayul's defense was still fragile, he believed this blast would finally burn him down to the bone. It was a foolish delusion that shattered only moments later. His once mighty fireball fizzled into nothing against the shimmering barrier. Ayul's voice cut through the stunned silence. You should learn a thing or two before you run your mouth. He declared that the magic he now wielded was on an entirely different plane, and from that moment on, none of the boy's pathetic techniques would ever touch him again. With every attack rendered utterly useless, the boy's frustration boiled over into pure, unadulterated rage. He abandoned his spells and charged headfirst, resorting to a desperate, close-quarters brawl. As he closed the distance, a twisted realization dawned on him. I see it now, he snarled. The only way you could be this strong is if you're doping. He was utterly convinced, shouting, You're definitely using some forbidden enhancer to have that kind of strength. Closing his eyes, a profound stillness settled over Ayul. He declared the fight over, feeling no remorse for what was to come. It was a consequence the fool had brought upon himself. As he finished speaking, he unleashed the chilling embrace of dark magic. As shadows erupted and swallowed him whole, the terrified boy could only stammer. What in the world is that? From within the darkness, Ayul's voice echoed. Things might have been different if you had shown even a moment's hesitation to end my life. But that was not the path he had chosen. Plunged into absolute blackness, blind and helpless, the boy's fury twisted into frantic, terrified screams. He howled that Ayul was a coward, hiding from him in the shadows, but Ayul's symphony of destruction was far from complete. He began weaving earth and wind into the darkness, summoning shadowy chains that erupted from the ground, completely immobilizing the unhinged young man. His legs were bound fast, rooting him to the spot. The time for begging for mercy had long since passed. Ayul offered a cold comfort, assuring him he would make his journey to the next world as swift as possible. The fool, however, refused to believe these words, still thinking he could break free, still blaming Ayul for his own miserable life. But Ayul's voice cut through his delusions. I am not the one to blame for that. It is always the habit of the weak to blame others for their own failures. Then, he posed a final, chilling question. Tell me, aside from the devastating damage they inflict upon the body, why do you think people avoid using those illegal enhancement chips? As his fingers brushed against the chip, a wave of excruciating pain seized the boy, causing his body to writhe uncontrollably on the ground. Ayul had merely channeled a sliver of his mana into the chip's frequency, his voice calm as he mockingly asked his foe if the agony was not yet unbearable. The torment was so absolute that his will shattered, and broken pleas for mercy began to spill from his lips, begging Ayul to make it stop. A mind and body stretched to their breaking point will inevitably snap from the smallest push. And now, finally, our protagonist could offer his sarcastic gratitude. Because of this boy's reckless arrogance, Ayul was now positioned to reap unimaginable rewards from his influential family. Perhaps something as lucrative as, say, 40% of the rights to their coveted magic stone mines. With a chilling finality, he declared it was time to part ways, thanking the fool once more for the generous gifts he had provided. Then, placing his hand upon the chip one last time, he unleashed a surge of mana far greater than before, triggering a complete system shutdown. The battle was over. The spoiled heir crumpled to the ground, a silent, motionless heap on the cold stone. Unfazed, our protagonist knelt, retrieved a phone, and with a few taps, initiated a call. On the other end was the self-proclaimed best dad in the galaxy, who answered with a casual question about why his son was calling at such a late hour. Ayul cut straight to the point, stating he knew his father had been observing the entire ordeal, noting the suspicious absence of any students or authorities despite the chaos. His father, ever the master of deflection, attempted to play innocent. He suggested the students were merely evacuated and warned his son not to make assumptions. Even if he could interfere with the police, Ayul countered that such power was not unique. What was unique, he pointed out, was a spectator who would watch until the very end. His brothers, for instance, would have likely used the opportunity to strike him from the shadows. However, the non-intervention agreement his father had established kept them blissfully unaware. His father conceded the point. As they spoke, Ayul's attention was drawn to the sound of approaching footsteps. A man in heavy boots was now closing in. The man dropped to one knee before him, reporting that Seon was now in custody as several hooded figures emerged to take the boy away. While Ayul began to walk from the scene, his father's voice came through the phone, posing a critical question if his son knew he was watching. So, why had he not called for help? Ayul's reply was simple. He wanted to demonstrate his mastery of third circle magic. His father was skeptical, finding it impossible that he could have reached such a level so quickly, and accused him of hiding something. Ayul insisted it was true, but it was a calculated deception. In truth, he had only amplified the resonance effect of the second circle. He was admitting to himself that his power was still insufficient, knowing that if his father believed he could truly wield third circle magic, the pact preventing his brothers from interfering would have been nullified. Besides, he had an ace up his sleeve. Yan was cloaking the entire area with sound dampening and illusionary magic. Impressed, his father conceded that his plan was not half bad and informed him a car was on its way to take him home to rest. The call concluded with a simple promise that they would see each other soon. After hanging up, the old man stared at the phone, a subtle smile spreading across his face before erupting into a hearty laugh, truly impressed by the newfound confidence in his son. Turning his gaze to the imposing bodyguard, Ayul remarked that it had been far too long since he had last seen Yan. The man reached up, his hand closing over the mask he wore, and pulled it away to reveal his familiar face. He agreed it had been a long time, then asked for a moment. Stepping closer to his young master, his expression grew serious as he noted that the boy's wounds were far from superficial. He clarified that he would only perform first aid, entrusting any further care to the family's personal physician. Aiden offered his quiet thanks for the man's help. As he strode to his car, he stated he would leave the remaining matters to the bodyguard, his features already disappearing behind a mask. He gave a final assurance that word of the incident would be contained. Elsewhere, within the grand walls of the family estate, a different kind of storm was brewing. A heavy sense of dread filled a lavish room. Its source the eldest son, Julian, who was seething with frustration. He could not comprehend how his plans had unraveled so spectacularly. A man lounging on the sofa cut through the silence, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Finally done, I was beginning to think I'd be waiting an eternity. Julian's eyes narrowed. You're from the Black Tower. The mysterious man simply commented that their subject had been terribly unlucky. He confessed he never expected someone from the Blue Tower to interfere and ruin everything. This only stoked Julian's fury, as he'd been promised the Black Tower was infallible. His voice was low and dangerous. Then tell me why you are still in my house. The hooded man gave a disarming chuckle. My apologies. I find humor in the strangest places. The payment will be returned, and I will personally handle the consequences of this failure. He leaned in, adding that since the client was of such high importance, there was no need to fear any leaks. The captured instructor, he promised, would not live to see another dawn. Julian scoffed. His fate is of no concern to me. He wanted to know about the other loose end. What became of the pathetic fool who gave Aiden the chip? You need not worry about him, the hooded man stated calmly. He is no longer a factor. He suffered complete brain death. Stunned, Julian demanded a full explanation. The agent explained that the fool had attacked Aiden on his own accord, and due to the chip's volatile side effects, he was now little more than a body that could breathe. Julian didn't care about the pawn's fate. And my brother? He pressed. How is he? The hooded man replied that Aiden was slightly injured, but had already departed. It was the casual, almost bored way he said it that made Julian's blood boil. I am simply telling you what happened, the agent said with a shrug. But the truth crashed down on Julian, and his rage ignited. His brother had actually defeated the attacker. Defeated him even while he was augmented by a powerful combat chip. The dark mage confirmed it with a slow nod. That is precisely what happened. Although, he admitted, some details are unclear. At first, we didn't understand the boy's motive for approaching Aiden. But we do know that Ian was also there. He was the one who completely sealed the area, which is why I was unable to observe the fight to its conclusion. Julian's mind raced. Had the shadows helped his brother? He grilled the dark mage. Do you know how long Aiden was being followed? But the man shook his head, confirming he had only spotted Ian after he had separated from Aiden and possessed no further details. The eldest son knew Ian well by reputation. He was the head of the family shadow unit, answering only indirectly to their father. Ian's presence at that location was a chilling complication. It meant Julian had to proceed with extreme caution from this point forward. He refocused on the evidence. What will you do about the defective chip that Aiden now has in his possession? The dark mage dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. Don't trouble yourself with that. The chip contains a remote erasure code. It has likely already been destroyed. Noticing the unresolved question still swirling in the young man's gaze, the dark mage asked, Is there anything else you require? No, Julian bit out. The agent nodded, announcing his own departure. I must go burn some living files. With that, he vaulted out of the open window. He offered a final, chilling farewell, leaving Julian alone in the suffocating silence, consumed by his own fury. He had to avoid Ian and meticulously erase every single trace he might have left behind. He had to move quickly before the situation became truly irreversible. In the wake of that fateful day, a tense quiet fell as several days passed. Our protagonist continued to drink deeply from the arcane fountain of knowledge. So engrossed in his studies that his body ached for release, word reached him from the master of the Blue Tower, the corrupt instructor. The one who was nothing more than a criminal, had met his end during a prison transfer. The news settled on him with a quiet weight. He had anticipated it, yet the sudden finality of it was jarring. Still, with no further disturbances, it was clear that Yan had masterfully handled the delicate situation with the Bratz family. As these thoughts drifted through his mind, the sharp ring of his phone cut through the silence. The news was a triumph. They had secured a staggering 43% of the mining rights, and his father was overflowing with gratitude for his son's crucial role. A genuine thank you from the man he privately called the best dad in the galaxy was a rare and precious thing. The sincerity in his voice was undeniable. Gazing out his window at the world below, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. With everything settled, only one challenge remained on the horizon: the Academy Olympiads. Now a mere 53 days away, it was time to channel every ounce of his focus, every drop of his effort, into preparation. A notification lit up his screen, and he mused, I never thought the best dad in the galaxy would send the entire data packet at once. As he scrolled through the details of the Olympiads, a grim smile touched his lips. Things were falling into place perfectly, and this competition would now become his entire world. In his moment of quiet contemplation, a radiant magic circle began to bloom across his skin, signaling the end of the grueling 12-hour penalty from the resonance. He clenched his fists, a surge of raw power coursing through his veins once more. He was whole again. Now his sole objective was to shatter the barrier to the third circle, and the path lay within the cryptic pages of the ancient grimoire. With newfound resolve, he turned to the chapter detailing the second trial, and the world dissolved as the book's power pulled him in. A blinding, immaculate light seared his vision. He found himself adrift in an endless expanse of white. The sheer emptiness of the space made him question if he'd been cast into another dimension. until a powerful presence began to coalesce directly behind him. "Congratulations on reaching the second trial," a familiar voice chimed. The woman, a perfect replica of the first trial's guardian, introduced herself as Beta, the overseer of this domain. Her words echoed in his mind as he pieced things together. If the guardians were identical, would the trials be similar? His first task had been to completely refine a volatile crystal. Beta explained that the second trial was designed to test the successor's finesse, specifically his ability to freely manipulate mana within a circle. The full instructions would be revealed once the trial commenced. His reward for success, the complete contents of pages 32 through 81, the sheer volume of knowledge promised left him breathless. To have access to nearly 50 pages of pure, unadulterated arcane secrets, it was a prize beyond imagination. With a flicker of humor, he thought he could probably learn how to become a master loan shark with that much information, but the thought sobered him instantly. This meant the third circle was a realm of power far beyond anything he had ever conceived. "The trial begins now," Beta declared, her form dissolving into motes of light that vanished before his very eyes. In the sudden silence, an ancient, resonant voice, the master's voice, spoke directly into his mind, unveiling the nature of the challenge. A series of intricate magic circles would materialize before him, one after another, and his task was to awaken every single one. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand, reaching out as the first ethereal pattern of light appeared before him. He channeled a steady stream of his own mana into the construct, feeling it resonate and harmonize with the circle until, with a soft hum, it blazed to life. The result of his mana was dazzling, but a detail in the master's instructions gave him pause. The time limit to activate each circle was a mere 3 seconds. Exceed the time limit, and every ounce of his effort would turn to dust, forcing him back to the very beginning. Ayul's initial hope was simple brute force memorization, but his master shattered that illusion, revealing that the circle's sequence was ever shifting, rendering such cheap tricks utterly useless. Ayul met the news with a grim understanding, as if he'd already braced himself for the truth. This path was never meant to be easy. He held on to a stark piece of wisdom. If life were simple, no child would enter the world crying. With that thought fueling him, he plunged his focus into the task, his resolve hardening into steel. Beyond the veil of his concentration, the world outside spun on, oblivious to the monumental battle of will taking place within. Staring at the enigmatic cover of the tome, our protagonist felt the crushing weight of exhaustion after his first attempt. 8 grueling hours had passed without a moment's reprieve. His only reward for this ordeal was the harmonization of a mere 10 circles. Yet, a flicker of hope remained. He was beginning to grasp the fundamental rhythm of the spell. He knew he needed a breakthrough, a hidden key to unlock the puzzle. Diving back into the book's pages, his eyes scanned relentlessly until a single intriguing note snagged his attention. The note was a revelation. This was not the author's only work. It hinted that for those with lingering questions, the answers lay within his other creations. The word struck Ayul with force. He knew, with absolute certainty, that finding those other books was now his primary quest. But a new wall rose before him. He had no titles, no subjects, not even a whisper of what to search for. Needing to clear his mind, he decided a walk through the city was in order. A breath of fresh air and a change of scenery could work wonders on a tangled mind, and as fate would have it, once again, the moment he stepped out of his dorm, his path crossed with a familiar face. There was Adela, predictably, with her favorite banana milk in hand. The two of them soon found themselves on a park bench, sharing an easy conversation. They both remarked on how frequently their paths seemed to intertwine lately. Ayul teased that she looked as though she'd been up all night studying, pricked by his observation. She retorted that he didn't look much better himself. She then mentioned a fascinating article she'd been absorbed in, offering to let him see it. Its title was bold and ambitious, The Viability of Spatial Transfer Magic. Ayul found the title a touch sensational, a sentiment Adela shared. Yet she was utterly captivated by its contents, already eager for a second read. As she opened the article for him, Ayul delved into the introduction, his focus absolute, a stark contrast to his companion who was casually sipping her banana milk. Her bag, he noticed, was practically overflowing with cartons of the stuff, a testament to her unique obsession. When he finally looked up from the page, he had to admit the content was brilliant. They both agreed, however, that it felt unfinished, lacking a definitive conclusion. But amidst the incomplete theories, a crucial piece of information ignited Ayul's senses. The article's foundation, it stated, was an analysis of text left by none other than Real Bittner. That name sent a jolt through Ayul, his heart beginning to pound. He had to know more. A suspicion had already been forming in his mind. While the structure of his own book was unique, the core principles echoed Bittner's foundational theories. Turning to Adela, he asked urgently, "Who wrote this article?" Her answer was Goen Hun. The name burned in his mind. The second he was back in his room, Ayul was at his computer, frantically searching for answers. His search yielded little. Goen Hun was a ghost, a magical researcher with no affiliations, no known organization. Their age and even gender, a complete mystery. This single article was their only published work, a phantom piece that appeared and then vanished. Ayul wondered if they had simply disappeared after facing academic backlash. A wave of frustration washed over him. He started to believe he'd hit a wall, the absolute limit of what a mere student could uncover on his own. But then he remembered he was not just any student. He had resources others didn't. He was connected. And with his phone now in his hand, he knew exactly who to call. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed a call to the master of the Blue Magic Tower. Deep within the tower's sanctum, the master answered, the device buzzing to life in his hand. He was bone-weary, having lost the entire previous night to his arcane research. But Ilay's message cut through the fog of exhaustion. The young man had found something that could benefit them all. He knew this particular young man had a reputation for unearthing the most extraordinary opportunities. And so, Kim's senses sharpened, instantly on high alert. The request, however, was not what he expected. Our hero simply needed help locating a certain individual. Meanwhile, life within the hallowed halls of Obelisk Academy moved on, undisturbed. Our protagonist had made his way to the training room, intent on refining his magical techniques for the crucible of combat. His unfortunate friend had drawn the short straw, serving as his sparring partner for the day, a truly thankless and agonizing task. A barrage of our hero's attacks rained down upon the boy, a storm he was ill-equipped to weather, forcing him to cry out that our protagonist was cheating. He calmly replied that it wasn't so, explaining that it was a mere first circle spell and shouldn't pose any real problem. But the comment only fueled his friend's outrage, who insisted that the power disparity made the fight utterly unfair as he attempted a series of desperate dodges. He quickly learned the futility of his efforts, as his face was soon met by one of the summoned windbirds. Watching the exchange unfold, our protagonist felt a surge of excitement as his friend, against all odds, managed to defend himself at the very last moment. The sight brought him genuine joy, but his friend was less than thrilled, gasping that he had been just moments away from a serious injury since they had concluded their magic practice. He invited our protagonist to a round of unarmed combat. Iyul considered it an excellent idea, though he openly questioned his friend's chances of victory in that kind of fight. Undeterred, the young man was already closing in, fired up and ready to land a punch on our protagonist's face, but he was stopped dead in his tracks when his shirt was suddenly seized in an iron grip. He had no time to react before he was unceremoniously slammed into the unforgiving floor. The takedown was so swift and brutal that it drew the concerned gazes of other students training nearby. Demonstrating the raw strength in his hands, our protagonist casually asked his friend's opinion, noting that this style of training was, for him, equally fascinating. In hand-to-hand combat, the complex advantages of variable magic were stripped away, leaving only the raw fortified power of the second or third circle. His friend, still reeling, couldn't tell if that was an insult or a compliment, admitting that Ayul's skills were insane and his combat prowess was truly on another level. Still, he couldn't help but feel that his friend was a ruthlessly efficient and perhaps slightly dirty fighter. While carefully applying bandages to his friend's aching back, he retorted that all this complaining was as pointless as trying to bite his own spine. As they prepared to leave the solemn quiet of the training room, his friend asked what his next plans were, revealing that he knew his ultimate goal was to win the Olympiads. Ayul was visibly surprised by the question, wondering how his friend could have possibly discovered such a closely guarded secret. With a proud grin, his friend declared that nothing could be hidden from him, and that this knowledge was the very reason he had been so motivated to fight. He began to lay out the daunting facts during the crystal mana barrier test. An average student could withstand 27 attacks, but our protagonist had shattered that number, blocking an astounding 74. Beyond exams and training, the boy had been dominating in absolutely everything. If he truly planned to compete against the upperclassmen, this relentless pace was his only option. Yet, even in his protagonist's current formidable state, actually winning the Olympiads would be a monumental challenge. Seeing the unreadable expression on Ayul's face, his friend knew his words had struck a nerve. The clear favorite to win this year, he revealed, was a prodigious magic user who had already ascended to the 5th circle. The weight of Sean's words settled upon Aiden, a chilling realization that he had been right all along. Through resonance, Aiden could indeed command the power of third circle magic. Yet the looming shadow of the Olympiads demanded more. It required the mastery of the fourth circle. This single, formidable obstacle set him on a desperate path to find the enigmatic Julian Goan. His search beginning within the sprawling heart of the city. Aiden's eyes scanned the location pinged to his phone, a digital breadcrumb in the urban maze. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could this unassuming place truly hold the answers he sought? Ken's voice crackled with apology over the line, admitting his surprise. He never thought tracking one person down would consume an entire week. But his persistence had paid off. He had found Julian's address. As Aiden looked at the location, a wave of disbelief washed over him. It was the old, familiar bookstore, a sanctuary from his past. He could scarcely believe it. The brilliant mind he sought, the author whose theories felt like a lifeline, had been hidden in plain sight all this time. In the days before he could wield magic, those dusty tomes were his only source of power. A chilling thought struck him. Was it possible the mysterious grimoire itself had originated from this very shop? With a heart pounding with anticipation, Aiden pushed open the door, a small bell announcing his presence. An elderly man looked up from a stack of books, his eyes crinkling in recognition. "Well now," he said with a warm smile, "it's been quite some time. Young man, I trust everything is well with you. I'd heard whispers that you'd finally unlocked your magical potential. You're looking much healthier, too," the old man observed. Aiden's gratitude was sincere. "It's all because of you," he insisted, but the shopkeeper simply waved it off, saying he'd done very little. "I only sold you a few old books," the man replied humbly. But Aiden shook his head. "Those books, they were the key that changed everything for me." A warm smile touched the old man's face, clearly moved by the young mage's sincerity. "So, what brings you to my humble shop today?" he asked. His curiosity piqued. Aiden decided to cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Is Julian Goan your son?" The question hung in the air, and the old man's friendly demeanor sharpened with intrigue. "And how is it you know that name?" Our hero explained that he had studied Julian's published articles, and they had left him with a burning desire for answers. "When I discovered he lived so close, I had to come." Aiden continued, "I apologize for the intrusion, but this is of the utmost importance to me. I simply must speak with him." A flicker of memory, perhaps tinged with sadness, crossed the old man's face as he recalled the article. "Very well," he said softly. "I will take you to him." Relief flooded through Aiden as he bowed deeply in gratitude, but the old man raised a hand, his tone turning grave. "I must warn you, however, a meeting does not guarantee answers. You may find him, but he may not be able to provide what you seek." The cryptic warning sent a shiver down Aiden's spine. What do you mean by that?" he asked, his voice laced with confusion. Without another word, the old man unlatched a heavy wooden door behind the counter. "Follow me," he beckoned. "Julian is this way." He led Aiden down a short, dimly lit hallway. They stopped before a second door. The old man paused, his hand hovering over the knob before turning to Aiden. "Go on," he urged quietly. "This is Julian's room." Every nerve in Aiden's body tingled with a mix of excitement and anxiety as he stepped across the threshold, but the sight that met his eyes was not what he expected, and his anticipation curdled into stunned silence. Before him, a figure lay motionless in a bed, entangled in a web of tubes and wires. The steady, low beep of life support machinery was the only sound in the sterile room, an intravenous drip slowly feeding into his pale arm. The man was a ghost of a person, his eyes sunken into their sockets, his hair long and unkempt. It was clear he had been trapped in this state for a very long time, with no hope of ever returning. This frail, broken man. This was Julian Goan, the brilliant theorist, the bookseller's son. The two of them sat in a heavy silence beside the bed, Aiden's mind reeling from the devastating sight. At last, he found his voice, the question barely a whisper. What happened to him?" The old man sighed, ready to share his burden. "I will tell you, my son," he began, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Dared to break one of the greatest taboos in the world of magic. This is the price he paid." "What was it?" Aiden pressed, his own heart beginning to race. The old man's gaze was distant. He attempted to circulate mana directly through his brain. The words struck Aiden like a physical blow. A cold dread washed over him, for he had done the exact same thing. It was the very first step the grimoire had demanded of him, the key that had unlocked his power. Staring at Julian's vacant form, Aiden felt a profound, chilling empathy for the man who had walked the same perilous path. But why? Aiden asked. The question as much for himself as for Julian. Why would he take such a risk? The old man looked at his son, his expression a testament to a father's infinite, heartbreaking understanding. He explained that his son had believed it was necessary, a desperate measure in his relentless pursuit of a flawless thesis. But his research hit an insurmountable wall, and in his desperation, he attempted the unthinkable, circulating mana directly through his own brain. A wave of regret washed over the old man. He confessed that he should have intervened, done anything to stop him, to prevent his son from becoming the silent figure now confined to that bed. Ayul couldn't help but wonder just how close the man's son had come to a breakthrough, while the bookseller offered a sad apology, admitting he could no longer answer the profound questions his customer posed. Yet, he offered a faint, bittersweet smile, knowing his own son would have been overjoyed to meet a kindred spirit like Ayul. Ayul, in turn, offered a sincere apology for reopening such a painful wound, for stirring memories the old man had tried to lay to rest. The old man gently placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him that it was quite all right, for he saw something special in this young man. He saw a diligence and a profound reverence for books that mirrored his own son's passion, a moment of deep, paternal understanding. He recalled watching Ayul, seeing the meticulous care with which he examined every single volume. In that moment, it was as if his son was there with him again, bringing a bittersweet warmth to his heart as their conversation continued. The twilight began to bleed across the sky, painting it in hues of orange and purple, and before Ayul prepared to depart, he made a bold request to access the books the man's son had used for his research, reasoning it was better than letting them simply gather dust. The bookseller agreed instantly, believing it was far better for that knowledge to find a new, passionate mind. However, before granting him access, the old man had two solemn requests to make of Ayul. First, if he ever published articles on the subject, he asked that his son's name be cited as a contributor. Ayul gave his word, promising he would never forget. Then came the second, more urgent plea. He begged that under no circumstances should the promising young man before him ever attempt the same fatal experiment. Ayul, his expression somber, vowed that he would not, with the promises made. The old man led him to the very collection where his son's life's work was kept, inviting him to take whatever he needed. It didn't take long for a particular volume to catch Ayul's eye, as if the book itself felt his presence, a silent call from the shelf. In a startling display of latent magic, the book launched itself from its resting place, tumbling to the floor directly at Ayul's feet. Upon quickly examining the cover, he noticed its uncanny resemblance to a book belonging to his master, Hedrid. Clutching the tome, he turned to the bookseller with a pressing question. The old man's eyes widened in recognition. It was a book his son had cherished, one he carried with him everywhere. He urged Ayul to read it, believing the answers he sought were undoubtedly hidden within its pages. The moment Ayul opened the cover, he froze. That unmistakable, almost illegible scrawl belonged, without a doubt, to his master. He asked the bookseller if he could possibly borrow that book. The kindly man simply nodded, telling him to take that one and any others he deemed necessary for his studies. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Ayul thanked him for his immense kindness and asked if there were any other books written in a similar, distinct script. The old man, however, couldn't recall any. Ayul pressed further, asking if he remembered any other books with a similar unique cover. But again, the old man's memory drew a blank. Ayul's mind raced, questioning how his son could have possibly acquired this text, as he offered his final thanks. A new mystery now consumed him. How did a book belonging to his master, Hedrid, end up in the hands of this tragic young researcher? Ayul finally made his way back to the solitude of his dormitory, his mind reeling even after preliminary analysis of the book Sanjun had used in his research. He had found only a single tome that echoed the one he already carried. A small victory, but a victory nonetheless. The moment the two books were brought together, a powerful synergy erupted between them. The boy watched in astonishment, his mind racing to comprehend the spectacle as both volumes began to pulse with an ethereal light, their pages birthing a cascade of spectral roses. Then, his master's voice echoed from the pages, explaining that this tome was a legacy for his successor. And in that instant, our protagonist felt the familiar, irresistible pull of the book's world once more. He heard a name whispered on the arcane currents Mamiri and knew he was about to be immersed in its blessings. He was to drink from the well of knowledge until his spirit was sated, as the other dimension claimed him, pulling him into its depths. His consciousness returned to find him sprawled on the floor of a strange, silent room. Pushing himself up, he scanned his surroundings, a single question echoing in his mind. Where was he? A presence approached from behind, and a gentle touch graced the nape of his neck. He turned, startled, to find a hand softly caressing his cheek. Before him stood a young woman, her eyes bright as she welcomed him to the heart of the book, to the world of Mamiri. Staring at this enigmatic figure, our protagonist could only ask who she was. A warm smile touched her lips as she introduced herself as Mimir. She explained that she was the administrator of this domain, a place known as the Will of Mimir, and expressed her profound joy at finally meeting the master's successor. His gaze swept across the chamber again, trying to grasp the meaning of the Will of Mimir. Mimir clarified that it was the name given to this very library. It was a sanctuary, she elaborated, crafted by Bittner himself as a repository of wisdom for all who would follow in his footsteps. This entire library, he was told, was a sacred space reserved exclusively for the master's chosen successors. Our protagonist couldn't help but think the space seemed far too constrained to be called a library, but Mimir explained that its scale was a reflection of his own progress. It would grow as his power did. From its current modest size, she astutely guessed that he had yet to overcome the second trial, a fact our protagonist could only confirm with a nod. With a hint of bashfulness, Mimir then asked if they might dispense with formalities and speak more casually with one another. The request caught our protagonist off guard, but she reasoned that since they would be spending a great deal of time together, a more natural rapport would be better for them both. He readily agreed to her suggestion, and a look of genuine relief and gratitude washed over her face. She remarked that this successor must be exceptionally talented, having already reached the second circle and found his way to her so quickly. But he was bewildered, unable to see how his journey so far could be considered a mark of true talent. Mimir offered a knowing, gentle smile. She assured him that with this foundation, he could advance smoothly, without any major obstacles, all the way to the fifth circle. The proclamation left our protagonist speechless, unable to fathom such a possibility. As if to demonstrate, Mimir rose into the air, her magic lifting her effortlessly toward a book resting high upon a shelf. With a flick of her wrist, the ancient tome drifted from its perch and settled gently into her waiting hands, which she then offered to the boy. "Read this," she urged, "and you will begin to understand." He opened it to find a treatise on resonance theory, but with a depth of detail he had never seen before. He realized this place held all the knowledge that couldn't be contained within Dre's codex, like the very volume he now held in his hands. The boy asked why all this information wasn't simply compiled into a single book. Mimir's eyes lit up, replying that it was an excellent question. She explained that the pages containing the trials and the successor verification spells were so dense with power that they created an overload, meaning the original book could only house the most fundamental knowledge. This, in turn, created the necessity for a separate, supplementary repository of wisdom. Ayul's eyes widened in understanding. So the master gathered all the detailed information here, in this library, and Mimir confirmed that was precisely what their master had done. The space he occupied was a boundless library of the mind, a sanctuary of knowledge that he knew would expand in lockstep with his own mastery of magic. In the quiet of his consciousness, Mimir's voice resonated, confirming that his understanding was precise and true. She then questioned his readiness for the fifth circle, to which he responded with unwavering certainty. Armed with the profound knowledge she had bestowed upon him, with the materials she provided, the second test felt trivial. Opening those pages was like being pulled into the very fabric of another dimension. As he immersed himself in the trial, his power surged, his progress culminating in a stunning 79 synchronized circles. He recalled his first attempt, a grueling 8 hours just to align 10 circles, a stark contrast to the effortless efficiency he now commanded thanks to the ancient text. Every advance was now a product of sheer will and relentless effort, and he felt an unshakable confidence that he would synchronize 100 circles, perhaps by day's end or by the dawn of the next. Discovering Mimir's book was nothing short of a divine blessing, a perfectly timed gift just before the looming challenge of the Olympics. The scene shifted, and the young mage found himself standing within the imposing halls of his family's main residence. A servant guided him toward his father's office, and his mind raced, wondering if this sudden summons was a reward for his handling of the incident with that arrogant noble. After all, his intervention in that affair had yielded immense profits and prestige for his family's name. He had intended to lose himself in private training, and while this meeting was undeniably important, its timing was an unwelcome interruption. He finally stepped into the office, where his father, the galaxy's most nurturing parent, gestured for him to sit. eager to dispense with formalities. The older man noted that, unlike the last time, his son's contribution to their recent success had not been the sole factor. It accounted for roughly half of the outcome, earning him a 26% stake in the newly acquired mining rights, a fact his father acknowledged had brought great fortune to their house. Therefore, a substantial reward was in order, and his father asked if there was anything specific he desired. Ayul's reply was immediate and clear. There was indeed something he wanted, an ancient relic hidden away in the deepest, most secure part of the family vault. His father arched an eyebrow, questioning if he truly believed the fantastic stories surrounding those relics, dismissing them as little more than valuable antiques. But the young mage saw things differently, explaining that he cared little for their market value. He firmly believed that even the most ancient myths were woven with threads of undeniable truth, a sentiment that caused his father to bury his face in his hands with a weary sigh. Yet, since it was his son's chosen reward, he would honor the strange request. He stipulated, however, that Ayul could choose only a single item, a condition that sent a jolt of pure excitement through the young mage, who was then asked which relic he had in mind. Ayul's desire was sharp and specific, a legendary cape, carefully preserved and stored away from the world. It was the very cape once worn by the great Biner, now resting within their family's vault, a place he and his father now walked toward. The old man voiced his hope that his son would not come to regret this unconventional choice, while Ayul offered his profound gratitude for the opportunity. Seeing his son so captivated by ancient tales, the father couldn't help but think the boy was still endearingly naive. He mused that his son should focus more on practical training than on such fanciful legends as a limousine whisked the boy through the city, back toward the academy dormitories. Ayul knew, however, that most of the relics in his family's collection were far from mere trinkets. They were genuinely powerful artifacts. He clutched the container, his heart pounding with the question, was this truly the cape that had once belonged to his master? Compared to this, mining rights were meaningless. If its authenticity could be proven, then everything would change. All that remained was to open the case and confirm the truth. His eyes widened in absolute astonishment. The cloak was woven from fibers of the purest, rawest mana. Mana fibers were the stuff of legend, the result of a transcendent technique that could transform inert mana stones into a fine, ethereal fabric. Fewer than 30 artisans on the entire planet possessed the skill to craft with this material, and yet this entire cloak was fashioned from it. Ali's mind raced, wondering how such impossible technology could have existed for ages, far surpassing any modern creation. He had never seen or even dreamed of anything like it. Alone in his room, the boy could no longer contain the overwhelming excitement that surged within him. He continued to carefully inspect the relic, his fingers tracing every seam until he found a signature near the collar, scrawled in a terribly familiar handwriting. All doubt vanished. This had once belonged to his master. Spreading the cloak wide, he let its impossible texture glide through his hands. He began to analyze its very structure, and a baffling discovery came to light. The inside and the outside were inverted, a critical flaw that would make the material impossible to work with. This was because the inner and outer layers had to be constructed in completely different ways to function correctly. The inner lining was meant to conduct mana with flawless efficiency, while the outer shell was designed to block incoming spells and reduce physical harm. Yet, this cloak was built completely backward. Ali was certain his master would never make such a catastrophic mistake. He concluded that this cloak must be intended to be worn inside out, and with a spark of hope, he reversed the ancient relic. He imagined its true form would finally reveal itself, but even after being turned, its paradoxical structure remained completely unchanged. Ole realized with a jolt that this was no mistake. It had been designed this way, but he could not fathom its purpose. He finally understood why his father had left this confounding artifact forgotten in the dark corners of the warehouse. However, there was one place where answers to such riddles could be found. The boy went straight to Mimir's library. Upon arriving, he carried a storm of questions for its keeper. The girl looked up, surprised by the successor's sudden appearance. It didn't take her long to notice the item he carried, for her eyes widened in immediate recognition of the cloak. To think he had already found such a legendary item, the boy must be guided by incredible luck. But the successor was there for answers, not praise. As Mimir took the cloak, examining it with her own expert hands, he pressed her for an explanation, until a sudden epiphany seemed to strike her. She looked up at him, her gaze piercing. "You are still within the second magic circle." "Correct." He was startled by her sharp observation. He confirmed that it was so. She let out a small sigh. "In that case, it is only natural that you would not understand." Still, Auli pleaded, needing to know how he was meant to use it. In response to his desperate questions, she simply offered an apology. "I cannot explain anything about this item to you," she stated, her voice leaving no room for argument as she handed the cloak back to a stunned protagonist. "That style of magic, it possesses a very special enchantment," she murmured, then caught herself, realizing she had already revealed too much. "What do you mean?" Ali asked, but she refused to even speak the enchantment's name, begging him to forget the matter entirely. But then, ignoring her own counsel, she leaned closer and whispered, "That style of magic contains an enchantment known as true magic." Hanging on her every word, Auli could not conceal his shock. She explained that it was a form of power entirely different from the magic he used. "That," she said gravely, "is why it is called true magic." The word struck him. "Are you saying that what I've been doing until now isn't real magic?" Mimir's expression was somber. "Unfortunately, that is a valid way of looking at it, but I can offer no more explanations until you reach a much higher level." Ayul sensed there was a catch, a hidden restriction woven into its very fabric, and his intuition proved correct. This was no ordinary garment. It was an artifact of immense power, designed to channel and support the purest forms of magic. He quickly grasped that Mimir would reveal no more about the artifact's secrets, a silent understanding passing between them that brought her a measure of relief. His curiosity burned with a single question: what level of mastery must he achieve to unlock the cloak's deeper mysteries? The answer, she told him, was the fifth circle. A thrill shot through our protagonist's very core. The fifth circle was not just a requirement, it was a destiny. For the true art of the Bittner magical style only began at that legendary stage. And so, with renewed purpose, our hero faced the daunting second trial once more. This time, pushing past all previous limits, he finally reached the 98th circle, shattering the challenge that had stood in his way for so long. A profound sense of accomplishment washed over him as he savored the sweet, hard-won taste of victory. From the ether, his master's voice echoed with praise, acknowledging the immense difficulty of the trial he had just overcome. But there was no time to rest on his laurels. A new lesson was about to begin: the construction of the third circle, the next stage of Bittner's formidable technique. He would learn to wield the circle of infinity and master the elusive interference technique. His task finally complete, he closed the ancient tome. The second challenge, now a memory. He felt like a child on the cusp of a grand adventure. He didn't even know how to properly use the cloak, yet he wore it proudly within the confines of his room, a decision few could fault. Who wouldn't do the same? Now, his focus had to shift to building the interference circle, a feat made possible by the cloak's blessing and the wisdom gleaned from the second book. Without them, this victory would have remained a distant dream. This breakthrough was all thanks to a conversation from the night before. He had sought out Mimir, desperate for more guidance, and learned that the cloak's true power was sealed until he reached the fifth magic circle. It seemed all he could do was wait, a prospect that led him to decide he would set the cloak aside until he could fully harness its potential. But Mimir sharply rebuked him for his foolishness, telling him he couldn't simply cast aside such a priceless treasure. Our hero protested, admitting that he was completely ignorant of how to even begin using it. Taking the garment from his hands, she began to explain its immediate, incredible properties. The artifact prevented even a whisper of mana from escaping, compressing it within his body. This constant compression which forced the wearer into a state of pure mana saturation. The words hung in the air, and Ayo leaned in, captivated. In such a state, his magic circles would form at an astonishingly accelerated rate, dramatically increasing the flow of mana through his mind and body. This enhanced flow would not only sharpen his mind, but also purge the physical fatigue that had accumulated in his very bones. He quickly deduced that this meant he would require far less sleep. But Mimir could see he hadn't grasped the true magnitude of her words. It wasn't about sleeping less. With this cloak, he would never need to sleep again. The revelation struck him like a bolt of lightning, a blessing so profound it seemed impossible to believe. She clarified that wearing it for a mere 5 hours a day was enough to maintain peak physical condition. And then she delivered the final blow. This incredible effect wasn't even the cloak's true power. It was merely a passive, be secondary benefit. After witnessing a fraction of what the artifact could do, Ayul's desire to reach the fifth magic circle burned hotter than ever, but Mimir offered a stark reminder this power was his and his alone, for he was the successor. To any other, the cloak would be a deadly poison. The message was clear, and with this newfound knowledge, he faced the trials ahead with an unshakable excitement. The path forward was still fraught with danger, but the cloak would be his constant companion. 2 days had passed since that revelation, and Ayul had not stopped. meditating endlessly, wrapped in the artifact's embrace. His progress was now a blur, a rapid ascent toward a new peak of power. He could feel it, the concept of interference, tantalizingly close. Yet some crucial piece of the puzzle remained just out of reach. Driven by this, he plunged himself into ancient texts, devouring every word. The scrolls spoke of the third circle, a legendary feat granting the wielder the power to meddle directly with another mage's mana. The key, they whispered, was to achieve complete synchronization with it, an explanation so frustratingly vague it offered no solid ground. Yet, the very idea was staggering. To touch, to alter, to interfere with the flow of another's magic. It was a concept so profound it bordered on the divine. He had never imagined it, but looking back, he realized the second test wasn't just an exam, it was a primer, a subtle introduction to this grand art of interference. The path was now clear to weave the third circle. He had to become one with the world's magic, to resonate and synchronize with the very mana that filled the air. If he could achieve that harmony, the third circle would manifest, a fire of renewed determination ignited within him. This time, he vowed he would seize the power he sought. The challenge was twofold. He had to harmonize the wild, untamed mana of the world with the potent, refined magic already coursing through his veins. The process felt like constructing a grand cathedral from pure energy. As he coaxed it into resonance, the ambient mana began to gather, drawn to him, piece by delicate piece. The mana of the world seeped into his being, and he could almost hear his voice, a playful whisper of pure energy, expressing his delight in their dance. It was a warmth that permeated his very soul, a comforting presence that felt as if it had found a home and had no desire to ever depart. This was unlike any magic he had ever known, and a profound realization washed over him. He was already more than halfway there. All he had to do was maintain this delicate resonance. As the playful streams of mana danced around him, they began to intertwine, as if holding hands to form a sacred circle. This was the most critical moment. His concentration had to be absolute, for even the slightest waver would cause the mana to shy away, refusing to bind to his core. With a master's precision, he began to reduce the amplification rate, gently guiding the energy into its final form, so carefully the mana wouldn't even notice. Hours bled into one another until the first rays of dawn painted the sky. And despite the restorative properties of his cloak, the boy was utterly drained, but the exhaustion was a small price for victory, for he had completed his goal. He possessed the first circle of deliberation, the second circle of resonance, and now, clenching his fist, a triumphant tremor running through him, he was ready to unveil his masterpiece, the third circle of infinity interference. A wave of pure, unadulterated joy washed over him, a smile breaking through his fatigue at this monumental achievement. But this was only a beginning. The taste of power merely fueled his hunger to grow stronger, faster, for his true goal lay far ahead, the legendary fifth magic circle. Seeking respite in the deep woods bordering the academy, he rested in the shade of an ancient tree, his thoughts already on the next trial, a brutal combat exam in the treacherous mountains. The ordeal would last for 32 hours, and every student would be equipped with a unique, specialized artifact. The primary objective was survival, a grim task made all the more difficult as the combat zone would steadily shrink, forcing inevitable confrontations. He had just unlocked a new level of power, and it was time to put it to the test against ravenous monsters and his own peers, all while fighting to accumulate points. A small bird resting on his lap suddenly took flight, its instinct screaming of danger. A moment later, the forest calm was shattered as another student lunged from the shadows. But our protagonist's senses, now honed by his deep connection to mana, reacted in an instant. He sidestepped the clumsy assault with fluid grace, landing softly on the forest floor, his gaze calm as he snazed up his would-be ambusher. The attacker sneered, "A lucky dodge, but it won't save you. You've already walked right into my trap." Unimpressed, our hero decided a more direct approach was in order. As he prepared to test his strength, the other student hastily summoned a shimmering magical barrier. "You can't break that with brute force," the student scoffed. But our protagonist simply smiled. He had no intention of merely hitting the barrier. He was about to put his new theory into practice. But he unleashed his newfound interference ability, a power that sent spiderweb cracks racing across the once impenetrable shield. The sight struck raw fear into the heart of his opponent. With his only defense crumbling, the vast chasm of power between them was laid bare. He stood utterly defenseless as our protagonist commanded the very earth beneath him, a crushing force rising to seal his defeat. A flicker of regret crossed the victor's face, but he knew he couldn't afford pride when his strength was already making him a target for others. He also made a mental note announcing his spells was a rookie mistake, a habit he needed to break immediately. This interference ability was a true game changer, allowing him to effortlessly weaken a second circle spell and shatter it with a mere first circle incantation. That single, decisive blow was enough to eliminate the careless student from the examination. It was an inevitable outcome, and with his opponent vanquished, our hero secured another 10 points, a satisfying start to the test. As he moved deeper into the forest, he could feel his mastery over the interference power solidifying with each passing moment. Soon, he mused, even third circle spells would bend to his will. But his contemplation was cut short by a stealthy movement in the shadows behind him. His senses screamed, putting him on high alert. This time, he wouldn't wait to be attacked. He would strike first. He launched a blazing fireball toward the sound. The light revealing a chilling sight, he was completely encircled by a pack of dangerous wolves. The beast had likely been drawn by the echoes of his previous battle. An ordinary student would have despaired. They would have cursed their luck, but for a mage determined to achieve overwhelming dominance, this was nothing less than a golden opportunity. The alpha wolf, sensing this, let out a piercing howl. It was the signal to attack, and as the pack surged forward, our protagonist met them with a grim, eager smile. Meanwhile, unseen, the exam supervisors watched his every move, his name already generating a buzz among the academy's professors. Our protagonist, Adela, and a handful of other promising talents were proving to be truly impressive prospects. If they maintained this pace, they were on track to break into the top 10, a feat one professor noted was incredibly difficult. But a woman with glasses silenced the doubt, her voice carrying an authority no one dared question as she spoke of Senor. He is an extremely talented individual, she stated, turning her gaze to Instructor Chango. Do you have any doubts about that? With his eyes glued to the screen, watching the masterful display in the forest, Chango could only nod in solemn agreement. A murmur of excitement filled the room. After all, he had dominated every single training session, consistently ranking first. And now, in the true test of his abilities, he was already leagues ahead of the competition. They watched in awe of his strategy, realizing he'd waited for the entire pack to gather just to maximize his point gain. His performance was so flawless, the professors began to dream of a grander stage, the Mage Olympics. But back in the forest, after successive battles, exhaustion was finally setting in. He had earned another 60 points, but his victory was cut short as a deep, powerful tremor suddenly shook the very ground beneath him. He first thought it was an earthquake, but a horrifying realization dawned. It wasn't the world shaking. The ground itself was moving. And then he understood. As erupting from the earth came a colossal form, a body as massive as an elephant, heaving soil and rock aside, glinting in the light. Its shell was studded with massive, raw gems. It was an emerald turtle, a legendary beast no one ever expected to find here. Evading the creature's initial lunge, our protagonist steeled himself, facing it head-on. This was his first real encounter with a beast of this nature, and the moment had come to unleash the full arsenal of knowledge he had painstakingly acquired. Meanwhile, within the grand halls of the academy, the professors watched with bated breath, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. Word had already spread their most promising student of the year had come face to face with the formidable emerald turtle. This evaluation was designed to teach students the art of escape and the necessity of teamwork. The turtle, however, was a rare and brutal exception. No matter how brilliant the prodigy, they believed our protagonist was incapable of facing it alone. The creature's defenses were legendary, a living fortress in the natural bane of mages. And now, it was singularly focused on turning our hero into its afternoon meal. It lunged, unleashing a crushing blow meant to obliterate him, but with breathtaking grace, our young mage danced out of harm's way. A thought flashed through his mind: if he could defeat this, a high score was guaranteed. But his contemplation was shattered as the beast revealed a shocking burst of agility. Caught midair, his instincts screamed for defense, compelling him to weave a protective barrier of pure mana. With a stroke of genius, he solidified the shield beneath his feet, transforming it into a makeshift platform to evade the whip-like crack of the turtle's tail. The watching professors murmured in approval at his clever use of magic, but they knew a single trick wouldn't be enough to save him from this behemoth. Without a moment's hesitation, our protagonist retaliated, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that engulfed the creature. He held his breath, peering through the inferno for any sign of victory, only for his hopes to turn to ash. The flames had done nothing but stoke the monster's fury. It was a terrifying outcome he hadn't anticipated, and for the first time, a cold sliver of fear pierced his resolve. Scrambling away from the enraged beast, the grim reality of the situation set in. This was a challenge beyond formidable, Not even a fifth circle mage could hope to win this fight alone. Its immense speed, fueled by the mana stored within its shell, made escape nearly impossible. But in that desperate moment, his brilliant mind perceived an unbelievable detail. There was a human silhouette trapped within the creature's core. Suddenly, a new path forward, a new strategy, began to form in his mind. His first move was to channel raw power into his legs, granting him a burst of speed to weave through the devastating attacks with newfound agility, forcing the beast to constantly change its course, keenly aware that its shell could pulverize the very landscape with effortless ease. A single misstep, one direct hit, and his evaluation would be over. But he knew he couldn't outrun it forever. Victory would not be found in retreat. It had to be seized in combat. Bracing himself, he conjured another barrier to meet the incoming assault. The sheer, overwhelming force of the monster crashed against his shield, a staggering display of power. Knowing the barrier wouldn't hold, he began to channel resonance. It was now a raw contest of strength, a brutal stalemate. He was locked in place, his legs screaming for a moment to recover. And in that deadlock, he saw his opening. This was the chance he needed to launch a counteroffensive, this time with the cutting power of wind magic. The spell propelled him closer to the colossal beast, a memory surfacing from a dusty tome he had read as a child. The book had mentioned a critical flaw. Its powerful attacks overloaded his joints, momentarily hindering its mobility. This was it, the fleeting window of opportunity he had to seize. With absolute clarity of purpose, he began to form a spear of jagged ice, aimed at the beast's weak point. The sheer audacity of his plan left the observing professors in stunned admiration. Their arrogant prodigy had chosen to fight, not flee. As his ice spear struck true, he channeled the interference magic he had mastered, and the impact resonated deep within the creature, forcing it to spew a torrent of blood. The strike was devastatingly effective, and with a single decisive blow, the colossal turtle was vanquished. A wave of disbelief washed over our protagonist. He had actually achieved the impossible. His reward a staggering 1,000 points. It was an astonishing feat for someone of his standing, as the grueling test raged on throughout the region. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, within the grand estate of our hero's family, powerful eyes were watching his every move. The family patriarch had witnessed the entire spectacle, a profound sense of pride for his youngest son swelling in his chest, impossible to conceal. He knew the creature was vulnerable to ice magic, but he couldn't fathom how his son had accomplished such a feat with a mere 3 magic circles. Even Aeon, his trusted advisor, was at a loss for words. They observed as the young man pragmatically gathered meat from the fallen beast, knowing he needed to survive for several more days in this hostile territory. A wry smile touched the father's lips as he remarked that he hadn't raised a weakling, and this display of grit proved it. They continued to watch as he departed, laden with a substantial portion of turtle meat. The sight prompted Ion to turn to the head of the family. His curiosity about the young man piqued. He asked how the boy could possess such courage, especially knowing the malicious nature of his own siblings, Jan and Violet. The patriarch explained that his son's actions were all part of a calculated plan, taking him back to a time when magic was heavily restricted. Back then, his youngest was cast out of the line of succession, leaving his status within the family utterly wretched. But now, everything had changed. Even the patriarch couldn't pinpoint the exact moment of transformation, but his son had undeniably awakened a formidable power. His growth wasn't just remarkable, it was undeniable. In fact, the boy had requested protection for the months leading up to the Mage Olympics, seeking an opportunity to grow his strength unhindered, perhaps to achieve something truly extraordinary. Aeon listened, his astonishment growing with every word. The patriarch continued, explaining that the boy sought global acclaim to solidify his influence within the family, and once those 2 months of protection were over, he was confident that the meddling of his older siblings would cease to be a threat. He had truly forged himself into a courageous man. As night finally descended upon the forest, our protagonist began to prepare his hard-won feast. One of the peculiar rules of the test was a mandated truce. All confrontations were forbidden between the hours of 11 at night and 1 in the morning. He understood it was the measure for the student's safety, but for him, it was an unwelcome obstacle to honing his skills. Some tests had even stricter regulations. This one, he thought, needed to be abolished. Still, at least he was permitted to bring a few magical artifacts with him. Using his enchanted cloak, our hero began to recover from his exhaustion, finally able to enjoy his meal in peace. After he had eaten his fill, a sense of deep satisfaction washed over him. Just then, a rustling in the nearby bushes broke the silence. He turned to see 2 familiar figures emerge: his friend, Sun Chan, and his rival, Adela. The unlikely pair sat down by his campfire, and he didn't hesitate to ask why on earth they were traveling together. They explained that they hadn't been working together at all. They had been in the middle of a fierce battle when the truce period began. Sun Chan sheepishly admitted that battle was a generous term, as he was the one taking a severe beating. Our hero correctly surmised that the tantalizing aroma of his cooking had led them to his camp. His friend confirmed it, adding that the smell was irresistible and they would love a piece. He initially protested, reminding them it was his kill, but the two companions put on their most pitiful faces and begged for his generosity. Faced with their desperate pleas, he relented. After all, he had more than enough food to go around. It was better to share the bounty than to let it go to waste. As they savored the turtle meat, they offered him their profuse thanks for his kindness. And from the way they devoured it, one would think it was the last meal they would ever eat. A wave of pride washed over our protagonist as compliments flowed for a meal cooked over a simple campfire. Adela, intrigued, wondered if the succulent meat was from a forest bear, a creature known to roam these woods, its flesh a renowned delicacy. But our hero simply shook his head in a subtle denial. Adela's mind raced. She knew only two creatures in this forest were safe to eat. The second was the legendary emerald turtle, as the flesh of all other beasts was either toxic or utterly bland, making them completely unfit for any meal. The implication struck Adela with stunning force. He couldn't have possibly defeated an emerald turtle. Yet that was precisely the feat our protagonist had accomplished. He calmly stated that he had encountered the beast just west of their current position. His companion was equally stunned, having only ever witnessed such a creature in digital recordings, and he eagerly pressed for the details of the battle. His curiosity, however, was swiftly overshadowed by his hunger, and he completely ignored the explanation, his focus returning entirely to the delicious meal. Adela, however, remained captivated by the incredible claim. In all her studies, she had never heard of a mage below the 5th-star rank felling such a monster. As she voiced her disbelief, our protagonist offered a demonstration, summoning forth a torrent of flames that swirled into a roaring vortex of fire, illuminating their small camp. Adela's eyes widened in recognition. He had already mastered the 3rd magic circle. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the fiery spectacle vanished before her very eyes. But her astonishment only deepened. What he had just performed, transformation magic, was an art reserved for the 6th circle. It was a feat that should have been utterly impossible. Yet our hero stood with quiet confidence, a faint blush of embarrassment on his cheeks at their awestruck gazes. They swore an oath of secrecy, promising that whatever he was about to reveal would remain strictly between them. Their curiosity was insatiable. They had to know how he had defeated the turtle. Ayul explained that he had pierced its impenetrable shell, a statement that only deepened their confusion. But since the entire exam was being recorded by the Academy, he assured them they could all witness the proof for themselves once they left the forest. Even our protagonist admitted his own eagerness to review the footage of the battle, declaring he would be the very first in line to see it. His confidence left his friends in a state of deep contemplation. Ayul then confirmed their pact. They would face each other in a fair duel at the next dawn. His friends conceded they likely stood no chance against him, and the girl wished him luck, hinting that she, too, had a surprise she was eager to reveal. As the second day of the grueling test wore on, the boundaries of the exam area began to constrict, forcing the remaining students ever closer. The supervising professors noted that only 4 students remained, eagerly anticipating the final victor. Suddenly, a flash of magical energy shot through the trees, hurtling directly toward our hero. He spun around, tracing the attack back to its source, and masterfully deflected the blast with a barrier of swirling wind. His gaze shot upwards, pinpointing the exact location from which his unseen assailant had launched the assault. A voice echoed from the canopy, boasting of having surpassed the supernova phase. A figure with fiery red hair descended upon our protagonist, unleashing a ferocious aerial assault. The attacker's movements were a blur of incredible speed, a testament to his advanced training. Yet for all his skill, not a single one of his strikes found its mark. Ayun was forced to retreat, creating distance to escape the pressure of the sudden, well-coordinated barrage. The red-haired assailant finally landed, revealing his face with a smirk, and declared that Ayun's luck had just run out. This was Nchok, a mage renowned for his mastery of close-quarters combat, but our protagonist simply replied that his opponent was gravely mistaken. In fact, he considered himself incredibly fortunate. Sanchok had built a fearsome reputation at the Academy on pure, brutal strength, mercilessly crushing anyone who stood in his way. His body fortification magic was said to be truly formidable, making him one of the most physically powerful mages in his entire class. As a specialist in fortifying his own body, he was an opponent no one could afford to underestimate. But unfortunately for him, he collided with the immovable force that was our protagonist, and in that instant, the duel transformed into a raw contest of will and might. Accepting the challenge, our hero met fire with fire, reinforcing his own body for the brutal clash to come, a move that sent a thrill of excitement through his opponent. For this was his domain, the art of hand-to-hand combat. From the sidelines, the professors watched with rapt attention, their eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. One instructor mused that the fight now heavily favored the brawler, whose raw talent and experience in close-quarters combat were unmatched among his peers. Yet, the memory of the previous day's impossible feat lingered, a stark reminder that our protagonist was full of dangerous surprises. And he did not disappoint. Our hero moved with an almost supernatural grace, weaving through a storm of attacks with breathtaking ease. He activated the demon's eyes, a powerful perception skill that laid the battlefield bare, allowing him to finally track the swirling flow of his opponent's mana. He saw it coalescing in the fighter's fists, only to watch it surge in an instant to his knee, a clear sign that a devastating kick was imminent. The blow came, as predicted, with bone-shattering force, but our protagonist unleashed his barrier not to block, but to push his attacker back. A look of pure astonishment crossed the fighter's face as the barrier, which he expected to shatter, held firm against his assault. He had never witnessed magic wielded with such raw, unconventional power, and he began to wonder if the legends of the returning genius were more than just rumors. With every exchange, his fascination with our hero grew, fueling a burning desire to defend his own honor as a martial artist. He was convinced that in a contest of fists, he could never be defeated. Meanwhile, our protagonist saw the cold, hard lines of a winning strategy. His fist, now sheathed in a crackling aura of mana, shot forward, only to be met by his opponent's instinctive, perfectly timed block. The outcome was staggering. Even the watching professors leaned in, impressed by the fighter's incredible resilience and flawless defensive form. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun into a powerful high kick aimed straight at our protagonist's head, forcing a desperate last-second dodge to avoid being knocked out cold. The fighter's combat instincts were undeniably sharp, but our hero's reflexes operated on an entirely different plane of existence. A fleeting thought crossed the protagonist's mind. A single, well-placed fire spell would have ended this fight by exploiting that brief opening. With his arms seared and useless, the brawler's ability to compete at such a high level would have been utterly extinguished. Realizing the strategic high ground was his, our protagonist moved in a blur, feinting an attack to create the opening he needed. As the fist closed in, the embattled student instinctively raised his guard, the exact reaction our cunning protagonist had been counting on. But the fist was a lie. In a brilliant pivot, he unleashed a savage sidekick that slammed into his opponent's unprotected flank. Only in that agonizing moment did the fighter realize he'd been played, having never even seen the mana shift to strengthen our hero's legs. A wave of searing pain erupted from his abdomen, so intense it felt as if his ribs had splintered into 1,000 pieces. But he was a true warrior. An agony of this magnitude was not enough to shatter his spirit or force him to yield. He surged forward again, driven by a heart that knew only battle, a testament to the incredible spirit of this supporting character. Our protagonist offered a grim warning, telling him that sheer grit alone would soon cause his body to fail him completely. But like a true fighter, he ignored the advice and answered with another furious charge, his fist a relentless, unstoppable storm. Yet for all his power, his speed couldn't bridge the gap to our protagonist, who once again saw the perfect window open for a counterstrike. The very instant the fighter's feet touched the ground, he was met with a devastating surprise, a brutal right uppercut that connected squarely with his chin. The sheer force of the blow sent his body hurtling backward. Our protagonist winced, shaking his hand to quell the searing pain, his gaze fixed on the crumpled form of his defeated opponent. In a split second of pure instinct, the fallen warrior had managed to channel his mana, reinforcing his jaw just enough to absorb the worst of the damage. Yet, it wasn't enough. He now lay semi-conscious on the cold ground. Our protagonist couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration for the man's incredible combat prowess. His every move, both in attack and defense, was a testament to master-level training. This was no simple adversary. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a tense quiet settled over the arena. And with the arrival of night, the final stage was set. Only 3 survivors were left standing in the grueling test. Or rather, only 2 who truly mattered, our protagonist and his formidable rival. Miles away, within the opulent walls of the family estate, a cabal of envy festered, His own siblings had gathered, their hearts poisoned with the hope of witnessing his downfall. The fact that his triumphs were being broadcast for the entire nation to see was a truth they couldn't stomach. Violet, in particular, seethed with frustration, lamenting that their hands were tied, unable to sabotage him directly. Now the young man they once dismissed was rapidly slipping from their grasp. If his ascent continued unchecked, he would soon become a legitimate contender for the family's succession, a possibility she found utterly unforgivable. Beside her, Jian remained chillingly silent. His silence only stoked Violet's fury. She knew their brother had accomplished the impossible by defeating an emerald tortoise, a feat that should have been far beyond the reach of someone with his supposed limitations. Worse still, the footage was already circulating online, undoubtedly having reached the eyes of the family patriarch. Like a fraying thread, Violet's composure was unraveling with each passing moment, a fact her brother Jian did not miss. His quiet plea for her to calm down was like gasoline on a flame, and she erupted, completely losing control. As she spiraled deeper into a venomous despair, the thin veneer of Jian's patience finally shattered. His voice, low and dangerous, promised it would not happen again. A sudden, cold fear gripped Violet. She stammered an apology for her outburst, pleading with him not to punish her. Jian feigned a thoughtful pause, his eyes cold as he began to stroke her hair with a touch that was devoid of any warmth or sincerity. True to his treacherous nature, he offered a hollow assurance, claiming he had no reason to punish his own sister. Still trembling, she murmured her thanks, utterly oblivious to John's true thoughts that our protagonist was proving to be far more cunning than they'd anticipated. He was seizing every opportunity, and if this meteoric rise continued, Jian knew his own charming intervention would become unavoidable. Meanwhile, back in the moonlit forest of the trial, the final battle raged. Adela unleashed the full extent of her formidable skills, vowing that this time she would not be caught off guard. She had studied every one of the protagonist's previous fights, dissecting his every move. Under the ethereal glow of the moon, the sun could offer her no advantage, no blinding glare to exploit. This time, she would give him no opening, no chance to retaliate, as she launched another devastating volley of attacks in his direction. And just as she planned, Ayul's world narrowed to a frantic dance of evasion. He was pinned down by a relentless barrage of moon bullets, one of which seared a path across his arm. This was a far cry from their first encounter. The sheer volume of her attacks was staggering. To dodge every single one seemed an impossible task. Adela's eyes were sharp. She had identified his weakness in effective long-range counters. With unwavering focus, she was determined to press her advantage and claim victory. "That's your limit," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction as she vowed to shatter his skills and efforts. Culminating her assault in a titanic explosion that engulfed our protagonist's position. Ayul threw himself clear, narrowly avoiding the epicenter of the blast, but the constant evasion was taking its toll. He could feel the burn of exhaustion and the cold grip of distress setting in. He was forced to conjure a magical barrier, a desperate defense against the crushing weight of her assault. Ayul desperately tried to decipher her strategy, but Adela moved with the unshakable confidence of someone who had already seen the path to victory. Such a relentless barrage of spells was beyond ordinary mages, yet for a scion of her noble house, it was merely an expected display of power. And then, through the storm of magic, Ayul saw the undeniable truth of her power. Adela had broken through to the fourth circle. Concealing a hand behind his back, Ayul began to weave a new spell, a shard of pure ice. Sensing the shift, Adela's onslaught ceased. Her voice cut through the air. "You noticed quickly." Ayul heard her, but he was playing his own game, a hidden attack already streaking through the swirling dust. She had attained the fourth circle just 4 days ago, but that was far from her only secret. She drew a deep, centering breath, and as she did, the very sky above began to burn with a blinding, celestial light. Ayul's hidden needle shot towards its mark with lethal precision, but Adela was one step ahead, dismissing it with a confident smirk. "I won't fall for such a transparent trick." A casual wave of her hand was all it took to dissolve his surprise attack into nothingness. When she opened her eyes again, they were no longer the same. A glowing, cross-shaped sigil now burned within each iris. Ayul recognized it instantly, the heart's eye, a secret art of her family, now amplified by the power of the fourth circle. This was going to be a serious problem. It was a technique that the master of the tower, Ayul, had also conquered, though his own version manifested differently. His was a mystic eye, honed for pure detection. Adela, however, was merging raw power and range with breathtaking versatility. The combination made her terrifyingly formidable. Even Ayul had to admit it in that moment. She was a monster in human form. Adela's voice rang with conviction, declaring she would unleash every weapon in her arsenal. She was no fool. Holding back against the mage of Ayul's caliber would be a fatal mistake as her next wave of attacks surged forward. As magic filled the air, she challenged him. "When will you show me the power that tamed the emerald turtle?" Ayul watched her spells close in, his expression unreadable. He simply replied that the time for revelations was fast approaching, and in that moment, the color of his own eyes began to shift. Ayul had achieved true mastery of the mystic eyes. He could see it all, the very structure, attributes, and fundamental principles of her magic. With a subtle act of magical interference, he unwove her spells in midair, causing the projectiles to veer harmlessly away. Adela could only stare in shock as her attacks warped and twisted the moment they were unleashed. She couldn't comprehend what he had done. Ayul offered no explanation, but he was curious to know what her own enhanced sight had perceived in that instant. Meanwhile, inside the grand estate of the protagonist's family, a stir was brewing. Ayul's father was stunned by his guest's reaction, desperate to understand what sorcery could possibly alter the very trajectory of a spell. Such a feat seemed impossible. The guest was none other than Deval Yui Sanchiel, Adela's own father, a man who was, by all appearances, Ayul's potential future father-in-law. Ayul's father admitted he was just as baffled. Sanchiel turned to him, asking if his son had ever mentioned possessing such a technique. But the old man could only shake his head, insisting he had never heard a single word about it. Sanchiel found the boy's secrecy peculiar. Ayul's father sighed, admitting that over the past year, his son had grown bolder and now held more secrets than a forgotten crypt, sharing less and less of his life. Cromwell acknowledged that the year away from home had forged an entirely different young man. Aiden's father nodded in solemn agreement, a silent understanding passing between them that a boy must leave the nest to truly become a man. Cromwell confessed that during the previous academy evaluation, he had dismissed Aiden's success as nothing more than a stroke of luck. He admitted, with a hint of shame for speaking so bluntly before the boy's father, that he'd expected Aiden's talent to be a fleeting spark, destined to be extinguished by his own mediocrity. The painful truth was, Aiden's father had harbored the very same doubts, knowing his son's inherent incompatibility with AI assistance was a critical flaw. Cromwell clarified that when Aiden had bested his daughter, it was not a victory born of superior skill. It was, he admitted, the sheer brilliance of his strategy that had won the day. But an official evaluation was looming, and once Aiden's limitations were exposed, his fall would be inevitable. And right now, Adela was the one poised to deliver that final blow. For she was, as Cromwell noted, exceptionally promising. Yet, there was a flaw in their logic. Cromwell conceded that he had gravely underestimated the boy, who was now pushing his own daughter to her absolute breaking point. He then turned to Aiden's father, a confession weighing heavily on his heart. He revealed that he would be eternally grateful to his son because there was a time when his daughter had lost her purpose, when the fire in her had almost died. Her eyes, once vacant and lost, now burned with a brilliance he had never witnessed before in her entire life. That was why he was overjoyed that Aiden was back in the fight. He had inadvertently reignited the very motivation his daughter had lost. As this poignant conversation unfolded, their eyes remained locked on the battle. Aiden's father couldn't help but agree with Cromwell's words. He acknowledged that this fierce rivalry was a blessing in disguise, and just then, the final grueling battle reached its dramatic conclusion. The organizers' voices echoed, calling for the survivors to cease combat. Amidst a swirling cloud of dust, our hero desperately searched for the girl. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief as the haze cleared, revealing that they were both, impossibly, still on their feet. Across the clearing, Adela met his intense gaze. Though exhaustion gnawed at him, a sharp pang of regret struck Aiden. If only he'd had a little more time, he was certain victory would have been his. Adela let out a derisive scoff at his unspoken thought, her posture radiating the confidence of someone who believed she held the upper hand. An intimidating silence stretched between them, a silent war waged in a single glance, broken only when a professor entered the clearing, declaring the match over and ordering their return. The following day, a semblance of their normal routine returned to the academy. Adela remained unshakable in her conviction that she had held the advantage, a claim Aiden flatly refused to accept, as his view of the fight's trajectory was entirely different. The girl argued she had already deciphered his strategy and needed a mere 5 more minutes to defeat him. Aiden retorted that in that same amount of time, her mental energy would have been completely depleted, handing him the win. All the while, Sean watched the two argue, a silent observer to their endless debate. Finally breaking his silence, he sighed that if they insisted on continuing their war of words, they should do it in another room, as he would very much like some peace. His reasonable plea was met with a unified front of fury, as they both snapped at him to shut up. Dejectedly, Sean explained that he had only wanted to watch the test recordings with them, not to listen to them rehash the entire battle. He even pointed towards the drinks and snacks he'd prepared, including their favorite banana milk, but his friends continued their heated argument, only pausing when he mentioned the food. With the promise of snacks, his friends suddenly became much more civil, with Aiden even remarking that they couldn't see the television with Sean sitting in front of it. Now settled, they prepared to watch the event from the beginning, only to stare in utter shock at the playback timer. The full recording was a staggering 14 hours long. And so, their day was consumed by intense focus. And by the time they finished, Sean was utterly drained, sprawled out on the floor and already lost in the deepest corners of a dream. A soft laugh escaped Adela's lips, piquing Aiden's curiosity. As she gently draped a blanket over their slumbering friend, she admitted that she'd had a lot of fun. 14 straight hours of combat analysis is draining, she mused. I honestly thought you'd tap out halfway, Aiden confessed with a smile. I thought the same about you, that you'd be the first to call it quits. But we both made it to the end, he added. Only Sean couldn't keep up. Adela's gaze softened. He's a good friend to you. Aiden's agreement was heartfelt. He's one of the best, Aiden affirmed. Then the mood shifted unexpectedly as Adela turned to him and apologized. Aiden was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. Sorry, what for? She confessed. For an entire year, I pretended I didn't know you. I kept my distance intentionally. And I see now that was a mistake. I could have handled things better. But Aiden shook his head, refusing her apology. You have nothing to be sorry for. You sent a signal, and I was the one who turned away. I was the one who chose to create that distance, so don't feel guilty. I was trying to keep away from everyone back then. At that very moment, Sean's eyes snapped open, his voice thick with sleep. Is that really true? Aiden smirked, completely unfazed. I knew you were awake. You've been listening for the last few minutes, haven't you? He then declared, his tone shifting. I'm not the same person I was a year ago. I have a new power now. His words hung in the air, leaving his friends in stunned silence. Aiden's gaze met theirs, steady and confident. And now, I have allies I can trust. In fact, there's something I need to show you both. He raised his hands, and between his palms, a sphere of pure mana began to coalesce. His friends watched, their eyes widening in disbelief. That's impossible. And yet, there it was. He had perfectly materialized the signature technique of Adela's family, the Moon Bullet. Your eyes aren't deceiving you, Aiden confirmed, the glowing orb hovering in his hand. This is a spell of my own creation. Sean's mind raced, connecting the dots. Your alteration magic. Can it target the very formula of a spell? Aiden simply confirmed that was exactly what he could do. It all clicked into place for Adela. He had to possess mystic eyes to see the spell's blueprint. That was how he'd managed to grasp her family's secret. A technique like that is never taught to an outsider. The spell he held wasn't learned, it was reverse engineered, built from his analysis of her battles. To achieve that level of perfection, he would have had to witness it, to study it, time and time again. Suddenly, his victory against the Emerald Turtle made perfect sense. She knew for certain now that he had used his alteration magic. He must have targeted the magical structure of the beast's shell, weakening its nigh impenetrable durability from the inside out. A wide, excited grin spread across Sean's face. My friend, he declared, you're an absolute monster. Aiden then turned to Adela. Do I still need to explain how I altered your bullet's trajectory? The condition, Aiden explained, is that I have to deeply understand the technique I'm targeting. That's why I couldn't interfere at first. I didn't have enough data. He looked at Adela with genuine respect. I have to say, I'm impressed you figured it out so quickly during our match. You relied solely on the moon bullets, he continued, and that gave me all the opportunity I needed to analyze the technique completely. The realization dawned on Adela her lack of variation. Her over-reliance on a single attack had been her fatal mistake. She looked at him, her curiosity piqued once more. Does your power have any weaknesses? Aiden admitted. Analyzing mana on that level, it takes a toll. Ayul explained that his power was limited. He could only meddle with spells that were practically on top of him. And in the heat of battle, time was a luxury he didn't have, allowing for only a slight shift in their path. Adela, ever the tactician, pressed further, her eyes gleaming with possibility. Could he completely reverse a spell's direction, sending it hurtling back to its originator? He confessed that such a feat was still impossible, as the window of opportunity was simply too small. She acknowledged what a pity that was. If true reflection were possible, the results would be legendary. Even so, she conceded, his existing techniques were undeniably impressive. Meanwhile, Sanhan started waving his hands frantically, desperate for their attention, demanding his friends sit down and actually listen for a change. He was desperate to know why Ayul was revealing such a game-changing secret to them. Both Ayul and Adela exchanged a look of sheer disbelief that he still hadn't connected the dots. Their minds were already miles ahead, focused on one singular monumental event, the Academy's Olympics. It was only then that the pieces finally clicked into place for Sanhan. Revealing the audacious plan these two were hatching, our protagonist needed a team, and he intended for them to be it. For a fleeting second, Sanhan couldn't mask the genuine emotion he felt at being invited, but a shadow of doubt quickly returned, and he knew he had to voice his concerns. While he agreed with Adela's assessment of Ayul's power, he was convinced that he himself lacked the skill to compete on such a grand stage. He argued that even among students, there were prodigies roaming the halls of the academy far beyond his level. But our protagonist simply brushed his worries aside, declaring that it didn't matter. He vowed that, one way or another, he would ensure his friend was right there beside them, a promise that filled Sanhan with a profound sense of dread. Despite its numerous limitations, Adela's sharp mind immediately recognized Ayul's technique for what it was, their ultimate trump card. If they could harness it properly, they could create an impenetrable defense for their magic stone while launching their own assault. It was the perfect strategy for a siege battle. In fact, this was the exact type of combat where Ayul would truly shine. His unique ability was practically tailor-made for it. Sensing Ayul's unshakable confidence, she probed further, asking if he was hiding any other aces up his sleeve. Our protagonist simply offered a cryptic, knowing smile. He always had other tricks. Later that night, in the quiet of his dorm room, he finished a grueling study session and prepared to journey once more into the dimension of the book. He made his way directly to the vast ethereal library, a repository of infinite knowledge. Mimir, the guardian of this realm, noted the successor's arrival and greeted him. She teased that he was later than usual, wondering aloud if he had failed to secure first place. But Ayul confidently assured her that victory was still his, explaining that the points earned from the Emerald Turtle would be the deciding factor. He leaned in, reminding her of the absolute necessity of winning a gold medal in the upcoming competition. And Mimir's eyes widened in understanding he was talking about the Olympics, the grand stage he had mentioned before. Ayul updated her, explaining that he had already briefed his friends on the upcoming event and had even revealed his interference magic. Mimir raised an eyebrow, reminding him that he himself had sworn not to speak of it until the technique was absolutely perfect. She felt he had revealed his hand far too soon, but Ayul was certain he had chosen the perfect moment to do so. Her surprise grew as she realized the implication his confidence stemmed from the fact that he had already completely mastered the interference technique. She couldn't help but remark that the successor was a truly incredible individual, which served as the perfect segue to Ayul's next request. He needed books on the realm of destruction. The time had come to perfect his third magic circle. After his intense training session in that otherworldly space, a call came through from a monumental figure, the master of the Blue Tower. It was a summons he answered without a moment's hesitation. The Tower Master, Kim, stated that he had reviewed the footage from the test and was deeply impressed by his victory over an Emerald Turtle. Our boy, ever humble, simply attributed it to a stroke of luck. But the leader of this Blue Tower was even more impressed by something else. How Ayul had managed to fight on equal footing with Adela, a prodigy who had already reached the fourth circle. Burning with curiosity about how Ale had managed to shatter that impenetrable defense, he also demanded to know how he had altered the trajectory of the girl's attacks. His mind immediately leaped to distortion magic, a complex art, yet he knew with certainty that wasn't the answer. With a hint of regret, Ale had to apologize, explaining that the secrets of his magic were his own to keep. For now, far from being offended, Kim's excitement only grew, and he quickly apologized for his forwardness, acknowledging a mage's sacred right to secrecy. He couldn't help but add that the boy's techniques were utterly captivating, vowing that one day he would unravel their mysteries. With that, Kim shifted the conversation to the true purpose of his call, the elemental crystal they had previously discussed. A knot of anticipation tightened in our hero's chest as he asked if the news was favorable. Kim simply stated that for this matter, the news could only be of one kind. And indeed, It was a triumphant announcement. Everything was perfectly prepared and ready to proceed. A wave of concern washed over our protagonist, fearing he was imposing on them. He insisted there was no need to rush such a delicate process. Kim's voice was reassuring, dismissing his worries by boasting that all the artisans involved were masters of their craft. In fact, they were practically vibrating with eagerness for the chance to work with such a pristine raw material. Our hero could only hope their enthusiasm was genuine. Kim insisted there was no need for concern regarding the artifact, earning a wave of gratitude from the young man as he prepared to end the call. But Al interjected, revealing he had one more request. Kim's mind raced, assuming it was related to the disgraced instructor who had infiltrated their ranks. However, he knew any action on that front would hinge entirely on how the Tower Master chose to interpret the event. His interest now fully piqued. Kim waited for the young man's proposal. Alay's request was unexpected. It concerned this year's Olympics. He boldly asked for the Magic Tower's master artisans to serve as the official engineers for the national team. After the call, Mimir was left reeling. She was stunned to learn he would be facing mages of the Fifth Circle, a seemingly impossible condition set by the master of the Blue Tower. A shadow of doubt crossed Al's mind, making him question the wisdom of his audacious bargain. Kim had questioned him directly, asking if he truly intended to use his revered artisans as common engineers. His initial, instinctual response had been a firm no. Alay had acknowledged the audacity of his request, but Kim clarified that no was merely his initial answer. He then laid down a challenge if Alay could somehow defeat a Fifth Circle user. His answer might just change, a proposition that left our hero utterly speechless. The condition was clear at the Olympics. He would have to face mages who had already mastered the Fifth Circle, yet Kim confessed he had no doubts about the boy's staggering potential. However, dedicating his artisans to the competition would be an immense financial undertaking, one far too great to commit to for honor alone. Therefore, Alay had to provide undeniable proof that he could bring home the gold medal. Mimir, deeply concerned, pressed Alay for his plan, no matter how she analyzed it. Defeating a Fifth Circle mage in his current state seemed an insurmountable task. And the clock was ticking. Alay had a mere 10 days to prepare for this monumental challenge. She questioned if he truly believed he could devise effective countermeasures in such a perilously short amount of time, knowing victory was only possible if he succeeded. Yet perfecting any new technique in just 10 days was a feat bordering on the impossible. She had to ask if securing the Blue Tower's support was truly worth such a reckless gamble. Alay's resolve was firm. Yes, he declared. The Blue Tower artisans were the only ones in the entire nation capable of customizing artifacts to the exacting standards required for the Olympics. For that reason alone, he needed them. Mimir had to concede. Their legendary skill was undeniable. Ayul explained that artifacts from the Blue Tower weren't just better, they provided a critical 10% performance advantage over all others, and more importantly, their artisans were the only ones who could properly tune an elemental crystal. She instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. That slight difference in performance was often the deciding factor between life and death in a real battle, making their support absolutely essential. He emphasized it one last time they needed the artisans of the Blue Tower. Impatient, Mimir then asked when they would finally proceed to the third page of the challenge, stressing that time was running out. But to her surprise, the boy insisted on reading every single book she had gathered for him before he would even consider starting the trial. A spark of admiration lit up in her eyes, impressed by his unwavering dedication. With a knowing smile, she told him that once he passed the third challenge, he would understand just how well he was truly doing. Ayul's curiosity was piqued, and he asked if she had a contact on the inside. Mimir simply winked, shrouding her answer in mystery. That's a secret, she teased. Knowing now would spoil all the fun. Meanwhile, far away in one of the protagonist's family manors, a very different kind of meeting was unfolding. The grand hall was filled with forced cheer as guests indulged in the finest wine. All on the house, a circle of flatterers surrounded Jian, anointing him as the next head of the family. He played the part of the humble heir, claiming his achievements were all thanks to his devoted supporters. They raised their glasses, toasting to the glorious future that awaited under the leadership of this deeply envious man, until one guest broke the spell, mentioning how the youngest son was making a name for himself in the Sunday tournament. A flash of pure fury crossed Jian's face, but the clueless man continued, blissfully unaware as he listed the younger brother's recent accomplishments. He spoke of how the boy had single-handedly defeated an emerald turtle, definitive proof of his genius, and had even faced down a fourth circle magic user. The man marveled at his ability to withstand the secret arts of their own family, techniques fueled by the formidable lunar element. Simply surviving such an assault was a legendary feat in itself. He concluded that it was almost impossible to believe someone could be so skilled without an AI support system. At his words, a murmur swept through the room. Suddenly, everyone was buzzing about the protagonist's incredible return, eagerly anticipating his performance in the upcoming Olympics. It was even whispered that the patriarch himself was taking a special interest in the boy's progress. Every word of praise was a knife twisting in Jian's gut. The favoritism he had fought so hard for was slipping through his fingers, and the air in the room became suffocating. His mind reeled back to their childhood, when everyone spoke only of his brilliant younger brother, the star that cast him into a permanent shadow. He thought that star had finally burned out, but now it was returning, brighter than ever, across the hall. The other guests began to notice his sudden, tense absence. All that remained of his presence was a shattered wine glass on the floor. He had fled in a hurry, his mind screaming that the situation had spiraled out of his control. The hatred he harbored for his own brother had festered into a monstrous, all-consuming force. It led him to a single, chilling conclusion: for his own future to be secure, his brother had to be removed from the picture permanently. What a truly broken family. This was the bitter fruit of a father who sowed rivalry instead of love, and completely oblivious to the venomous conspiracy taking root. Our protagonist continued his relentless training, poring over ancient texts with singular focus, having already conquered a mountain of books in the library. Finally, he closed the last volume and stood, a newfound confidence radiating from him. Mimir appeared and asked if he was truly done, to which he gave a firm nod. "Those were all the books available," he said, "so I am finished." Mimir's expression was one of awe. "You have absorbed all there is to know about destruction," she observed. "Tell me, successor, has your understanding deepened?" Ayul confessed that he hadn't, admitting that the entire concept had completely eluded him. Mimir pressed, asking if he'd managed to form even a surface-level conclusion, but the very framework of the idea remained beyond his grasp. She reassured him, explaining that it was only natural for him to not yet have a full understanding. "It's akin to teaching someone how to flap their wings for the first time," she mused. The fundamental requirements simply weren't met. He still couldn't truly comprehend the nature of destruction. Ayul bluntly stated that her drawing was terrible, but conceded that her explanation had finally allowed him to grasp the concept. His comment left the girl slightly stung, as she had believed her illustration was perfectly instructive. To truly understand the conditions, she explained, he would need to face the third challenge. Mimir promised that all the answers he sought would be found on that very page. His curiosity piqued. He asked if the person he was meant to thank would also be his teacher. She replied with a cryptic smile, suggesting that if he was truly that curious, he ought to meet them soon, now that he had finally finished reading all the required books. Yet something about her reluctance felt strange. He questioned if some rule was preventing her from sharing more details about the third challenge. She clarified that it wasn't a restriction, but rather a solemn promise between them. With their conversation concluded, he stepped back into the world outside. The nature of that promise, the secret that sealed her lips about the third challenge, now consumed our protagonist's thoughts. Driven by this new mystery, he took the main tome into his hands, opening the ancient codex, ready to face whatever lay ahead. He placed his palm flat against the page of the trial. As reality twisted around him, he was plunged into a new dimension, greeted by a chaotic web of countless branches. This was utterly different from his previous trials, a stark contrast that left our young mage momentarily stunned. He squeezed his eyes shut against a blinding flash of light, reopening them to take in the sheer scale of his new surroundings. He was standing in what could only be described as an immense primeval forest. But this was no ordinary forest. Every tree soared to impossible heights, their canopies scraping the very heavens. He had expected another bizarre, abstract dimension like the last, but this felt terrifyingly real. There was no guide, and the familiar, reassuring voice of his master was nowhere to be heard. With no other choice, he began to walk, pushing deeper into the woods and questioning if this was truly the third challenge. He scaled a large boulder to get his bearings, and from that vantage point, he finally understood the ridiculous, awe-inspiring vastness of this world. The sheer power his master wielded was simply beyond mortal imagination. It felt as if he could walk forever and never reach an end. His path eventually led him toward the sound of water, drawing him closer to a clear spring. He was still lost in thought, wondering what kind of trial this could possibly be, when a powerful light erupted from the treetops and the very ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. His mind instantly screamed earthquake, but a primal instinct told him he was gravely mistaken. He wasn't alone. Something was watching him, and a cold dread washed over him as he sensed the imminent, overwhelming danger. A colossal creature, dwarfing even the memory of the emerald turtle, was staring down at him. The sight was impossible, defying all logic, and pure terror seized the boy's heart. Despite his proximity, he clung to the faint hope that the monster hadn't seen him. That hope was shattered as the beast unleashed a deafening roar directly at him, the force of the sound wave sending him hurtling backward into the cold lake. As he surfaced, sputtering, his eyes struggled to focus on the impossible form before him. Its eyes were predatory, slitted like a reptile's. Its body was a fortress of tough, interlocking scales like a crocodile's, and its claws and fangs gleamed like freshly honed blades. He knew without a doubt that this magnificent, terrifying creature was unclassified by any known bestiary. It could only be one thing: a legendary earth dragon. He had always believed them to be mere myth, a story for children. A horrifying thought crossed his mind: was his trial to defeat this living legend? Yet, the longer he stared, the more he realized that survival was an impossible dream in his current state. A chilling fear, cold and absolute, had paralyzed him completely. The creature's breath alone was enough to make the very mana in the air tremble. It existed on a plane of power he couldn't even comprehend. The thought of escape was a fleeting fantasy. His hands shook uncontrollably, seized by a primal, gut-wrenching terror that threatened to overwhelm him. And then, the creature's ancient, predatory eyes locked onto him, a gaze that pinned him to the spot. Ayul knew with sickening certainty he could never outrun this nightmare. But speed was irrelevant. His most immediate enemy was his own body, which had betrayed him, refusing to obey. If that monster decided to strike, there would be no defense, no escape, only oblivion. Yet, as the seconds stretched into an eternity, he realized the earth dragon hadn't attacked. It hadn't even moved closer. Ayul's mind raced. Was something holding it back? It was then that a clear, calm voice cut through the tension, remarking, "Now this is truly impressive." His head snapped toward the sound, a desperate spark of hope igniting in his terrified heart. He saw her first, his feet gliding effortlessly across the water's surface. She observed him, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. To face such a foe and not completely surrender was rare. She mistook his fear-induced paralysis for stoic composure, a quiet calm in the heart of the storm. Little did she know, she was blissfully unaware of the true, visceral extent of his terror. "I was testing you," she declared, her voice echoing with power. "The pressure is lifted. You should be able to move now," though the fear still clung to him like a shroud. Ayul found his voice. Who are you?" The name she gave was one of legend. "I am Elena Grin." The name resonated with history, the guardian of the forest, a mage of immense power, and as she revealed, an old friend of his own master. But the revelations were far from over. Ayul looked closer and realized she was not human at all, but a dryad, a spirit of the woods. "Shall we proceed?" she asked. Ayul could only manage a shaky nod, his words still trapped by the lingering terror of the dragon. Elena then turned her attention to the great beast. "You are driven by avarice, yet you did not cross into my domain. I respect that restraint. For that patience," she continued, her voice resonating with ancient authority. "I will forgive the ruin you've brought to my garden, but now you will receive my command. Return to the deep woods where you belong, fallen noble." With those words, she raised a small seed to her lips and gently blew upon it. A stream of vibrant green energy erupted forth, weaving through the trees like a living vine. Ayul watched, utterly captivated by the display. He realized with a jolt that the entire forest was alive, and had answered her call. This woman wasn't just powerful, she was the sovereign of this realm. Her final warning hung in the air, cold and sharp. "If my words are not enough, you will be cast into the void, to the realm of the forgotten." Her gaze hardened, and in an instant, the colossal dragon began to writhe and roar, struck by an unseen, agonizing force. Ayul stared in disbelief as deep gashes bloomed across the dragon's armored hide. Yet the assault was utterly silent. He knew something had pierced that impenetrable skin, but how the sheer mystery of her power left him breathless with wonder. Though the grievous wounds began to close with astonishing speed, the beast's defiance was broken. "That was merely a warning," Elena stated calmly. "Leave now." And with a final, defeated roar, the mighty earth dragon turned and retreated into the shadows of the forest. Ayul couldn't shake the image of those wounds healing in the blink of an eye. Who was this woman? Who could command a mythological beast with such effortless, serene authority? She glided over to him, her expression softening. "Are you all right?" she asked gently. Ayul, still reeling, could only nod. "Thanks to you." he added. She could see the shock still lingering in his eyes and offered, "Come with me, successor. You should rest." She guided him deeper into her domain, through paths of dappled light, until they arrived at a breathtaking sight, a home built seamlessly within the heart of a colossal ancient tree. She presented him with a steaming cup of tea, brewed from herbs his master had once cherished, promising it would calm his heart. He took a sip, and instantly, a wave of tranquility washed over him, quieting the storm that had been raging in his mind. The effect was nothing short of miraculous, and he eagerly drank more. A gentle smile graced the woman's lips, pleased that her remedy was so well received. "Is the taste to your liking?" she inquired softly. He could only respond with awe, admitting it was the most exquisite tea that had ever passed his lips. Pleased by his praise, she gently guided the conversation back to his well-being, asking, "And your spirit, is it calmer now?" He confessed his embarrassment, feeling he had revealed a moment of uncharacteristic weakness, but she quickly dismissed his concerns, assuring him there was nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, she remarked that simply remaining composed in the face of such a beast was a testament to his incredible courage. He shuddered, the memory still fresh. So it truly was an earth dragon. Its oppressive aura had been so overwhelming. It had frozen him where he stood. "That creature may be the king of this forest," she explained, "but it knows better than to trespass on my domain. However," she continued, "the temptation you presented must have been too great to ignore." Seeing his confusion, she clarified, "The mana you carry, it is exceptionally dense. To a being like that, you are a rare delicacy," she stated, her words chilling. "I have no doubt the dragon found your presence utterly irresistible. Its hunger likely overwhelmed its fear of me," she concluded, her explanation complete. She turned her serene gaze to him. "Do you have any other questions?" His mind reeling with the implications. Aiden voiced the question that burned within him. Are we truly inside the book? Everything felt so tangible, so alive, from the rustling leaves to the solid ground beneath his feet. He had journeyed through this forest for what felt like an eternity. This was nothing like the static pages he'd seen before. She nodded, ready to reveal the truth. This place, the third challenge, is contained between pages 214 and 232. The revelation stunned him further. Then, the Earth Dragon. Was it just a magical construct? He stammered. She paused, searching for the right words. "It is not real, yet it is not false." Aiden pressed for a clearer explanation, his confusion mounting. "This entire world," she began, her voice echoing with ancient knowledge, "is woven from the threads of memory. It is a recreation of the past. The forest you walk through is a perfect replica of one that existed long ago, meticulously recreated to aid your understanding. To put it simply," she said, "this world is a copy. It is not the genuine article, but neither is it a mere illusion." Aiden was left speechless, his mind struggling to grasp the sheer scale of power contained within the book's weathered pages. But how is such a thing possible? He wondered aloud. She admitted the intricate details were beyond her. Only my master, and his chosen successor, can truly comprehend its workings. Her gaze met his, the unspoken truth hanging in the air. He was that successor. "When you reach the master's level of power," she promised, "you will understand everything." Driven by a new purpose, Aiden asked, "Why? Why did he create this space?" "He built this world," she answered, "so that you might grasp a very particular and very powerful form of magic." His curiosity piqued, and she could see the burning desire for knowledge in his eyes. She took a moment, her expression turning grave as she studied him. Her next words sent a jolt through him. "You must perfect the third circle to master a magic that is the very essence of deconstruction. It is the power of the divine eyes," she declared, "eyes that perceive the true essence of all magic." As she spoke, her own eyes shifted, glowing with a brilliant golden light that seemed to pierce through the veil of reality, demonstrating her own mastery of the technique. Aiden recognized it instantly, a unique application of his master's mystic eyes. Yet she humbly added, "My own experience with them, however, is still quite limited." He had honed the technique to absolute perfection, a level of mastery attainable only by its creator and his chosen successor. Yenor had entrusted her with his tutelage, for her very existence was a vessel for this sacred knowledge. Meanwhile, far from this mystical training ground, back within the city's walls, Jan's father, the formidable patriarch, was making his own moves. He summoned a trusted subordinate, demanding an update on the current situation. The man, Ion was prepared, already bearing the intelligence the patriarch sought. The report centered on Mingji and Muk, who, as expected, showed a distinct lack of interest in their younger brother's activities. What was truly unexpected, however, was Violet's complete inaction. She had made no move, no sign of interference whatsoever. This compliance suggested the patriarch's command was being followed to the letter. Yet, despite Violet's current display of kindness, he harbored deep suspicions. He couldn't believe her goodwill was genuine, suspecting it was merely a cautious facade, born from the knowledge that she was under his watchful eye. But this Father of the Year, knowing his children's true natures all too well, shifted his focus, inquiring specifically about Jan. He learned that Jan had been unnervingly quiet, while this itself was suspicious. Even the lavish party he'd hosted the night before had revealed no irregularities, no hint of a hidden agenda. With this report, the patriarch felt he now had a clearer picture of the unfolding drama. He mused that perhaps his children had finally learned to separate personal feelings from official duties, before ordering his subordinate to maintain Jan's protection until the deadline expired. It was a command the subordinate vowed to execute with unwavering diligence. Aeon then cast a silencing spell, the air shimmering as he prepared to divulge the most confidential intelligence. He spoke of a traitor, someone within their very family, who was in league with the dreaded Black Tower. Their investigation had been thorough, scrutinizing 32 individuals, from the family elders to the highest-ranking executives. The patriarch absorbed this information with rapt attention, only for Aeon to deliver a frustrating conclusion officially. All of them were clean, but the patriarch's instinct screamed otherwise. He knew a snake was hiding in the grass. Of all those investigated, 5 possessed backgrounds riddled with suspicious inconsistencies. Aeon admitted that, with a bit more pressure, they might have already snared one of the conspirators. Now armed with the names of these 5 suspects, the patriarch's expression hardened. He declared that he would handle this matter personally. Meanwhile, worlds away from these dark conspiracies, Jan remained within the ethereal forest of truth, a place of beautiful contradictions. The spectral woman was wholly committed to her task, teaching him the ancient technique. Their training to master the divine eye was to begin at once. Jan, eager and determined, urged her to make the training as grueling as possible. A thrill ran through her. This successor's fire was so much like the master's. Gently, she placed her hands over Jan's face, her voice a soft command to close his eyes. She began to slowly, carefully channel her own mana into his system. As the power flowed, she started to explain the intricate mechanics of the divine eye. True mastery, she explained, was only possible after reaching the 4th circle and required knowledge from other tomes. A thought struck Jan. Of all the books he'd been granted access to, he couldn't recall a single mention of this technique. The knowledge, it seemed, was sealed, hidden away until a mage was powerful enough to comprehend it. He voiced his suspicion. "Are you talking about the Book of Mimir?" The woman's ethereal form flickered, visibly impressed by his insight. "You know of it?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. Jan nodded grimly. "I do, and I have a message for you." "From Mimir?" The message was simple. Mimir believed he was progressing well, and it served as a reminder of a mutual promise they once shared. A heavy silence fell, and in that quiet, the woman suddenly apologized to the successor. She explained that for a fleeting moment, her mana had wavered. Jan worried instantly, thinking perhaps his words had been a mistake, an unnecessary disturbance. But just as quickly, the flow of power stabilized. She apologized again for the brief lapse, admitting she was actually relieved that he already knew the truth. The mystery of the other girl would have to wait, for now. Their entire focus had to be on the harrowing trial of the divine eye. The reason for his confinement to the 4th circle was no longer a secret. It was a direct consequence of the 3rd trial, and Elena was the one tasked with explaining it all. She explained that the ancient tome had a finite capacity for the information it could hold, acknowledging that the master possessed a unique talent for unlocking a person's hidden potential. Our hero faintly recalled Mimir mentioning this very concept, the idea that even a book of immense power had its limits. The trial pages and the very process of verifying a successor demanded an immense reservoir of magic, far too vast to be contained within a single book. The rest of the knowledge was carefully compiled in other volumes. Elena continued to pour her mana into Yule's body, whispering that all was prepared before gently asking him to open his eyes. Her mana merged with his infinite circle so perfectly that he could no longer distinguish her energy from his own. It was then he felt a strange, new sensation stirring within his eyes. Elena warned him that it would feel disorienting at first. She had completely severed his optic nerves, plunging him into a temporary, profound blindness. However, she cautioned, it was far too soon for him to be surprised. The divine eye was an entirely new sense, one that existed beyond the physical. And to awaken it, all other senses had to be extinguished. The ability to feel, to smell, to taste all would gradually fade into nothingness. Soon, even his hearing vanished, leaving Yule utterly alone in a silent void as his body lay motionless on the forest floor. Elena's voice echoed in his mind, inviting him to step into the world of the dead as she watched over his still form with unwavering patience. He was adrift in an abyss where sensations ceased to exist, unable to perceive anything, unable even to tell if he was standing or falling. He had lost all feeling, completely severed from the outside world, a ghost uncertain if his own body still functioned. It was a chilling sensation, as if he were no longer alive. This was a terror that went far beyond mere visual darkness. He was immersed in absolute solitude. He knew with chilling certainty that if hell existed, it must feel exactly like this. But Yule knew he had to maintain his focus. This overwhelming void was nothing more than a part of his training. The divine eye was a power that transcended his senses, a light that could pierce this suffocating darkness. He began to concentrate, willing himself to visualize mana. He dedicated every fiber of his being to this singular task, and as time stretched on in the void, he began to refine this nascent ability. As Elena observed the results, she was overcome with genuine shock. No one should be able to remain so calm with their senses completely sealed away. Just 1 minute in that state is enough to make a person flirt with madness. By the second minute, they begin to surrender their will to live. And after 3 minutes, the psychological damage can become irreversible. She, more than anyone, understood just how terrifying this experience could be. She had only intended to give the boy a brief, unsettling glimpse of it. The proper method was to adapt slowly, taking small, incremental steps into that crushing feeling of complete isolation. And yet, the successor before her remained utterly unfazed, even after the critical 3-minute mark had passed. It was then she realized the entire force was resonating with his mana. His incredible stability meant it was safe to continue the training, and that is precisely what she did for the next several minutes. Realizing he was truly astonishing, she watched his 20 minutes pass with him in that state, his breathing calm and his mana circles unwavering. This was the successor chosen by Idrit. In that moment, she understood that the master had known all along that he would be capable of this feat. His voice, a faint whisper from the void, reached out to her, asking if she could hear him, a question that left the woman utterly astounded. He was pleading for release, for her to suspend the crushing sensory block. Alara complied, and as Aiden stood, the simple act of breathing felt like a newfound miracle. As life returned to his limbs, Alara's voice, laced with both concern and a burning curiosity, cut through the silence. She had to know how he had possibly endured the abyss, an experience that should have shattered the mind of any ordinary person. He admitted that even the memory of it was a chilling echo in his soul. But he had trusted that the training was designed with his safety in mind. So, he had emptied his consciousness, surrendering to a state of deep hypnosis, focusing every fiber of his being on a single, impossible task to see the unseen flow of mana. Alara knew it couldn't be that simple, murmuring that hypnosis alone could not have conquered that primal terror. The boy had to agree. He confessed that he had been on the verge of breaking. His body had refused to obey his will, trapped in a darkness that felt like an eternity, a hell of absolute solitude. Just as despair's cold grip threatened to obliterate his concentration, he anchored himself to a single, unshakable thought. This ordeal was nothing compared to the life he had been living just 1 year ago, when he learned he was unsuited for modern magic, when all his dreams were annihilated by a single diagnosis. He remembered the sting of being branded an outcast by his own family, disowned by his father. That had been his true personal hell. Compared to that profound despair, this training was but a fleeting shadow. As if on cue, moonlight pierced the forest canopy, bathing the woods in a silver glow. The light seemed to chase away the last of the darkness. Stepping outside, Alara gently asked if he was feeling any better. He nodded, a new resolve hardening his eyes. He now understood that blinding his physical senses was the only way to truly open his mind's eye. A shiver of awe, almost fear, ran down Alara's spine at the successor's incredible resilience, but he simply reassured her that he felt much better now. That harrowing experience was already in the past, replaced by an overwhelming gratitude for finally discovering a path that was uniquely his own. Witnessing such a profound transformation, Alara could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face, a memory of her master flooding her mind, and with it, A startling image emerged. Was her master a woman? The thought was a shock, and the sudden flood of memories only intensified her feelings. Aiden, noticing her distress, turned and offered his sincere thanks for everything she had done for him. She was momentarily confused by his gratitude, but he explained that even in the suffocating darkness, he could perceive her mana, a gentle, protective energy surrounding him. He confessed that her presence had been his anchor, the one thing that kept him from drifting into madness and inspired him to keep fighting. His heartfelt words touched her deeply, echoing a compliment she had once received from her master. And with that thought, the image in her memory shifted, clarifying. No, her master was undeniably a man. She had never dreamed she would hear such praise again. Later, as they sat together sharing tea, the atmosphere finally settled. Aiden mentioned his recent travels, journeying between this world and the realm contained within the Book of Mira. Elara's face lit up, relieved to hear that the girl was safe. The news was a balm to her soul, but Aiden clarified that he had only acted as a messenger, conveying the joy Mira felt in entrusting certain items to them. Elara mused that if he had found the girl, he must have learned of her legend in the forest, but Aiden simply shook his head. He revealed that he and Mira had made a solemn promise to each other, one that sealed his lips on the matter. Elara's expression grew somber as she explained that while Mira still remembered him, she was tragically no longer in a position to uphold her end of their vow, a statement that left our hero deeply perplexed. Sensing his confusion, Elara quickly apologized for casting a pall over their conversation. Aiden brushed it off, urging her to explain. She revealed that for him to even know of such a promise meant that Mira must have taken a profound and deeply personal interest in him. Elara was certain of it, and a new thought began to form in her mind. Perhaps their fates were already more deeply intertwined than either of them knew. Ol acknowledged their strong bond, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious promise she held, and Elena could see the question weighing heavily on his mind. However, she gently assured him it was a sacred vow meant only for the two of them, its contents hidden even from their master. Yet Ol's inquisitive nature couldn't be quelled. He felt a powerful certainty that their connection in the past was something profound and genuine. Elena seemed taken aback that Mimir hadn't mentioned it, but she stood firm, stating that she could not be the one to break that confidence and reveal its secrets. Faced with her unwavering loyalty, our protagonist relented, accepting the sanctity of an oath that could not be broken. A wave of relief washed over Elena, and she offered her heartfelt thanks to the successor for his profound understanding. As they parted ways, Ol announced his departure, entrusting himself to her guidance, while Elena, in turn, declared her own intention to resume her training. But just before he turned to leave, one final question lingered on his lips. He needed to understand the nature of the bond between her and Mimir. The woman explained that they were friends, bound together with Raya's the student constellations, sworn protectors of Bayer's magic, a duty that forged an unbreakable connection between them. His curiosity satisfied for now, our protagonist turned his attention to the other tome, announcing his presence with a surge of vibrant energy. Mimir greeted him with a hint of surprise, remarking on his swift return, to which the boy explained he had a class the very next day. That was the reason for his haste. Her gaze sharpened as she questioned whether his training had been adequate. All confidently affirmed that it was, demonstrating his newfound mastery of the divine eyes by pointing out the lazy, drifting quality of the mana that enveloped her. A flicker of annoyance crossed her features, a clear sign to all that she, too, must have just completed her own rigorous training. Mimir found his composure unsettling after such an ordeal, but all was lost in wonder, utterly fascinated by the unseen world now open to him. He was mesmerized by the aura of her mana, a tranquil yet chilling sea of energy. Her own admission that she was a cold person only confirmed what his new sight revealed. Later, over a cup of tea, she probed further, learning that the successor had emerged unscathed. Even after having his senses completely sealed away, she mused aloud, wondering if Elena's famously soft heart had led her to go easy on him, even theorizing that the magic of the forest itself had aided the boy. Owl's confusion was plain on his face, prompting her to ask pointedly if he hadn't undergone the mana circulation therapy. He confirmed he had not, as he had developed no lasting trauma, a version of events that she found utterly intriguing. She insisted it was impossible no one endured such a trial without developing trauma. He must have done something. Ymir demanded he confess whatever secret strategy he'd employed, and in response, he revealed the truth of his life just 1 year ago. His story left her stunned into silence, a cold fury rising within her directed squarely at the protagonist's family. It was a justifiable anger. A mere year ago, he was a prodigy crushed by expectation, wandering the lands without purpose. The crushing weight had made everything worse, But it was precisely that hell of loneliness that had forged the resilience to overcome his recent trial. Mimir had always sensed a deep darkness within the successor. And now, hearing his story, she understood its source completely, perhaps because she hailed from a similar environment. All was taken aback by the depth of her empathy. It seemed the more he came to understand these powerful women, the more they, in turn, understood him. A momentary embarrassment made him flush, and Mimir, sensing this, deftly shifted the conversation. She questioned if he could still meet his deadline. Al's response was unwavering, his voice filled with newfound confidence in his abilities. He declared that he would achieve it. Realizing he was an incredibly fortunate person, with that conviction, nothing could stop him. The only path was forward. Surrounded by a fortress of books, Julian's mind was elsewhere, replaying Elena's profound words over and over. The divine eyes evolve in harmony with the infinite circle. The first stage unveils the very color of mana. The second reveals its intricate structure. And the third, the very essence of magic itself. To achieve true mastery, he needed the ability to perceive mana at will. This power had to become as natural as breathing. Yet a seed of doubt began to sprout in his heart. Could he truly achieve such a feat? His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden memory, the message from the Blue Tower. They had chosen his opponent a fifth circle mage. His name was Bob, a man of 29 years. A jolt of recognition struck Julian. The face seemed hauntingly familiar. As dawn broke over Obelisk Academy, the training hall was already alive with the energy of dedicated students. Sean Chan could only watch in awe as his friends sparred, questioning if they were even human anymore. For Adela's skill was a blur of supernatural grace and power. She unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks at Julian, who stood his ground with unnerving calm, conjuring shields to effortlessly deflect every blow. During a break, Adela learned about the message from the Blue Tower, her eyes widening in surprise when she heard it came with a complete strategic plan. It was an unprecedented move. Julian hadn't just been given the name of his opponent, but a comprehensive guide on how to defeat him. This was an opportunity they couldn't afford to waste. Adela opened her mouth to speak again, but a split-second distraction was all it took. A flash of light blinded her, and a gust of wind magic sliced through the air, narrowly missing her. The close call left her breathless, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. Julian calmly walked over to her, offering a hand to help her up. He confessed he couldn't decipher the Blue Tower's true motives and asked for her perspective. Intrigued, she requested to see the file for herself. After a moment of careful review, she confirmed Julian's initial assessment was spot on. "This isn't just a file," she declared. "It's a complete battle strategy." Not wanting to be left out, Sean Chan eagerly leaned in, asking to see it as well. Adela agreed, noting the incredible accuracy of the analysis. "Perhaps," she mused, "this is the Tower Master's way of showing his favor." It was a clear message that Julian was expected to keep pushing his limits. Julian, however, saw it more pragmatically. It was a direct path to gaining the upper hand. Sean Chan chimed in, declaring that whatever the reason, it was undeniably a good thing. And he was right. But this gift didn't mean they could relax. The grueling training had to continue, much to Sean Chan's dismay, who was hoping for a longer rest. He pleaded for a break, barely able to catch his breath, but Julian simply stated that he needed to work on his stamina. The blunt remark left his friend utterly exasperated. As Sean Chan trudged back to his laps, a thunderous explosion erupted just behind him. Spinning around, Sean Chan yelled at the careless ones to be more careful, reminding them they were in an enclosed space and actively wrecking the training room. As the exhausting day finally drew to a close, the students trudged back to their dorms. Adela stumbled into her room, every muscle aching with fatigue. She collapsed onto her bed, the desire for sleep overpowering everything else. A small voice in her head insisted she should change her clothes first, but the bone-deep exhaustion was a tide she couldn't fight. It could wait until morning. Then, a thought pierced through the haze. Julian's moon bullet was already faster, stronger than her own. Lying there, a storm of thoughts began to brew within her. Despite pushing herself to the absolute limit, the gap between them only seemed to widen. This crushing reality was something she could no longer accept. A fire ignited in her soul. She knew what she had to do: train harder, dedicate every waking moment, because she refused to be surpassed by her rival, especially in the sacred techniques of her own family. This was no moment for rest. The battle had only just begun. Attempting to cool her thoughts, she opted for a cold shower, planning to review the day's training footage. Elsewhere, in the quiet of his own room, Jules had once again been drawn into the world of the ancient book. He moved through the spectral forest, his eyes shut by habit, not yet fully grasping that the need to shield his senses was now a relic of his past. He found Elena with an effortless certainty, and she immediately perceived the change in him. He could now see the very fabric of mana with stunning clarity. Yet, this newfound sight came at a cost, as prolonged use still brought on splitting headaches, a small price for the power to perceive mana at will. With this milestone achieved, they could finally proceed to the next phase of his training, where Elena declared she would use her divine eyes to gaze into his magic circle. By observing its intricate design, she would perceive the very essence of his magic, identifying the subtle voids where the entire construct could be unmade. Jules strained to perceive these same empty spaces, clinging to Elena's wisdom that every magical technique, no matter how powerful, possesses inherent flaws. His task was to learn to exploit these flaws, to erase the magic and shatter the circle from within a technique known as disassembly, the ultimate neutralization of a spell. She explained that by honing his mystic gaze to its absolute peak, he could nullify magic itself, and urged him to try. Sensing his innate talent for it, Elena held a quiet confidence that he would master it swiftly. And as she conjured a glowing magic circle before him, he fixed his entire being upon its form. In that moment of intense focus, he finally saw what he had always overlooked. The mana composing her spell felt impossibly warm and gentle to his senses. Despite this new perception, the empty spaces within the circle remained hidden, forcing him to narrow his focus completely, knowing he had to deconstruct its very structure. Pushing his mystic eyes further, he followed her guidance, recalling a fundamental truth: no magic formula is ever truly perfect. It was a line from Mimir's grimoire, a key that unlocked his understanding. Every formula had a void, a flaw that could be found by seeing the essence of magic. Listening to the hum of mana, he began to pinpoint the technique's imperfections. At last, a flicker of recognition dawned in the successor's eyes. A look of profound satisfaction settled on Elena's face, watching as Jules prepared to attempt magic disassembly for the very first time. Back at the academy, the day's lectures had concluded, and the students were now buzzing with fresh instructions concerning the upcoming Olympiad. In attendance at that very same briefing were Jules's father and the formidable leader of the Blue Tower. Afterward, in the hallowed halls, the two powerful men came face to face. Kim expressed his surprise at the patriarch's personal appearance, while the family head noted with a cold tone that he hadn't expected to encounter the tower leader either. The patriarch implied Kim had no business being there, but the man calmly replied that he was merely attending as a sponsor, a statement that piqued the patriarch's suspicion. With a calculating gaze, Kim admitted he was scouting the event, and the patriarch immediately deduced that the Blue Tower was considering entering its artisans into the competition. Kim clarified that they were merely exploring the possibility, a carefully chosen phrase that did little to quell the tension. The patriarch, however, found this very notion surprising, given that the Blue Tower was hardly in a position to be sending its prize artisans to the Olympiad. Unfazed, Kim countered that their fortunes were turning, and that this year's Olympiad presented an investment too valuable to ignore. This only deepened the patriarch's curiosity, which was finally sated when the Blue Tower's leader revealed his trump card with Aon leading their team. The national team stood a real chance of securing a gold medal. A flicker of genuine astonishment crossed the patriarch's stern features at the mention of that name. A knowing smile touched Kim's lips as he stroked his chin, remarking that he assumed the patriarch held similarly high expectations for his own son. The patriarch's eyes narrowed, the pieces clicking into place with cold certainty. His son had made a proposal to this man. Kim's subtle expression confirmed it was precisely so. "What did he promise you?" the patriarch demanded, his voice low and dangerous. The leader of the Blue Tower paused, letting the silence hang in the air. "He promised me a gold medal," Kim finally answered. "And in return, he asked for the tower's finest artisans to serve as his engineers. Now, tell me, what did he promise you?" The patriarch revealed that his son had promised victory, asking for his protection until that day came. He acknowledged a profound change in the young man over the past year, a newfound confidence that now burned brightly within him. Kalen, intrigued, questioned if the patriarch had accepted this bold proposition without imposing any conditions of his own. The patriarch smirked, admitting he had his own terms before turning the question back on him, wanting to know if the great leader of the Magic Tower truly placed his faith in the words of a mere boy. In that moment, Kalen saw the striking resemblance between father and son, and with a knowing smile, he revealed that he, too, had a condition. So long as the young man could fulfill it, the engineers would be his. The patriarch's interest was immediately piqued, his curiosity undeniable. Aaron would have to defeat a fifth circle mage in a one-on-one duel, a challenge that the father of the year found exceptionally amusing. For if his son were to win, it would prove his worth. And if he were to lose, well, he would learn a harsh and painful lesson. Either outcome was a victory in his eyes, and so they sealed the agreement the patriarch himself would be there to witness the duel. Meanwhile, Aaron returned to the forest, pushing himself through grueling training sessions that tested the very limits of his endurance. As his final session concluded, Elena appeared with a comforting cup of tea, remarking on his incredible diligence. Aaron, weary but grateful, insisted that she had worked just as hard, admitting he owed all his progress to her guidance. A flicker of worry crossed her face as she confessed her fear that perhaps she had been demanding too much of him. But he quickly reassured her, explaining that it was only through the power of the master's cloak that he could withstand such a trial. She gently offered the tea again, a remedy for his fatigue, and mused on how different he was from the master, who had loathed any form of physical exertion. Her former master would solve every problem with a spell, complaining bitterly at the slightest hint of physical effort. Aaron understood completely. With the Archmage's unparalleled command of magic, such mundane struggles would naturally seem beneath him. As they sat in the quiet forest, a solemn look came over Elena. She told him there was something more she needed to say, expressing her profound gratitude for how earnestly he had embraced his role as the successor. However, his training was now complete. She confessed that, thanks to him, she had cherished the experience of being a teacher and felt a gratitude that words could barely capture. From the moment she began her long vigil, waiting for the successor, she knew this day would come that her time with him was finite and would eventually draw to a close. A cold confusion gripped Aaron at her tone of finality. She explained that once her purpose was fulfilled, the page of destruction would simply vanish, and with it, she would disappear, along with the entire forest. It was a solemn promise she had made to the master long ago. The devastating truth crashed down on Aaron, and panic surged within him, but Elena gently asked him not to be sad. All things, she whispered, were destined to fade, and now their time had come. Aaron's heart ached with the weight of unspoken words, with so much he still wanted to tell her. He knew with absolute certainty that his journey, his growth, would have been impossible without her unwavering dedication. She, in turn, revealed her own gratitude that he was the one chosen to be the successor, her only regret being that she would not be there to witness the great mage he was destined to become. As her form began to dissolve into light, her voice echoed a final piece of guidance: never falter in the face of hardship, and never ever give up. The warmth of her hands faded from his grasp. With her fading breath, she asked him to look after Mimir, whispering that the creature gets lonely so easily. Aaron choked out a promise to honor her wish. It was an eternal goodbye, a wound that cut deeper than any he had ever known, a sorrow that felt impossible to bear. Her very last words were a quiet congratulations on him reaching the third circle. And then, she was gone. Her page in the ancient tome was now blank. In an instant, he found himself back in his room, his first frantic action to check the book, praying it was all a dream. Though he had said his goodbyes, Leo's heart was filled with an eternal gratitude for Elena. The memories of their days training in the forest were a treasure he would carry forever. Back within the Grand Blue Tower, the others had already assembled on the training grounds. With the duel mere moments away, the tension was palpable. Sean, who stood among them, was visibly struggling to contain his anxiety. Turning to the Archmage, Patriarch Kim bluntly asked for his son's chances of victory, even as Jin was already in conversation with him. Caught between the two imposing figures, Sean couldn't help but wonder how he'd been thrust into such a high-stakes discussion. He desperately wished Adela was with him, but she had secured a spot closer to the arena to offer her unwavering support. Meanwhile, the Patriarch and the Archmage continued their grim discussion of the impending battle. Archmage Jin finally addressed the Patriarch's pressing question about the odds. In his expert opinion, Leo's chance of victory was a stark 10%, for he knew the terrifying skill of the opponent he himself had selected. This bleak assessment was a far cry from what the Patriarch had anticipated, and it immediately captured Patriarch Kim's full, undivided attention. The Patriarch, in a stunning display of fatherly faith, confessed he believed his son's chances were less than zero, a conclusion he'd reached with every ounce of optimism he could muster. After this startling admission, Jin turned his gaze to Sean, asking for his perspective on the outcome. He urged the young man to put aside his friendship with Leo and speak with cold objectivity, to reveal the truth he held in his heart. Sean's eyes found his friend in the arena, his mind racing as he considered the question. Finally, he came to a conclusion, stating the probability of victory was exactly 50%. Jin found the estimate surprisingly optimistic and pressed Sean to explain the reasoning behind such a bold claim. Sean admitted there was no single concrete reason. But he held an unshakable conviction that if Leo unleashed everything he had, the odds would be even. After all, his friend had been growing at an astonishing rate and had yet to reveal the true depths of his power. The revelation that Leo had been holding back, that he had never fought with his full strength, deeply intrigued Patriarch Kim. An official's voice echoed across the arena, announcing that the protective wards had been thoroughly inspected and the duel was now set to begin. The moment of truth was at hand. Across the field, the formidable mage chosen as Leo's opponent stood with unnerving calm, a silent storm awaiting release. Adela, having found a prime vantage point, rejoined Sean, only to find him looking as if his heart might leap from his chest at any moment. In the center of the arena, the two combatants measured each other with calm, calculating eyes as the official ordered them to their starting positions. "I never expected to face a prodigy," the man remarked coolly, to which Leo replied with a wry smile, asking him to please go easy. And with that, the duel finally began. His opponent, in a show of confidence, granted Leo the honor of the first move, and offer Leo graciously accepted. In one hand, he began to weave the intricate patterns of wind magic, while in the other, a sphere of raw flame crackled into existence. He was determined to pour everything he had into this opening salvo. A flicker of surprise crossed his opponent's face. So, this was the dual casting magic the rumors spoke of. Truly fascinating, he mused aloud, prompting Leo to warn him that he seemed far too relaxed. The man simply smirked, assuring Leo that this was one situation where he could more than afford to be. Leo admired his confidence, curious to see just how long that arrogance would last, and unleashed a barrage of spells toward him. The man stood his ground, unflinching, as the magic surged toward him. "Truly impressive," he commented, his eyes tracking the volley. While all the spells appeared similar, he noted that some were faster, while others weaved through the air in bewildering trajectories, making them incredibly difficult to evade. He acknowledged that if a fifth circle spell were launched with such complexity, the result could be catastrophic. Yet his composure never wavered as he began to execute a defensive barrier, knowing a simple shield would not suffice. In an instant, a massive, shimmering barrier erupted before him, effortlessly deflecting every single one of Leo's attacks. As the smoke cleared, a chilling realization dawned upon our hero. The fifth circle defense had effortlessly repelled every single one of his attacks. Yet within this impenetrable fortress lay a fatal flaw. The barrier isolated its caster, leaving him powerless to stop a direct approach. It was a glaring invitation, an open path to the caster himself, and his opponent's eyes widened as he grasped Ayul's true, audacious strategy. The mage sneered, claiming it would change nothing, but a defiant glint in our hero's eyes told a different story. With a final surge, he slammed his palms against the shimmering wall, channeling raw interference magic to send fractured spiderwebbing across its surface. His adversary was left utterly speechless. Not even Ayul's closest allies could have predicted this. The immense power he poured into the barrier widened the cracks into gaping fissures. From the stands, both Chen and the Patriarch watched with bated breath, their gazes locked on the unfolding spectacle. Ayul had achieved his goal, calmly declaring that it was far too late for his opponent to react. Every second had been part of his meticulous calculation. Pushing his advantage, he warped the very trajectory of his fire and wind spells, twisting them into a new, terrifying form. The result was a maelstrom of fire, a vortex of destruction contained within the shield's confines, sending shards of magical energy exploding across the arena. Adela stared in disbelief, her mind refusing to process the scene. Sunshine was equally stunned. The legendary absolute barrier had been utterly shattered. Ayul mused that if his opponent had been careless for just one more second, this would have been much simpler. The man was skilled, his composure unshaken. But carelessness, as the master of the Blue Tower had taught him, is the ultimate sin in battle. Indeed, the moment the outer shield crumbled, the fifth circle mage had already conjured a second, more personal defense. Our hero knew this fight was far from over. "My turn," the man declared, launching himself forward. But Ayul was ready, anticipating the assault. He had done his research on this mage, learning of his penchant for physical enhancement and his insatiable curiosity for new forms of magic. Crucially, he knew that the man's specialty was fire magic and had therefore prepared for the brutal reality of close-quarters combat against the master of flame. The mage closed the distance in a blur, a predatory gleam in his eyes as he sensed the protagonist's keen analysis of his techniques. His gaze was sharp and calculating. He wouldn't aim for any vital points, but he had absolutely no intention of holding back. Ayul's instinct screamed a warning. Predicting the attack before it even began, the searing blade of fire would target his right side. He twisted away just in time, the heat of the blade searing a shallow cut along his arm. But there was no time to register the pain. No room for distraction. Ayo countered instantly, driving a powerful fist deep into his opponent's stomach. The blow was so jarring it nearly doubled the man over, giving Ayul the precious opening he needed to create distance. His opponent offered a grim smile, impressed by the boy's lightning-fast reflexes. "I am well versed in the art of close combat," Ayul stated coolly. Acknowledging this, the mage's aura shifted as the magic gathering in his hands began to transform, adapting his strategy in real time to counter his foe. "Your potential is truly terrifying," the man admitted, his voice laced with a newfound respect. "To think you are merely a third circle mage, you are far too dangerous." With that, his entire demeanor changed. He was done testing the waters. It was time to unleash his full power. He gathered an immense torrent of flames, casting it skyward until a devastating rain of fire began to fall upon the arena. This was one of the terrifying privileges of a fifth circle mage, the power to unleash wide-scale annihilation magic. Against such an onslaught, a third circle mage like our hero stood no chance. Believing victory was in his grasp, his opponent watched in shock as our hero unleashed his secret weapon, a mimicry of a legendary ocular power. Refusing to let victory slip through his grasp, he channeled his resonance, drawing water from the very air with his bare hands. He forged a massive shield of swirling water, a move that left his opponent utterly baffled. Such a defense should have been useless against the fiery assault he'd unleashed. A thick cloud of steam billowed outwards, completely obscuring the arena from the anxious eyes of the spectators. Panic gripped his friends, their view completely cut off. Kim recognized the spell. It should have been third circle magic, but judging by the result, it was undeniably stronger. Meanwhile, Ayun's father watched in stoic silence. Torn by a conflict, he couldn't resolve whether to hope for his son's victory or his defeat. Within the swirling mist of the arena, visibility was zero. A normal fighter would be blind, but not someone blessed with the divine eye. The man smirked, certain that Ayun was just as lost in the haze as he was. Little did he know, he was already being hunted by a gaze as cold and sharp as ice. Through the fog, Ayun saw everything, his vision piercing the veil to precisely pinpoint the vibrant, pulsating mana of the fire sword. He began to move, a phantom in the mist. The man heard the faint whisper of footsteps and reacted instantly, lashing out with his blade of fire. But the attack came from his blind spot. A stunning surprise. Ayun was there, a spear of crackling lightning clutched in his hand. The man was floored. He couldn't comprehend how the boy had closed the distance so impossibly fast. His mind screamed for him to use the absolute shield. But it had been shattered once already. To summon it again would be a desperate, foolish gamble. Only one option remained, and Ayun, with his unique sight, saw the shift in his opponent's mana. It flared a brilliant yellow, a clear sign his foe was switching tactics. The man slammed his palms against the arena floor. A wall of solid earth erupted upwards to shield him, and Ayun knew he had only a split second to act before the barrier solidified completely. He plunged his lightning spear into the ground, disrupting the flow of mana and halting the wall's formation as a flash of light seared the man's vision once more. This bought Ayun the precious moments he needed to counter, his own hands now wreathed in roaring flames. He pressed his advantage, refusing to relent. The pace was blindingly fast. The man scrambled to defend, but Ayun's eyes were already locked onto the next shift in mana. He saw it the color blue. Water projectiles slammed into him, stinging his skin, but he refused to falter, refusing to abort his own attack. It was already in motion. The searing impact of his fire magic met a hastily formed water shield, and once again, a blinding cloud of steam engulfed the arena. The man found himself blinded yet again, and a surge of pure irritation coursed through him. This was becoming maddening. He finally realized it was all the boy's strategy, a deliberate trick. He snarled that this farce was over, but Ayun was already moving, placing a single hand on the ground. He needed to see past the spell, to reach into the very essence of the magic and find its flaws. In that state, magic itself would simply unravel. He unleashed the secret technique he had mastered in the forest. His opponent could only watch in disbelief as the powerful magic he had summoned vanished before his very eyes. Ayun's voice cut through the silence. The moment you believe victory is certain is precisely when the battle is at its most dangerous. As he spoke, he conjured a colossal whirlwind that tore through the arena. The referee's voice rang out, declaring the match was over. A winner would be announced. From the heart of the storm, Ayun emerged, victorious. The brief, brutal confrontation had taken its toll. leaving him utterly exhausted. Kim was already there, waiting for him, his face alight with awe. "That was incredible," he began, but Ayun simply closed the waiting room door. He just needed a moment of silence, but Kim, unable to contain himself, pushed the door back open, beaming. "I don't even have the words to describe how amazing that was." He gushed about the strategy, realizing Ayun had been nullifying his opponent's magic all along. "It was like watching a grandmaster play chess. I'm getting chills just thinking about it." "That final spell," he pressed, his curiosity burning. "What was it? How did you possibly bypass the limits of spell memorization?" Aiden challenged him, asking if he would truly believe it was all done with simple alteration magic, a clever misdirection we know to be a lie. Kim conceded, admitting he could accept that explanation, even grasping everything up to the third circle of magic. But from the fourth circle onwards, everything shifted. Aiden hadn't just improved his memorization. He had utterly erased its flaws. It was an impossible contradiction, a paradox of magical theory, one that left Kim utterly speechless. To summon with such speed was nothing short of masterful, and there was more. Aiden had also managed to completely nullify his opponent's spell, a feat that only deepened Kim's curiosity. But the young mage was hesitant, unwilling to reveal the true nature of his power. Instead, Aiden had to weave a believable tale. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Blue Tower, Kim remained lost in thought, contemplating the mystery from the quiet of his office, his secretary by his side. Their current task was to select the artisans who would serve as engineers for this year's prestigious Olympiad. While his secretary managed the selection, ensuring no current projects were delayed, Kim's mind was elsewhere. He turned to her, asking for her thoughts on the entire affair. Confused. She wasn't sure what he meant. Kim clarified, unable to shake the image of Aiden from his mind. Admitting he was starting to believe a gold medal was a genuine possibility, his secretary acknowledged that such a result wasn't entirely impossible, but her tone was laced with doubt. He gently reminded her that only the day before, she'd considered even a bronze medal a long shot. She had to concede, admitting that things had changed dramatically in just a single day. Kim could see it in her eyes. She was just as impressed as he was. Even as she focused on her work, she murmured that the performance had been truly amazing. He chuckled, remarking that he'd almost forgotten she had refereed the match herself. With a playful sigh, she asked him not to distract her. But beneath the light-hearted banter, Kim's mind was still racing, desperately trying to comprehend the nature of Aiden's magic. His secretary asked if he'd observed the match through the ruby eyes, and he confirmed that he had. Yet, even with the powerful artifact, he couldn't fully understand what he'd seen. It was as if a bog had obscured crucial moments, or perhaps some form of advanced protection was at play. The implications, if true, were unsettling. He struggled to accept the reality of it, unable to fathom how Aiden had managed to shatter that complex magic circle so effortlessly. A look of concern crossed his secretary's face. The thought that not even the ruby eyes could pierce the veil was a deeply worrying one. Kim's curiosity had become so intense that he'd confronted Aiden directly in the waiting room after the match. But Aiden simply stated he'd already given his answer. He reminded Kim that he had his own secrets and couldn't reveal everything about his magic, challenging the master mage to uncover the truth for himself. His secretary voiced her concern, asking what he would do if Aiden's methods were illegal, but Kim was certain they weren't. The very structure and purity of the boy's mana supported his conviction. There was only one detail that didn't fit, one piece of the puzzle that felt wrong. Aiden claimed he had perfected his memorization using transformation magic, but Kim knew, with absolute certainty, that wasn't what he was using. Still, this year's Olympiad was shaping up to be far more interesting than he'd ever imagined. Abruptly shifting gears, he asked his secretary if she'd like to join him for a meal. A smile touched her lips as she playfully asked if this would count as overtime. Far away, inside the quiet of an academy dormitory. Aiden's alarm clock blared relentlessly. He couldn't bring himself to move, every muscle in his body screaming in protest. He'd slept for a solid 8 hours, yet the exhaustion felt profound. He suspected it was the price for using disassembly on the resonance circle, a technique that prevented him from using his own mana to resonate. This rendered the master's cloak completely useless. Sinking back onto his bed, he made a mental note to be more cautious in the future. It was only then that he noticed the notification on his phone. A new message had just arrived from his father, who was clearly worried about him. The message said he must be exhausted and that medical assistance was arranged. His father urged him to focus solely on his recovery. Who would have ever expected such concern? In a stunning display of fatherly support, His star-making parent left the duel without so much as a word to him. The silence left him consumed with worry. But now, a glimmer of hope returns. He feels he is slowly regaining his father's trust, piece by piece. With the grand tournament looming on the horizon, Aiden retreated once more into the sanctuary of the book, greeted by an ecstatic Mimir. He tried to play it cool, claiming the battle was an easy win, but the exhaustion etched deep into his features told a very different story. Aiden finally admitted the truth. It was a desperate gamble, and if his strategy had failed for even a second, he would have been utterly crushed. His only edge came from the intel he received from the master of the Blue Tower. Now he knew he had to push himself even harder. He requested knowledge on the next stage of his evolution, the fourth circle, the Ring of Expansion. In response, she summoned a mountain of tomes on the subject. A daunting task lay before him to absorb every single page. Back in the mundane world of the classroom, the students were given an assignment on the nature of arcane constructs. But one mind was far from the lecture, lost in a world of complex magical theory. It was our protagonist. His thoughts were completely consumed by the expansion circle, a concept fundamentally alien to the previous circles. The first three overlapped like delicate petals, but the fourth circle was a vessel, enveloping them all and reinforcing the entire structure with unprecedented stability. This breakthrough would dramatically boost his magical efficiency, even nullifying the debilitating drawbacks of the deliberation circle. It promised to lessen the crushing mental strain while extending the duration of his resonance. The painful backlash he suffered would also be diminished. This would make wielding the power of disassembly far less taxing, and from this moment on, his all-seeing eye would become an even more formidable weapon. However, forging this entirely new structure, unifying all the circles into a single, perfect whole, was a challenge of monumental proportions. This was his greatest trial yet, for according to the ancient texts he'd studied, mastering this art would require at least 1 full year. He knew it would be difficult, but he never imagined it would demand so much time, a luxury he simply didn't have with the competition fast approaching. We find Aiden and his friends back in the Academy's training hall, pushing their bodies to the absolute limit as he times their run on the enchanted treadmills. They had 5 more grueling minutes to endure. Leo was so drenched in sweat he looked as if he'd been running through a monsoon. The girl, Adela, on the other hand, remained almost completely unfazed. After this final push, they would earn a 10-minute rest. Leo looked as if he was on the verge of collapsing. To his astonishment, Adela moved to his side, offering a steadying hand. She gently reminded him of the promise they all made to push each other harder every time, a vow forged in the aftermath of the harrowing battle with Gideon. Aiden himself had been left completely shattered by that encounter. He was in no shape to train. Leo, ever the zealot, tried to guilt-trip him into action, throwing Aiden's own motivational words back in his face. Seeing the state he was in, Adela wisely intervened, claiming she was also spent and suggesting they all call it a day. Leo was the only one who protested, passionately reminding them that the greatest growth comes from pushing through exhaustion. It was a philosophy his own friend had drilled into him, a lesson that now seemed conveniently forgotten. Aiden's frustration flared at the accusation. He shot back that his reason was legitimate, not some lame excuse. He insisted that he hadn't forgotten that relentless mindset, warning him that the coming day's training would be a new dimension of torment. Sean, sensing what was coming, urged Leo to get some rest, but Orion simply dragged the boy away to endure yet more training. As they walked through the city's quiet streets, it dawned on Sean that a genius will always be a genius, no matter the circumstances. His initial strategy had failed spectacularly in combat, yet he had still managed to conjure a completely new approach from thin air. That, Sean mused, was the most incredible thing about Leo, prompting him to ask Adela if he had always been that way. Even as a child, the girl confirmed that the only real difference was his age. Otherwise, he was the same. Sean pressed, wondering if he'd been more immature. Exactly that, she replied, explaining he had always been an eternal optimist who consistently underestimated his own profound abilities. But she admitted to being the same way, and having him as a rival had never once altered that dynamic between them. With each passing day, she found herself growing more fond of him, realizing she was becoming utterly captivated by his techniques. Sean found it difficult to imagine his friend ever being so naive. Everything had shifted the moment he stepped into the academy. He had come to see that being incompatible with the AI wasn't a curse, but was, in fact, a blessing in disguise. Adela was taken aback by this declaration, but Sean clarified that he didn't mean it in a negative way. He explained that geniuses possess a unique brand of arrogance, a necessary fire that pushes them beyond all conceivable limits, and his friend simply wasn't arrogant. His incompatibility with the AI was the very thing that had prevented that flaw from taking root. Adela questioned if he was truly suggesting that Leo's improvement was a direct result of that supposed flaw, a conclusion she felt their friend might resent hearing. But she was undeniably happy that he had discovered his own path and that it was yielding such incredible results, a revelation that left her momentarily speechless. She declared that they, too, must strive for their absolute best, her words echoing his own determined journey. They would push themselves to the very edge for this Olympiad, and the girl made a solemn vow that they would fight harder than ever before to claim victory. And that was precisely what was unfolding. Even as they spoke, Leo's gaze found Sean from across the training grounds. Sean, in turn, wondered why Leo had posed that earlier question. Just then, Leo handed him a bottle of water, acknowledging the hard work he'd put in. It seemed he had a habit of delivering both the ailment and the remedy with the same hand. Leo insisted he never made his friend sick, but Sean clarified that wasn't what he was referring to. Adela, it appeared, was a prime candidate for kidney stones, given her refusal to drink water in favor of a constant stream of banana smoothies. But now, it was time to return to their special training. Later, while Adela and Sean were taking a well-deserved break, Leo approached her, asking if they could speak for a moment. The girl's eyes lit up with curiosity as they stepped outside to discuss the matter in private. Now that the Olympiad team was officially decided, he wanted to completely restructure their training regimen. Starting the very next day, they would be permitted to skip certain classes to dedicate more time to practical training. As the Academy's official program was insufficient, he was convinced that the standard 8 hours a day would not be nearly enough to secure their victory, which was why he proposed a new plan. Their mornings would be dedicated to strategic meetings, where they would meticulously define their approach for every possible scenario. Through this method, they would master the requirements for victory and fully adapt to the new rules introduced for that year's competition. The proposal intrigued Adela, but a shadow of doubt crept in as she wondered why such a significant discussion was confined to just the two of them. Aiden pointed out that their friend was already pushed to his physical limits, far too exhausted to absorb any more strategy. Besides, they still needed to analyze their international rivals, a task the Blue Tower team was already handling, with new training regimens set to begin the very next day. But Adela, ever the pragmatist, had a reservation. She conceded that the theory was sound, but openly questioned whether the upperclassmen would ever deign to listen to them. To our protagonist, however, their seniority was a trivial obstacle. There were always ways to command respect. The next morning, as they prepared to train, Sean couldn't hide his apprehension, asking if his teammates felt any nerves at all. They assured him there was nothing to be nervous about, which only prompted Sean to finally voice the true source of his anxiety. Aside from the three of them, every other member of the team was a third-year student. They're seniors in every sense of the word. Yet, this fact didn't seem to faze his teammates in the slightest. Adela declared with cold certainty that she would show them all who was destined to win, a statement that was unfortunately overheard. A voice dripped with disdain, remarking that she was even more arrogant than the rumors suggested. The other seniors had gathered, a formidable group including a striking, silver-haired young man named Kane. Alongside him stood a bespectacled, unassuming student named Jen, and a fiery, red-haired young woman. Her name was Scarlet, a warrior who seemed to burn with an intensity that matched her hair. It was Scarlet who strode forward, her gaze locking onto the protagonist's group, challenging them on how they planned to make good on their boast. She demanded Adela repeat her bold claim to her face, to declare once more how she intended to defeat them, and Adela, unflinching, did exactly that. She stated coolly that there wasn't a single third-year student capable of besting her, a proclamation that sent a wave of sheer panic through Sean. He scrambled to apologize on her behalf, insisting his friend was simply out of her mind, but Adela cut him off, affirming that she had spoken nothing but the truth. Her words hung in the air, stretching the tension to a breaking point. It was then our protagonist stepped forward, a disarming smile on his face as he apologized for the commotion. He then smoothly pivoted, asking if they might be open to a friendly match between their two factions. He knew, with absolute clarity, that he needed to dominate the entire team to forge them into a weapon for the Olympics. The silver-haired Kane, ever perceptive, seemed to grasp his underlying ambition. He proposed a simple match 3 from their side against the protagonist trio. Scarlet immediately jumped at the chance, her eyes glinting with the desire to personally teach the protagonist's fiery companion a lesson in humility. Just then, our protagonist calmly corrected them, stating they had misunderstood his proposal. This would not be a match between his team and 3 of theirs. Scarlett's face contorted with pure rage, while it looked as though Sean's very soul had fled his body in terror. Kane narrowed his eyes, demanding to know Aiden's true motive for such an outrageous proposition, knowing full well it was no empty taunt. There had to be a deeper strategy at play. Aiden recognized the young man from fleeting encounters during his childhood. He was from the esteemed Seymour family, and just as cautious now as he was back then. Outwardly, Aiden simply claimed he had no hidden motive. He insisted it was merely the most efficient way to assess everyone's abilities, an explanation that only served to infuriate the student with glasses, Jen. Jen scoffed, accusing the rookie of trying to grandstand and show them up. Kane, however, saw the truth. Aiden's intention was to establish absolute control over them. Another senior stepped forward, sneering that the protagonist's hypothesis was correct, attempting to intimidate the young strategists. But Aiden didn't so much as flinch. Scarlett, her voice tight with anger, declared that their arrogance was astounding and that her patience had reached its limit. She acknowledged their talent, but warned that talent was no excuse for such blatant disrespect towards their seniors. In a fair one-on-one duel, victory might have been within their grasp, but facing 7 opponents simultaneously, the odds were insurmountable. Victory was a distant dream, especially when, in their eyes, the team was burdened by a weak link. The insult struck their friend's pride like a physical blow. Yet our hero and Adela stood unshaken, their resolve as firm as steel. The one-eyed girl offered a condescending truce, suggesting that a simple apology would be enough for her to overlook their transgression, just this once. Her silver-haired companion echoed the sentiment, warning them that a line had been irrevocably crossed. But his words were like wind to our protagonist. Locked in the silver-haired mage's intense gaze, he simply dismissed them all as being far too noisy. Meanwhile, the protagonist's friend was completely paralyzed by fear, the weight of the confrontation crushing his spirit. Aiden, however, had heard enough. He demanded they cut the chatter and begin, promising a beatdown so spectacular it would make you smash the like button. So, what are your predictions for this epic showdown? I hope you enjoyed this chapter of the story. And until we meet again, stay safe.